本日は FINSUM2021 にご来場いただきまして誠にありがとうございます。
Thank you very much for joining us for this FINSUM2021. This is a 3-day conference starting today. The concept is toward a platform of the digital society. We will bring you a variety of sessions. FINSUM is the largest fintech conference of this kind in Japan, jointly organized by Nikkei and the Japanese Financial Services Agency. Since our first conference in 2016, leaders of finance, business, government, academia, and startups from Japan and abroad gathered to actively discuss financial policy and the potential of fintech. It has been recognized wisely as a platform of partnership for the creation of new business. As COVID-19 rages around the world, economies and societies are confronted with the need to review the customs and norms we used to have to build a new normal. At FINSUM, we will deepen further the networks we have built to solve various social challenges and to contribute to global economic development. I will be serving as your MC today. My name is Yurina Takiguchi, caster of Nikkei CNBC. We hope you will stay with us until the end of the program.
First of all, allow me to call upon Mr. Yoshihiro Hirata, the Senior Managing Director of Nikkei, to say a few words to welcome you all on behalf of the host. Mr. Hirata, the floor is yours. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your kind introduction. I'm Hirata of Nikkei. I'd like to thank those who have gathered here and those who's joining us online. For joining us online on behalf of Nikkei, the host, let me express our deepest appreciation to all of you in supporting us to hold the FINSUM2021 at this venue, Marunouchi building. The day before yesterday, we heard a wonderful news of cherry blossoms starting to bloom. But in Tokyo, in its adjacent prefectures, we have yet to put an end to the threat of COVID-19 and state of emergency declaration remains in place. Against this backdrop, we have strict disinfection and social distancing rules at this venue, and we are utilizing the internet so that many of you from Japan and abroad can join us live. This is a hybrid event which anticipates the era of new normal, in which we need to keep our socio-economic activities going while contending with COVID. Our first FINSUM was in 2016, and this is the fifth. The concept for the fifth FINSUM is FAS, Fintech as a Service, in search for a platform for digitalized society, and we'll discuss the future of financial industry. With the spread of COVID, DX, digital transformation, has accelerated in the financial services industry. Digital being the key word, today, Minister Takuya Hirai, Minister for Digital Transformation, will discuss roles of a digital agency, which is to be established in September, and the agency's role in financial services. Governor Haruhiko Kuroda of the Bank of Japan, who was one of our speakers in 2019, will appear for the second time to deliver his message towards a digitalized age. In addition to digital, there is another key word, which is trust in financial services. The Financial Services Agency, which is the co-host of the sessions tomorrow, has chosen New Paradigm of Trust in Financial Services as the theme. Financial transactions are predicated on mutual trust between parties to the transactions. For digitalized and non-face-to-face transactions, trust should be backed by accurate authentication of your counterparty. How can we ensure sense of security and safety of information and data? To what extent can issues be overcome by technologies? These are just some of the issues we'll discuss. Mr. Taro Aso, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance and Minister of State for Financial Services, and Mr. Ryosei Akazawa, State Minister of Cabinet Office Financial Services, will deliver their messages on these themes. And of course, we'll be joined by representatives of financial institutions, large companies, and startups from Japan and abroad to discuss financial services in the digitalized age. Mr. Yoshitaka Kitao, President and CEO SBI Holdings, who unveiled the fourth megabank vision through coalition of regional banks during FINSUM2019, and Mr. Kanetsugu, Nikkei, President and CEO of MUFG Bank, Chairman Japanese Bankers Association, will take the stage. And Mr. Takayuki Morita of NEC, who will become the president in April, will discuss NEC's fintech strategy and its global strategy. From outside Japan, Mr. Rish Khosla, CEO, co-founder, Oak North, which lends to SMEs leveraging AI. Mr. William Russell, Lord Mayor of the City of London, will also deliver their speeches via online. Since this is going to be a digitally enabled event under COVID-19, we will have sessions in new format as well. One of the new formats is Ideazan. It's coined by juxtaposing idea and marathon. Individuals with different backgrounds will discuss actionable ideas to resolve social issues. The theme at this time is building new trust in non-face-to-face financial activities. 5 teams will present via online the outcome of their 1-month-long online discussions. Another new format, session based on a new format, is a matching system called Jubilia, with which online participants can set up meetings with other participants. This was made available on the 10th of March and will be available through the 24th of March. One startup company has already told us that it found a wonderful proposal that can be translated into business using this matching system. Participants can start networking even before the event starts and continue networking after the event. That's a new online experience. Our startup contest, which used to focus outside Japan, given the current circumstances, we will now focus more on Japan, and not only our judges, but Nikkei readers will cast their ballots, and the final pitch by 8 startups, both Japanese and non-Japanese, will be held on the 18th. Throughout the 3-day event, more than 100 speakers from diverse fields will participate in 80 or so lectures, discussions, and workshops. I hope your active discussion and exchange of views will give us a vision for Japan's future, which will obviously evolve with technological advancements. Last but not least, let me thank our special sponsor, Mitsubishi Estate, which is making this a wonderful venue available to us, and all other sponsors who supported us. I hope the outcome of the event will send a strong message from Japan to the world, and with that, I would like to conclude my welcoming remarks. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hirata 専務、どうもありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Mr. Hirata.
さて、それでは続きまして、基調講演といたしまして、
We would like to move on to the keynote speech. The keynote speech will be delivered by Mr. Takuya Hirai, Minister for Digital Transformation. Good morning. My name is Hirai. I'm Minister for Digital Transformation. I'd like to offer my congratulations to the holding of this FINSUM2021. I had the privilege of addressing this conference last year as well. Now we are working toward September 1st, the establishment of the digital agency. we have started deliberating on the relevant bills. In the current session of the Diet, we intend to pass 6 pieces of relevant legislation, and only then we will have the legal basis to start the digital agency. As minister in charge, I can say now that I'm entering into the critical period. Last year, 2020, was a testing year for us in many ways. COVID-19 triggered huge changes in society. That is for certain. With COVID-19, what has changed? I feel that the progress of technology has most likely accelerated by tenfold. It advanced all at once around the world. Digital technology in areas where it had not been put into production started to be implemented all at once. That is our experience. We now have that empirical knowledge. In other words, this is a turning point in history, a major turning point that comes once in a century. The world of finance for the future growth strategy of the nation, this is the most important area in my view. So in that sense, as digitalization makes progress, today's FINSUM has great significance. This year's theme, I understand, is fintech as a service. The slogan that we developed in setting up the digital agency is government as a startup. But the words startup on September 1st onwards will be changed to service. So it will be government as a service. How we will be able to offer new services to the citizens. I believe we are working on exactly the same theme as yourselves. So far, we have been saying speed and speed. We have been taking decisions on a variety of things all at once. At the same time, the digital agency will start with a 500-strong team with cooperation from the private sector, because we need the help of experts in their respective areas. The legislation has not passed yet, but we are talking to various people now. Without the cooperation of the private sector, the digital agency will not be able to have the thrust to move forward. Give birth to a small baby and let it grow big. That is what we intend to do. In the world, there are various developments toward digitalization, and there are many endeavors that are not necessarily going well. The reason for that is inability to shed fixed notions. If you are to work on digitalization while still keeping the way things are done in the past, in such cases, most of the time you're bound to falter somewhere along the way. I believe you need to change dramatically the way things are done. The way we used to do things must be reviewed with suspicion. That, I believe, is the most important point. What we used to think as the norm is no longer the norm. I think this applies to business models as well. So in that sense, the financial services industry is going to change in a big way. And the value here is, again, in service. We at the digital agency, we will be building our IT systems, and in doing so, service by design, security by design, these are considered the most important. So in that sense, I'm sure that we and you will be implementing technology in a variety of ways. Please, by all means, offer your contributions so that the whole of Japan, including the regions, can be upgraded to a new level. Japan can be characterized as an advanced country in terms of the challenges we face. It's not only COVID-19. There could be multiple disasters happening at the same time. And most of all, the speed of the aging of the society And when you think about the proportion of the elderly in the population, we in Japan are fated to address those issues ahead of anywhere in the world. By leveraging the power of digital technology, we have to manage and overcome those challenges. When we think about the growth of Japan, that becomes a very important point. Providing better services for the citizens. Even in the face of an aging population, taking it in stride to maintain the vitality of the society. In that sense, I have high expectations for you in the financial services industry and your efforts in the future. In the post-COVID-19 era, for Japan to compete favorably in the world and to grow, I would like you to conduct a thorough review of what you are doing now so that you can start on a whole set of new programs for the new era. I am putting a lot of effort to support startups. And that is because this is the timing when new players are emerging. For sure, these times require the power of new people. With their participation, we will be creating a new society. That is exactly what is happening now. A slogan I often use is it's now or never. Now is the time. If you don't do it now, then when? That is how I feel about establishing the digital agency. I hope that you will have positive discussions at this FINSUM and to talk about a new way of the financial services industry that will contribute to Japan's growth strategy. With that, I will conclude my message at the opening of the conference. Thank you very much.
平井大臣、どうもありがとうございました。
Thank you, Minister Hirai.
この後は9時30分より
We will start a solo lecture by Mr. Yoshitaka Kitao, Representative Director, President and CEO Yoshitaka Kitao at 9:30. Please give us a few more minutes before we start the 9:30 session. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time for us to get started. The next session is a solo lecture by Mr. Yoshitaka Kitao, Representative Director, President, and CEO, SBI Holdings, Inc. Mr. Kitao, the floor is yours. Please join me by giving him a big round of applause. Thank you for your introduction. I'm Kitao. The time is rather limited, so why don't I get started right away? The title of my speech is The Evolving Digital Asset Space from Ripples to a Big Tidal Wave. That's the topic of this presentation. And in English, it's from ripples to a big tidal wave. Ripple is small waves. And we are now transforming the ripples into big tidal wave. We are seeing a change 3 or so years ago. I recall that I spoke about a potential change that we were about to experience. We established our company in 1999, and in 16 years, online financial services business ecosystem we have established over the 16 years. But now it's becoming already obsolete. And we have built over the years is called the fintech 1.0. And the next stage of evolution is a fintech 1.5. And that was exactly what I talked about the last time. Fintech 1.5 was about new technologies such as AI, big data, Internet of Things, robotics. These are new technologies. And there was a beginning of a cycle which takes place every 50, 60 years. And we wanted to incorporate those new technologies into the online ecosystem. But before long, in a sense, the consequential technology for the next decades, blockchain emerged. And together with the evolution of blockchain, DLT technologies have evolved with quite a rapid speed. And this has taken place beyond our imagination in terms of speed. Fintech 2.0, the blockchain-based blockchain application on top of the platform. I mean, we are no longer in that kind of an era. Especially DeFi, distributed finance. I mean, traditional existing financial services and financial institutions' orders could potentially change in a significant way, and that is my understanding. Now, towards the big tidal wave, what are the phenomenon that we are looking at, and why do we believe there is going to be a big tidal wave? We have the expanding digital asset market, crypto asset being the case. Virtual currency will make a significant advancement, and the book I published back in 2018, November 7th, and market capitalization of cryptocurrency, virtual currency back then was 23 trillion yen or so, but 119. So it has grown by 8.5 or 8.1 times, and Bitcoin has risen, and it's now 6 million yen or so. But halving time, we are in the third halving time. So 87.5% has been issued. However, the scarcity has contributed in raising the price. That is an aspect. And more recently, the players have changed. These are the whales, institutional investors, large lot investors have raised the prices of virtual currencies these days. Why? Because institutional investors have entered the crypto asset market in earnest. Who are these institutional investors? Virtual currencies are relatively new. Although volatility is high, it could be a good hedge with somewhat uncorrelated with other assets, and volatility of equity portfolio can usually be reduced by adding some amount of digital assets. Because of these characteristics, institutional investors have been trying to tap virtual currencies. Institutional investors have been using Chicago Mercantile Futures Market. One day, Bitcoin futures, so 11 billion, of which 2.1 billion took place on Chicago Mercantile Futures Market. So Chicago Mercantile is number one. And coin market, Coinbase, and market capitalization is approaching 10 trillion yen. Coinbase, as you know, is preparing for listing. So this is changing by leaps and bounds, and with an overwhelming speed. The business size and corporate value of exchanges, leading exchanges, are increasing. CME volume trend in January and February, very high level of transactions. And March, this is as of the 11th of March, so towards the end of this month, this will again be a very high, be a month with a high level of transactions. And crypto assets trading, which started as a speculative activity by individual investors, has now transformed into a market where institutional investors and large corporations participate, such as Tesla. 160 billion yen, Tesla is making investment in MicroStrategy. Bitcoin acquired additional 100 billion and 500 billion yen portfolio they're going to have. So large companies and large institutional investors have made inroads into this market. In particular, with the start of the year of 2021, globally renowned companies such as, for example, the 20th of January, BlackRock, Visa, MasterCard, on the 11th of February, and BNY, Mellon, Deutsche Bank, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs. I mean, all these leading players, big institutions, are now trying to engage themselves with virtual currencies. Not just virtual currencies, but we want to offer mechanisms to handle these new assets, to translate these new assets into business opportunities. And we should not just be studying new business opportunities, but we are to make investments. Digital asset banking, for example, we are talking about Switzerland's Signum Bank. This is the world's first digital asset bank, and SBI has partnered with Signum Bank, and we have made investments into Signum Bank. So digital asset-related services, this vehicle will offer. And we have a little less than 5% stake in Signum, 4.95%. And with Signum, we are to establish a joint fund in Southeast Asia and Asia. We are to build financial services infrastructure and innovative technologies and enterprise solutions, and we are to actively make investments in these companies in these regions. Azimut Group, Italy's largest independent asset management company, will also participate. So venture companies are increasing in this domain. We have to identify these venture companies and to harness their technologies. We have to discover excellent technologies, and we want to be the ones to leverage these technologies, investment, incorporation, and disseminate. That should be the process that we should be continuing to focus on. And CBDC, central bank digital currencies, are to start. It's just a question of time. China will be starting this, and leading countries, 65. As of 2020, 86% of 65 central banks are conducting some kind of research or study on CBDCs, and 14% have advanced to the pilot project stage. So it's no time for us to be complacent. And this could have major implications on the financial system as a whole. And what consequences will this bring about to our businesses? If countries come up with their own central bank digital currencies, as private sector companies, how are we going to be a part of this process? And this is what I think about all the time. Digital CNY will be The first, I suspect, with a big scale, digital RMB, CNY, is not wholesale model, a general use model. And this will reduce costs quite significantly associated with the use of coins and banknotes, and this will strengthen the safety, stability, and efficiency of the central bank payment system. Of course, China has other motives. They want to undermine a dollar key currency regime.
In Europe, also similar things are seen. Sovereignty is being threatened. They cannot just dawdle around. And towards the middle of this year, whether to issue digital currency or not, they are to issue their policy. They have been very negative in the US, but Madam Yellen has alluded to the realization of digital dollar. She has instructed such a study. And Chairman Powell was considering the possibility of issuing CBDC. So also in the West, as well as around the world, they are working on CBDCs. As for Japan, July 17th, in the framework policy, there is going to be an empirical test coordinating with other countries to study this possibility. That is exactly what it says. So Bank of Japan for digital currency, it has issued its policy. So we will move in step with the West to counter China's movements. That is likely to be the arrangement. But CBDC obviously can be issued by these different countries. Next, DLT, distributed ledger technology. It's evolving and deepening. Now it is in a stage of fully fledged implementation. Looking at Ripple of the United States. With Ripple, 60-40 is the split in setting up Ripple Asia. This was established in May of 2016, SBI Ripple Asia. And we are the leading investor outside of the group. So we are working very closely with them. At large financial institutions in Europe and Asia, Ripple's DLT is to be utilized, and that kind of a move is very conspicuous. So in the case of Asia, we lead that development to try to create such a situation. In the US, as you know, it's not coin, it's a security. That is the decision taken. So former Commissioner Clay, such a decision was taken. That he was in the Trump administration, and at the very end, that decision was taken. So for 7 years, it was left hanging, but that was the decision taken. In countries around the world, except the US, this is considered as a crypto asset, not as a security. The same with Japan for XRP. So this is the Ripple's growth trajectory. In 2020, the number of transmissions has grown by 5-fold, the remittances in 2020, and on-demand liquidity, ODL, compared to the year before, the number of remittances has grown by 12-fold. So whatever the decision taken by SEC of the United States, this world is growing more and more. Actually, SBI Remit and Vietnam TP Bank have created an arrangement of international remittances using Ripple solutions, and our bank in Cambodia and TP Bank, between them, there is to be an arrangement to be made. So already at SBI Remit, it was opened in 2010, and in more than 220 countries and regions worldwide, we are making it possible to remit money to 350,000 locations. The total amount has already exceeded 1 trillion yen. Now, MoneyTap, we didn't give it name SBI to the name of the company. We want many people to participate so that this will be used as public infrastructure. That was my intent. So the name SBI is not in the company's name. 38 regional banks have invested. Eventually, having actual connections is what we will be seeing. And Ripple is also making an investment, and they have a 33% stake, and 2 directors are to be sent in from Ripple to provide technical support. They are to continue to provide technical support. MoneyTap is P2P, peer-to-peer, remittances between individuals. Bank will be in here, and peer and business, regional companies, or regional facilities, or local governments, local facilities, local companies, they can have remittances through this. And prepaid charge companies can also be added. Already 3 are connected, and 6 are to be added. Within this year, the total number of banks to be connected will be 20. There's going to be external economic benefit to bring big benefits to the users. So what is this going to be used for? For example, a prepayment of a salary. Application will be made by the employee, and giving instructions within MoneyTap, prepayment of salary will take place, and the fees will be paid to us. That is going to be the arrangement. Or, from the perspective of employees, it's not just salary payment. Daily workers or people who want to get paid on a weekly basis, or they want to get paid on a monthly basis. This can be done with this infrastructure by reducing cost. Or in schools, lunch money to be collected, where the parents hand cash to children and children bring that money to school, but that doesn't have to take place. They don't have to. With MoneyTap, very easy payment will be possible. No change needed. Very easy remittance can take place. You don't have to hand money to children to take to school. So collection and administration will be made very easy. Ripple and CBDC's affinity. Brad, the CEO of Ripple, was saying that CBDC, when they are to be exchanged, XRP ledger, a bridging function. You need a digital asset to have a bridging function. Each country will issue CBDC. When they are to be exchanged, bridging function will be taken on by this. XRP and CBDC are not in competition. They complement each other. Another promising partner in the US is R3 of the United States, Kuroda. They are being used in many places more and more. And with RC, we have set up a joint venture. The split is 60-40, and Mitsui Sumitomo Financial Group said that they would like to take part. So they have 14% stake. We end up at 51, and R3, 35%. So R3 Japan has been created. Finance, real estate, supply chain in variety of business areas. DLT-enabled projects are being promoted right now. And R3 of the United States is leading a consortium. And central banks and regulatories, more than 300 bodies are participating in a consortium led by R3. This is a trajectory of growth. Kuroda, in 2016, open source was released. Kuroda Enterprise, Kuroda Network, it has evolved over the years. And by the end of 2020, more than 30 in practical use. Non-finance area will be discussed later. In 2020, 369 projects. Kuroda's adoption is more than 40% of total. So you can see how companies around the world are focusing their attention on Kuroda. This is testament to that. And we ourselves are going to utilize Kuroda more and more. Smart contract function Kuroda has, so we want to use that function very well to improve efficiency as well as lowering of cost and preventing alteration. As much as possible, we want to bring those functions through this system, and we want to introduce that in various parts of our business.
And this is SBI Nihon SSI developed the industry-first agent and insurance solicitor management platform system for small amount short-term insurance companies using the blockchain platform Kuroda. And this is industry first. And this is for small amount short-term insurance companies. Also, by the end of April, we are to establish a new company, SBI Traceability. And this is a traceability business for export of agricultural, livestock, and marine products. And this is not just limited to export, but that is where we will start. Japanese agricultural, livestock, and marine products are known for its high quality, but we need to authenticate the genuineness. And that is what we are going to accomplish and guarantee the authenticity of Japanese agricultural, livestock, and marine products that are exported abroad. And we are working with Youzan in Singapore, and we are making a joint investment using their software. We will build a supply chain finance platform. And Banco is a very good service, a digital banking as a service. They have Banco. Youzan has Banco. So that is why we have a partnership, and we want to translate this into a joint venture so that we can build in Hong Kong, Vietnam, and in Japan and other countries. Now, examples of other companies. Kuroda is increasingly used outside of financial services. This is trade finance, so it's a part of financial services, but it is open account transactions. In trade, we have open account and LC transactions. These are the two types, but Marco Polo project is for open account transactions. And Trade IX, we are partnered with this Irish company using Kuroda. And this is about automating trade finance and reduce burden and increase the speed without paper. That is what we want to build, and it's the same for LC transactions. We are working with HSBC, Standard Chartered, Citi, Bank of Bank. These are 27 leading financial institutions, and this is a group of 27 leading financial institutions to work on trade finance. Also, order management of fuel and lubricant for ships. Toyota Tsusho Corporation is the development company, but Kuroda, they are using Kuroda and digitalization in the Marine Fuel Agency. And this is one of the areas where digitalization is lagging behind in a significant way. So we have to replace the legacy systems with new systems which will drastically improve efficiency. And this, I believe, is very exciting. Traceability by molecular marking. Mark liquids, solids, and Security Matters has a patented technology, and by marking, you can realize the traceability. And this is very exciting. STO, we will be starting in Osaka. This is using Nasdaq's matching engine. Nasdaq is predominant player, dominant player here, so we are going to use it. Now, turning to reconcile of interbank payments, NTT Data has an exciting venture initiative. Spunta, an Italian bank association, it is a network of blockchain of 100 or so banks there. And this is for reconciliation of interbank payments. And this is again based on Kuroda. Monthly, daily, what have you, you can reconcile interbank payments. And risk stream collaborative, both P&C and life insurers. And we want to be there as quickly as possible, because going forward, technologies are there to change everything. So it is a question how fast we can tap these new technologies and how we can embrace these technologies. And that should be the source of differentiation, and that should be the source of overwhelming competitiveness. Now, turning to the question of regional currencies, and this is another area where Kuroda will be widely used. S-Coin, settlement coin platform, has almost completed its test demonstration. Therefore, we are going to use this technology as much as possible. Before Kuroda, we had Orb. We used to have 60% stake in that. We have already sold it. But its system used to be used, and we had 6 or so initiatives, and we confirmed that this can work, this could work, and with Kuroda, we are to support the issuance of digital currencies in multiple areas. And we want to use this in Osaka Kansai World Exposition. Every 6 travelers will be using currency exchange services while in town. I mean, I'm talking about foreign travelers in Japan. And there will be a lot of visitors from all over the world to Osaka Kansai World Exposition, and not only at the exposition site, but in Osaka and Kobe, if the digital currency could be used widely at the time of Osaka Kansai World Exposition, it could be exciting. So this could be a new, different order. International Global Financial Center we would like to build in Osaka and Kobe region, and in 2025 we want to introduce this, and we want to showcase to the world that this system is already available in Osaka, up and running. Now, NFT, non-fungible token. And this has been rising quite rapidly in recent years. For example, I was surprised the other day on the 11th of March, NFT art of people sold at a price of 7.5 billion yen, signs of change in the art world. I was taken. This news took me by surprise. We have SBI Art Auction, and we are to partner with Startban. And SBI Art Auction partnership with Startban to issue a blockchain certificate to successful bidders who wish to receive it. It's like a passport to vindicate, demonstrate authenticity. And this has a huge potential. This could be seen in different areas going forward. And this is going to be the key takeaway in my presentation, Rise of Decentralized Finance, DeFi. And I've been looking into DeFi, and I've taken aback by the huge potential. And there is no more disruptive technologies than DeFi in financial services. And this is by far the most destructive. How to regulate DeFi and what inhibitions there will be for the development of DeFi. And of course, the DeFi in and of itself has challenges that it has to overcome. So the DeFi will have to stop hackers, ML, CFT concerns there are. I mean, this is pre-programmed. Since it's pre-programmed, if the original programming is wrong, or if there is a bug in the original program, it's not easy to redress. And so that is one of the complications of DeFi. Traditional financial services, no matter where you are, it's usually centralized model, but DeFi will bring about decentralized management model. And asset managers used to be delegated to financial institutions, but in DeFi, users themselves are asset manager. Therefore, there will no longer be a need for financial institutions in a sense. And when it comes to transparency of transactions, traditional financial services was a black box, but under DeFi, it will be open, and accessibility will be available to all under DeFi, so anyone can access DeFi, use access anywhere, anytime. So in a way, DeFi, I myself kind of fear the emergence of DeFi. By making everything automated, you can minimize cost, and everybody can access, and transparency could be very high, and the level of transparency will be perhaps higher than any other things. So it's very democratic and extensive, scalable, and within this has grown by more than a factor of 60. And it grew to 40 billion in less than a year. And this is a small contract, and it's pre-programmed. Ethereum is currently widely used. That is why Ethereum market capitalization is in excess of 20 trillion yen.
Non-Ethereum based. SD is included in the non-Ethereum based. And infrastructure, Polkadot, and new ones are now coming out one after another. So what is this being used for? Distributed exchange, lending compound is very interesting. Going forward, it's going to evolve more. New things are emerging one after another. Human intellect is very scary. It can be used in games too. It's so ingenious. STO, we're doing this right now. Initial coin offering, we have to make sure that we don't make the same mistake. Proper regulation is needed. In the case of Japan, revised financial instruments and exchange law, revised Payment Act was enacted in May of 2020, and it went into effect in 2019. Based on these laws, STO is based on this revised law. So we have organized our own association. We led the effort to establish the Japan STO Association in October of 2019. 58 companies have joined. 12 companies as regular members and 45 as supporting members. Already, on an experimental basis, SBI Esports uses ST to conduct third-party allocation. And the base for this is Boostry's blockchain platform called iBet. Nomura Research Institute, Nomura Holdings, had created this securitized technology. So that technology is being used for this platform. Separate to this, we thought about creating our own, but for something like this, I thought that numerous players doing this in parallel was not a good idea, we thought. So we took a stake of 10% into Boostry. We had to satisfy ourselves with just taking 10% stake. And on top of this box, many things will be coming. For example, digital bonds, corporate bonds. They would offer these bonds, and for equity, STO fund type of offering can take place. So within this framework, various things may be handled. In other countries, Italy is very interesting. Luxury car maker issues STO that is now being discussed. So in many places, this STO is likely to emerge in various industry sectors. It could be utilized in various sectors. Now, lending, on the lending side, I'm starting to run out of time, but compound, buying, lending or borrowing, it is contained within the compound. The virtual crypto assets and currency would be inserted into the compound. You may want to buy a different crypto asset. So you use the crypto asset that you put in could be used as collateral to buy other crypto assets. Various mechanisms are possible within this framework. I cannot go into detail because of time. So next generation global financial center centered in the Kansai region, Osaka and Tokyo, there's no need for competition. We want something new international financial center of a new order. We want to build such centers in Osaka and Kobe. It's different from Tokyo. Tokyo is a metropolis, but we are looking at a hub-style market, cross-border market. In the US, you have New York, Boston, and San Francisco, and Chicago, multiple locations. 1,900 trillion yen is the financial assets of individuals. Why do we have to have only one? One of the backbone is Osaka Digital Exchange. SMBC has a 40% stake. Overseas players and domestic players will be coming in as shareholders. Common stock will also be handled, and securities. We will gradually widen the scope of business. And 6 digital exchange. This is in Singapore. There's going to be a joint venture to be set up in Singapore. 6 digital exchange is part of the Swiss 6 group. And in 2021, there's going to be start of business in Singapore. And in 2022, there's going to be official commencement of service. And Börse Stuttgart, this is the second largest stock exchange in Germany. There's going to be an investment arrangement to go into alliance. So in this fashion, the largest global corridor, being digital means you're global. From A to B and to B to C, you can go around the world very easily by being digital. In various ways around the world, we want to create and broaden this digital world and handle this in a global fashion. And in Osaka, we do already have this timetable. Dojima, as the center of Osaka Financial Center, Osaka Dojima Exchange will become a joint stock company to modernize it, and crypto asset global ecosystem. Relevant companies turning into profitability, or those that still have not turned profitable but very soon will be, and those that can project to have big profits globally will consolidate them. Sometimes we will take them public to raise funds. They could be valued very highly, because we are generating lots of profits. 20 years ago, when we were to create a group as an ecosystem, E-Trade Securities, we didn't know whether it was going to be in the black or in the red. Already, 40 companies I was already thinking of establishing, and all of a sudden, very quickly, 10 plus companies have been taken public, and with the proceeds, we have used them for growth funds. So we are to do the same thing here. B2C2, we have 90%, and the trading volume is going up. And B2C2 is very good at global business, so we want to be doing many things on a full-fledged scale. Clearing trust, SBI clearing trust, we have gained the license. And last, we had the SBI Financial Research Institute.
解消して、そして SBI 金融経済研究所株式会社として、これを作る。
We are to set up SBI Financial Research Institute from developing the former SBI Graduate School Financial Research Institute. We will gather experts, great experts, and to the country, to the state, because this is a new area. We will conduct thorough research, and we would make proposals and recommendations to the government. That is the kind of organization we will have to be. So this, something like this, could give us hints for the future. I am expecting that this institute will give me lots of new ideas for the future, and I think my time is up. So I would like to conclude my keynote address at this juncture. Thank you very much, Mr. Kitao. Let us thank Mr. Kitao with a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
さて、それではこの後は10時30分より
Next,
三菱
from
UFG 銀
10:30,
行取締役頭取執行役員兼全国銀行協会会
we will
長
have President and
金津さんによ
CEO
ります
of
講演をお届け
MUFG
いたしま
Bank,
す。
Chairman,
お時間になります
Japanese
ので、
Bankers
しばらくお
Association,
待ちください。
Mr. Kanetsugu Mike will give a solo lecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much for waiting. We are now going to move to the lecture by Mr. Kanetsugu Mike, President and CEO, MUFG Bank Limited, Chairman of the Japanese Bankers Association. Mr. Mike, please take the floor, and please join me in a big round of applause. I am Mike, Chairman of the Japanese Bankers Association. FINSUM2021, FINSUM Summit. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak on this occasion. JFSA, Nikkei Shimbun, and the co-sponsors of the summit, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation. And as the chairman of the Japanese Bankers Association, I was invited to speak here today. And ever since I assumed the position of the chairmanship in April last year, the activities of JBA was very much influenced by the spread of the pandemic. The financial institutions and many of the people who are here today have extended us with extensive support in addressing the COVID-19 pandemic. We have been making an all-out effort, and I would like to take this opportunity to extend my deepest appreciation. In the meantime, under the pandemic, JBA has been planting seeds for the future of Japan. We have been working on innovation and to contribute to sustainable growth of the society and economy, and we have been addressing various challenges: innovation, sustainable growth, social challenges to be addressed. Contribution to those aspects are related to today's topic. With COVID-19 and with the revisions on the role of banking institutions, together with many of you in the audience, so we want to actively play a more important role in the growth of the Japanese economy. And today, together with fintech, in search for a platform for digitalized society and the future, today and future of finance. This is what I would like to talk today. Three topics. One is with regards to the social changes due to COVID-19 and expectations to the financial institutions, the expectations towards the financial institutions and how we address it. And three, together with fintech, how are we to work together? These are the three topics that I would like to cover today. About the social transformation caused by COVID-19. We are currently in the midst of the second wave of declaration of emergency. And we have to still be aware of how we address the current situation. And the impact of COVID-19 has seen on various fronts. It has exposed the vulnerabilities on various parts of the society. And from the vulnerability perspective, the government, companies, as well as individuals have transformed their behaviors, and irreversible changes in behavior is to emerge. And the restricted economic activities has become more of a new normal. In the financial services side, remote and non-contact, more and more customers are expecting to see that. In the mobile market, the data platform, Apwani Japan company, according to their press in May 2020, investment and asset management is available on smartphones. In March and April in 2020, under COVID-19, compared to December of the previous year, more than 85% growth was seen in the few months. At MUFG, the internet banking active users at time of a peak has increased by 30% from the previous year, and account opening, more customers are opening accounts online. This has grown quite significantly, and it has seen across other financial institutions. Work style has changed in our banking institution as well. At MUFG, towards Olympic and Paralympic Games, we had prepared to work from home, but with COVID-19, information security and various challenges have been addressed, and mobile terminals and so forth have been disseminated. And from mid-May last year, more than 70% of our employees were working from home. Remote meeting on a monthly basis is 40 times that of pre-COVID-19. So the behavior change have led to consumption behavior of individuals. MUFG, with COVID, consumption of individuals, with people staying more at home, and utility fees are on the rise. In the meantime, face-to-face services such as eating out and leisures and so forth will be difficult to recover to pre-COVID-19 levels. In Japan and in the United States, consumption will be 90% of that of pre-COVID levels. These changes are leading to changes in the management of businesses and the industry. With regards to various needs and demands, many customers are addressing those challenges by going online. Mr. Hirai has said that IT strategy and infrastructure investment did not work sufficiently with COVID-19, and he has said that there was a defeat on the digital front. Digital in the past was from the perspective of the service provider. It was not offered in a citizen first or people first perspective. This is a grave comment in my view. Not just the government, but also the private sector must also have a customer-oriented perspective and put it into practice. And the various needs that has emerged as a result of staying home, we need to lead that kind of transformation towards economic growth for the entire company. Recovering from the defeat of digital field is not easy, but we have been able to adapt to various challenges over the years. The COVID-19 challenge has been addressed at the government level, private sector, at the individual level, and with that, I think we will be able to see a breakthrough. The next point is, what are the expectations towards the financial institution? In spite of all this, in this year's JFSA policy, number one was COVID-19 addressing and building a world after post-COVID-19, and seal stamping and face-to-face, which has been a prerequisite in the industry as a custom, is to be revised. And the growth strategy of the government is also calling for enhanced facilitation of digitalization, and in order to realize economic growth as well as sustainable growth of the economy, there are various measures that have been implemented. Cashless society and various infrastructure to be revitalized, revisited, and the payment infrastructure and cashless system. This is what I would like to next talk about. At the JBA, ZenginNet has introduced the next generation settlement payment system in the task force. The reliability to the financial institution system is to be maintained, and we have come up with the initiative last year. This is to take part in the Zenginkyo system, in the JBA system. By 2021, the initiative will expand to other players. And the benefit of the JBA system of by 2022 fiscal year, in early 2022, we intend to embark on this initiative. So interoperability should be enhanced in order to facilitate the system, and accounting to go online, to digitalize that is a major challenge that we need to address. And in order to address these challenges, the users, in other words, the industry and the government, based on support and understanding from the government, the DenSaiNet and internet banking to be utilized to digitalize the information and data to be able to enhance the efficiency of payment and settlement and so forth. And on our part, in seeking a new way of living and working through these initiatives, payment and cashless initiatives are to be promoted, and we want to respond to those expectations to contribute to the addressing of social challenges and digitalization of the Japanese economy. In the meantime, on the legal front, Japanese customers are going beyond the borders of finance and non-finance, and there are expectations for deregulation on this front. 2017, there is a financial system study group, and there has been a lot of discussions taking place talking about deregulation of the finance industry, and there's expectations that new initiatives will be launched.
In JBA, we are studying these deregulation efforts, working together with fintech and other industry partners to provide a more convenient and user-friendly service to customers. In promoting this, the challenges to have the same standard for same business and same risk. The basic principle needs to be complied with. When we consider the regulation on financial services, the basic principles and the concepts will still apply in order to assure appropriate security, safety, and stability of the financial system and provide convenience to the users. Therefore, continuous efforts need to be made to optimize the regulation on the industry. On the other hand, for the customers to use financial services with safety and security, this is indeed a must. It is essential. At the same time, improving customer experience and customer convenience is essential to keep the support of the end users. Financial institutions must provide safety and stability, and the quality requirement is different from other industries. As such, many creative initiatives have been taken in our industry, as have we. In financial business, we need to continue to improve efficiency. At the time, we should never betray the trust of our customers to provide safe and stable service, and continue to make efforts for further improvements. At the same time, how can we convey the convenience to the customers? New experience, new user-friendliness needs to be created together with fintech and other partners. Fintech and financial industries' relationships was initially seen as a disruptor. However, fintech is now seen as an enabler. But going forward, we believe that fintech will be more of a partner to support the financial services together with the financial industry. Fintech as a financial service in search for a platform for digitalized society. The theme of today's FINSUM2021, I think, is in light of this trend. So, how will COVID impact the financial industry, and how can we tackle this challenge together with fintech partners, hand in hand? At the onset, I talked about the changes brought on by COVID-19, but the large social transformation that we see today has actually started prior to COVID, and it has been accelerated with the pandemic. Remote service, non-face-to-face service is expanding rapidly and diversifying people's needs. Also, ESG is having a large impact, and there is a very large interest in social contribution. Globally, digital shift, digital transformation is occurring at a rapid pace, and for each industry, resolving social issues must become part of the management priorities. We, the financial industry, needs to be the driver of social transformation and to take proactive action to tackle social challenges. From these perspectives, the financial industry, the JBA's efforts, I have explained during today's speech. But in order to further accelerate and create significant impact, we need to shift from doing everything in-house, but to go to an open collaboration with fintech and other partners. Also, fintech companies, I hope, will work together with financial industries so that we can resolve the many social issues together. The word open innovation has become a generic term these days. And during these FINSUM events, or there is a platform between academia, government, and industry, as well as different venues of collaboration. MUFG, in order to promote DX, we have continued to focus on the importance of open innovation. For example, Startup Accelerator Program, the first in Japan, MUFG Digital Accelerator, has entered its 5th phase. Also, fintech dedicated Mitsubishi UFJ Innovation Partners has been launched to support startup companies as equal companies. And we are starting some joint venture initiatives in order to further push forward DX and to accelerate the growth of fintech companies. We are trying to enhance and upgrade such an ecosystem. Also, as the social DX is promoted, each company, each industry, each business and solution, these standalone efforts will not be sufficient. The financial service is always supporting the other industries back of stage. But further, we have to work with different industries, different players in order to fully tackle the social challenges. There may be different partnerships that will form going forward, but in order to realize a massive social transformation, we need to gather our wisdom and co-create. What will be important is to not have either safety or convenience as the choice for customers, but to realize both, to go over what has been perceived as the boundary by working together and forming partnerships. This is what I would like to discuss with you gathered here today to make further advancements. I have one last topic to talk about: digital transformation and resolving social issues. Financial services must advance in collaboration with fintech companies as well as partners in other industries, each fulfilling its role and becoming more sophisticated and improved. Further DX promotion and growth of fintech companies, we need to create a world so that the ecosystem can further evolve. What I feel very strongly is DX promotion needs to be taken as your own matter and partner sincerely with other players. We need to nurture our human resources who are capable of that. From last year, we have started digital education, and from this year especially, we are trying to develop core personnel who are capable of digital transformation. For each business line to be able to proactively promote digital transformation. I hope that FINSUM will continue to bring together public institutions, companies, startups, academics, and play an integral role in connecting different talents in fintech and digitalization, so that Japan's fintech and digitalization will further expand. Thank you very much.
ミケ様、どうもありがとうございました。
Thank you very much,
今一度
Mr.
大きな拍手をお願いいたします。
Once again, please give him a great round of applause.
さて、この後は11時よ
The
り
next
ネムグルー
lecture
プ CEO
will be
デイビッ
from
ド・ショー様による講演をお届けいたします。
CEO of
お時
NEM
間ま
Group,
で今しば
Mr.
らくお
David
待ちください。
Shaw, will provide us with a lecture. Thank you very much.
独創的な人々、価値を作り出す人々、事業家も協力者も共に次世代のビジネスを展開させていきましょう。公正な取引に基づくビジネスや全ての人や物が持つ価値、私たちが所有するもの、借りているもの、貸しているものに信頼を与える場所。シンボルはコネクターです。 安全で信頼できるビジネスのための価値交換プラットフォーム。企業や開発者、組織や個人が共に価値を創造できる場所です。シンボルはビジネスとブロックチェーンをつなぎ、真に大切なものに焦点を向けています。高いセキュリティ。シンボルはコントラクトプラグインフレームワークを使用し、人為的ミスやネットワーク攻撃を防止します。強化された相互運用性。API により既存の事業システムやプロセス、他のネットワークやブロックチェーンとのスムーズな統合が可能。より早く効率的に。多層アーキテクチャによりネットワークパフォーマンスが向上。プラグインアプローチで開発や実装がスピードアップするため、総所有コストが低くなります。これが今日シンボルがビジネスに最適なブロックチェーンである理由です。しかしブロックチェーンの真の可能性やシンボルの利用方法はまだこれから。共に力を合わせることでブロックチェーンの可能性を具現化できます。アイデアに対してお互いにオープンになることでビジネスのやり方を変えることができるのです。一緒なら全てが可能。シンボル、パワリングポシビリティ。
So I think asset digitization has massive benefits for enterprise businesses and for their clients and their end customers. And the way to look at this is forget about some of the technology that's held you back in the past and think about, the platforms that we have now, the hybrid platform, the secure platforms, the interoperable, the ease of use, where you can in essence digitize any asset. And I do mean any asset, physical assets, financial assets, people assets, time, expertise, all of those you can use Symbol platform to digitize those. What you do with them next is really down to your business model, and it gives you a whole new world to think about how to monetize, how to make your customers happy, and how to grow your businesses. So if we take what I would call the ultimate digital asset, which is a central bank digital currency, the last 2 or 3 years, I'd say every bank in the world is talking about it, and all the institutions, the financial institutions are working on it, and academia is researching it, because it's not an easy process. It seems very simple, but it's not. And I think there's a couple of reasons of why everybody's looking at this at the moment. The first one is just from the financial crisis, we learned a lot back, 10 years ago, so now a little bit further, but we learned a lot about how we manage our financial systems, and all governments want to make it more efficient and faster. So that's led us down a digitization process, a transformation process, and a lot of the big banks in G7 countries, like the really big countries, have started to automate things a little bit more, make payments faster, make them clearer, etc. The next natural step of that, or in a few steps, is going to be a central bank currency, where it's a digital currency held, safely, securely, and transacted. I think where the world is at the moment, you've got sort of 2 different, say, levels of CBDC work. The first one is the big banks, the G7 banks. So they're working very much on research, lots of thought leadership, lots of academic and theory testing. So they're a little bit further back in the process of, if this is the goal of where we launch, they're still at this first part. But some are moving fast, some are moving slow as ever. There's then everyone else, and obviously that's hundreds of countries, where they're all doing different things, keeping an eye on what the G7 type countries are doing, but they're trialing it in different ways. And some of that is just research, some of that is actually launching types of currencies. And so where we've worked as Symbol platform is a really good solution for Bank of Lithuania. So the Bank of Lithuania has launched in 2020 the LB coin, which is in essence the first manifestation of a central bank currency in the world, whereby people in Lithuania, or anywhere actually, you can still use it, but for the people of Lithuania, they could use this LB coin to transact. Now, it's a token, it's an asset, and it's based on our platform, but the manifestation of it is also a silver sort of collectible coin. So it's bridging the real world and the digital world. And the reason they've done that is we need to understand, for a CBDC, how people interact with it. because we're used to having pounds and coins and notes. So it's a really interesting test and trial they've done to actually see what people, how they interact, what they do. And that also for Lithuania has allowed them to work with the EU and the European Central Bank on what's next, because they're doing a lot of academia. Lithuania has a lot of real research now. So I think for CBDCs and for central banks to make a success of this, they have to use a hybrid blockchain. Hybrid blockchain is the combination of public and private. A CBDC inherently is public and private. It's the citizens of your country using what is a very secure private, the monetary system, the financial system. So the great thing with Symbol Platform, you get those together automatically built in. So there's no extra work, there's no moving the transactions and then having issues and risks around that. The private side stays within your firewall. The public side, where the citizens will use your currency, that works together. So it's really important that the security side of things are as high as possible, because this is your central currency, your central bank. But you also it has to interact with the people, otherwise there's no point. So again, all of this is about efficiency and speed, but with full security and full transparency. And that's what hybrid blockchain gives you. And that's why, Symbol Platform is leading the way with this.
シンボルがビジネスに最適なブロックチェーンである理由をこれからお話しします。使いやすさ。シンボルは開発と実装までにかかる時間を短縮できるように設計されています。柔軟なプラグインアプローチは他のブロックチェーンの複雑さを排除したスマートコントラクト機能を備えています。シンボルを使えば幅広いビジネスデータやプロセスを管理、カスタムアセットやトークンを数分で作成できます。相互運用性。シンボルのブロックチェーンは API を使用して簡単に既存のビジネスシステム、プロセスや他のブロックチェーンに統合することができます。またシンボルの API ラッパーは一般的なコーディング言語用に設計されているため、サービスの構築、デプロイ、管理の方法を変更する必要はありません。セキュリティ。シンボルは他のブロックチェーンにあるスマートコントラクトのアプローチではなく、コントラクトプラグインフレームワークを使用しています。これによりプロトコル内でアセットやトークンを設定することが可能となり、人為的ミスの防止につながります。またマルチレベル、マルチシグアカウント機能が組み込まれており、新しいレベルのセキュリティとコントロールを提供します。高度な機能。シンボルには安全・高速でシンプルに導入ができる機能が備わっています。例えば第三者を介せずにピアツーピアでの同時交換を可能にする自動エスクロー機能があります。また使い捨てスマートコントラクトは3つ以上のアカウント間で単一の取引を作成できます。コスト管理。シンボルのハイブリッドソリューションではあなたのサーバー上にシンボルのプライベートチェーンを作成します。それにより手数料なしで無制限にトランザクションを実行できます。シンボルはコストをコントロールできるように構築されているため、パブリックチェーンを使用するタイミングを選択できます。これが今日のビジネスにおいてシンボルが最適なブロックチェーンである理由です。シンボル、パワリングポシビリティ。
それではお時間となりましたので、これよりネムグループ
It is now time for us to move to the next lecture, which is from NEM Group CEO Mr. David Shaw. He has provided us with a video. At the beginning, there is a surprise congratulation comment from the president of BCCC, Mr. Hirano.
皆様こんにちは。ブロックチェーン推進協会
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
代表理事の平野
I
陽一郎
am
です。
Hirano Yoichiro, president of the Blockchain Collaborative Consortium. Congratulations on the launch of NEM symbol.
シンボルなどの暗号資産を
Blockchain, which support cryptocurrency, such as NEM symbol, is used widely for traceability, proof of authenticity, and virtual shareholder meetings, just to name a few.
これから訪れる
In the new decentralized society, where we will transition from a hierarchical, disciplined, and controlled society to an autonomous, distributed, cooperative society. In this transformation, blockchain will play a vital role. BCCC, together with more than 200 member companies, will work to promote the spread of blockchain to formulate such a new society. Please don't miss the developments in the blockchain technology space.
Konnichiwa, NEM Group CEO, no David Shaw, Des. Good morning and thank you for joining me. It's a real privilege for me to be here today. My name is David Shaw and I'm the CEO of NEM Group. For over 30 years, I've been working with major global technology companies, and aside from the challenge of making a profit, I've always sought to serve the community and customer base the business has operated in. Purpose for me has always been paramount, and this is what led me to NEM. NEM is an open source blockchain project, and within that, NEM Group comprises 3 separate entities: NEM Software, NEM Trading, and NEM Ventures. And together, our mission is to nurture the NEM ecosystem that has blockchain at its core. You will have all heard about cryptocurrency. Bitcoin, in particular, has been dominating recent news headlines based on its surging market value. Lately, we've seen more and more institutional investment in the space as companies from Tesla to Salesforce seek to establish a strong crypto foothold. However, this is just the tip of the iceberg. At NEM, what truly excites us are the possibilities not just of cryptocurrency, but of what lays beyond that. I and the rest of the NEM team would argue that blockchain has the power to underpin a brand new economy, one that ultimately improves trust, transparency, and efficiency for individuals, organizations, and society as a whole. Economically, we stand at a crossroads. What worked in the past may not necessarily work in the future, and what it takes for the economy to succeed has fundamentally changed. Japan stands as the world's 3rd largest economy, and its cultural reach remains colossal. But despite its economic strength, according to the IMD World Digital Ranking 2020, Japan is 27th in digital competitiveness and 22nd in digital talent. The country has produced just 5 out of more than 500 unicorn startups globally. And these metrics fall far short of Japan's full potential, especially when you look at world-recognized and leading Japanese brands like Toyota, Sony, NTT, Nintendo, Mitsui, and Uniqlo, to name but a few. It's clear that Japan has a long and successful history as a leader in terms of innovation. The challenge now is how to rediscover and unlock that innovation once more. Blockchain is a technology that is ripe for innovation, and we believe represents a wonderful opportunity for Japan to rediscover its digital competitiveness through unique, creative, and disruptive solutions. But first, it's important to understand where we are today. We are told we are already witnessing the 4th industrial revolution, the ongoing movement being led by big tech and multinationals such as Google, Amazon, and Alibaba. These organizations have put digital disruption at the heart of their business models, and this has been central to their success. Yet we would argue that this is only the first wave of digitization, a wave characterized by centralization and at its core, one that reflects the structure and philosophy of the old economy. This remains a model that benefits the few and not the many, and which perpetuates the existing economic rules and structures. Between April to July last year, during the height of the first wave of the global coronavirus pandemic, and at a time when millions of people around the world lost their jobs or were struggling, billionaires increased their wealth by more than a quarter. The real new economy needs to change that power dynamic. To be truly transformative, the new economy must address a fundamental flaw of our economic system by shifting the nexus of power from a few corporations back towards individuals and communities. As we see it, the characteristics that define the new economy are threefold. Firstly, digitization, enabling speed and connectivity. Second, tokenization, enabling a fair reward for people's contribution. And third, decentralization, creating access for all and allowing the many to participate and contribute to the new economy. Taken together, these combined characteristics form the driving force of the movement towards a new economic model. And financial services is at the forefront of this shift and can continue to play a leading role by embracing great ideas and engaging with new technology. Which brings us back to blockchain, an inherently decentralized technology that presents a wonderful opportunity to create an entirely new financial system, one that is more open and accessible to everyone, bringing millions of underbanked or unbanked individuals into the financial ecosystem. In turn, a reimagined financial system holds huge investment opportunities through the token model and the creation of entirely new asset classes. This is especially powerful when comparing this new system against the old economy, which is centralized, closed, and reliant on intermediaries or aggregators. It's time for an upgrade. To be clear, decentralization doesn't constitute anarchy and chaos. Rather, this is a concept that will move the economic system far closer to democracy, something ultimately for the benefit of the many, not just the few. We believe that in order to truly advance to a new economy, it must be built on the foundations of decentralization, digitization, and tokenization. This shift is already beginning to take shape. To illustrate the potential for a new economy, let's look at an example of an industry that's been hugely successful in Japan, whiskey production. Whiskey has long been a popular investment as a hard asset. However, investing in whiskey, or liquid gold as it's sometimes known, is also fraught with challenges. High upfront costs and a requisite specialist knowledge of the industry, on top of a multi-year lockup of cash flows due to the aging process of whiskey, all play a role in deterring investors from the area. Blockchain provides an answer to this challenge. In partnership with Wave Financial, a securities and issuance partner, we've applied the principle of digitization, tokenization, and decentralization to one of the oldest industries in the world. The Wave Financial Kentucky Whiskey Digital Fund is a tokenized fund that represents 5,000 barrels of the 2020 vintage bourbon. The first step was to digitize the asset, the whiskey, to make it accessible and available as a fund. We then created and issued digital tokens, each of which represents a share in the whiskey fund. These tokens allow investors to trade and monetize their shares. When the barrels of whiskey are sold over time, investors will simply exchange their tokens with Wave for their share of the return on the fund. The decentralized principle at the core of blockchain has allowed many more investors to participate in the fund and of course in whiskey. Kentucky bourbon represents a huge opportunity for investors into a world they were previously excluded from. While many assets lose value over time, whiskey in fact accrues value due to its unique barrel aging process. By applying blockchain to the whiskey fund, we are able to open up this opportunity to a much wider range of investors, broadening and strengthening interest in the industry. Through blockchain, investors globally can now gain exposure to the ever-growing US whiskey market, introducing liquidity and accessibility into a fine goods market that has typically provided neither. This is just one example of how blockchain ecosystems can support this powerful new economic model. The reality is that blockchain is still a young and evolving technology, but one with huge potential. There are endless possibilities, and we have seen an explosion of application development using blockchain to improve our economy, our systems of governance, our healthcare, and much, much more besides. Think back to the early days of the internet. There were lots of skeptics then too. No one thought it was going to work, in fact, a passing fad. It started as an academic research tool with huge amounts of data and information, but not user-friendly. But it evolved, primarily to be used as a search engine at first, and then rapidly proceeded to permeate every aspect of our daily lives as innovations were layered upon the underlying technology to bring about the information and knowledge economy. Similarly, cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin are just the first use case of the blockchain technology. There remain so many ways in which blockchain can impact and influence the nature of social and economic interaction for individuals, organizations, and society. Blockchain brings with it an opportunity to create an entirely new economic system, one that is more open and accessible to everyone, for the many, not just the few. NEM's vision is to build and foster this growth of the new economy movement. And I again wish to stress the importance of fintech's driving role in advancing this ambition. Reimagining the financial system is one of the first steps towards realizing a better new economy. Success will not be defined with one organization winning ahead of another. It will be about everyone, individuals and organizations, participating, contributing, and being rewarded. Our approach has partnerships at its core, and it's why we're forging local partnerships here in Japan, why we are here today at FINSUM, why we have joined the BCCC to contribute to enterprise adoption, and why we are actively seeking systems integrator partners to help us deliver on our vision. Symbol, a brand new blockchain that will sit at the heart of the new economy. NEM's vibrant Japanese community has and will continue to be an integral part of building out and testing our Symbol platform. This new economy will be characterized by decentralization, expanding access for all, digitization, which is about growing innovation, and tokenization, finding new ways of creating value. We're just at the start of this exciting journey, and we really welcome new ideas and new conversations, and I would really encourage you to talk to us today, over the rest of FINSUM and beyond. We truly believe the paradigm is shifting. NEM is building a new, open and more accessible economy with blockchain at its core. Please come and join us. Thank you. Arigato gozaimashita.
翔様、どうもありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Mr. Shaw.
さて、それではこの後は11時30分より
The next program will start from 11:30. Title is Crypto Asset Business, Its Potential and Future. We will have a panel discussion with the CEO of Huobi Japan, Chen Haiten, as well as CEO of SBI Security Solutions and CEO of SBI Digital Asset Holdings, Mr. Fernando Luis Vasquez Cao, CEO of Boostry, Mr. Toshinori Tasaki, partner Anderson Mori Totsune, Mr. Ken Kawai, Assistant Commissioner, Innovation and Sustainable Finance on International Affairs, Financial Services Agency Japan, Junpei Miwa, and fintech editor of Nikkei, Mr. Keita Sekiguchi. We'll be beginning at 11:30. Thank you very much.
て、それではお時間となりましたので、これより暗号資産ビジネスの可能性と
It is
将
now
来をテーマに
time
パネ
to
ルディスカ
start
ッションを
the
行
panel
ってまいり
discussion
ます。
session
そ
on
れ
the
では
topic of
登
crypto
壇者の
asset
皆
business,
様を
its
お呼びさせてい
potential
ただき
and
ます。
future.
まずはじめに
Let me
ホビジャ
introduce
パン
the
代表
panelists.
取締役社長
CEO of
様です。
Hobby
皆
Japan
様大
Inc.,
きな拍手をお
Mr.
迎え
Chen
ください。
Hai-ten.
陳様
Please
よろしくお
welcome
願い
him
いた
with
し
a big
ます。
round of applause. Mr. Chen, please.
続きまして
Next,
SBI セキュリティソリューションズ
CEO
代表取締役
SBI Security
SBI デジタルア
Solutions,
セットホールディングス代表取締役フェルナンド・ルイ
SBI
ス・バスケス
Digital
カオ
Asset
様です。
Holdings
どうぞ
Company
皆様
Limited,
大きな拍手をお
Mr.
迎えくださ
Fernando
い。
Luis Vasquez
カオ
Cao.
様よろしくお願いいたします。
Please welcome him with a big round of applause, please.
はい、続きましてブーストリー CEO
Next,
佐々木俊則様
CEO
です。
of
佐々
Boostry,
木様よろしくお願いいたします。
Toshinori Sasaki.
続いてアンダーソン・
Next,
モーリー友常法律事務
partner
所
of
外
Anderson
国法
Mori
共
and
同事業パート
Tomotsune,
ナー弁護士河合健様です。
attorney at
河合
law,
様よろしくお
Mr.
願いいた
Ken
します。
Kawai.
大きな拍手でお迎えください。続きましては金融庁国際政策管
From
理
the
官
Financial
三輪
Services
純平様
Agency
です。
Japan,
三輪様
Assistant
よろしくお願いい
Commissioner,
たします。
Innovation and Sustainable Finance in International Affairs, Mr. Junpei Miwa.
最後にモデレーターを務めますのは日本経済
The
新聞
moderator
社
will
編
be
集局フィンテックエディター
Fintech
関口
Editor
啓
at
太です。
Nikkei Inc.,
関口さん
Mr.
よろしくお願いい
Keita
たします。
Sekiguchi.
それではここからの進行は関口さ
From
んに
here
お
on,
願いいたします。
I am handing it over to
それでは
Mr. Sekiguchi to moderate the session.
どうもご紹介いただきました。
Thank you for the introduction. My name is Keita Sekiguchi.
ですね、はじめにですね、
First off,
せっかくなので、
since this is a great opportunity, we have such distinguished panelists, so I'd like to ask each one of them to introduce themselves first,
早速よろしくお願いします。
starting with, please.
皆さん、はじめまして、ボビージャパン
Good morning. My name is Chen Hai-ten of Hobby Japan. About 20 years ago, Okinawa University I studied, and at Kobe University I studied economics, and then NTT West Japan Venture Fintech. I had various experiences, and after that, Baidu search engine, I was president of the Japanese operation, and now I'm representative of Hobby Japan after joining it from 2018. Thank you.
SBI Digital Asset Holdings のフェランドと申します。よろしくお
My
願い
name
いた
is
します。
Fernando from
私は
SBI Digital Asset Holdings.
技術テクノロジー畑
Fintech,
なんですけど、
no tech.
もともと
I'm not an
IT で
expert
世
on
界を
technology.
変えたい
And initially, I wanted to change the world through IT. That was my passion. So I entered into the IT industry.
クラウド技術
And so far, cloud technology, open source, those are the areas where I worked, and I believe that I have been able to make some contribution there. And these activities must have been recognized to a certain extent, and I was receiving a Contributors Award from Japan OSS. And this IT, in 2008, with the emergence of Bitcoin, fintech revolution, I realized that I was supporting that revolution from behind, and I was engulfed in this fintech wave. And in 2016, SBI Group, Mr. Kitao's vision, I was fascinated by that, and I joined the SBI Group. And right now, data asset related matters overseas is my responsibility. Thank you.
はい、ブースリ社の佐々木と申します。よろしくお
My
願い
name
します。
is Sasaki from Booth Street.
私はですね、野村証券の方にですね、長く
And at Nomura
その前
Securities,
までは
I was
IT
with
会社
the
にいたんで
securities
すけれ
firm
ども、
for many years, and before that, I was
企
at
業さ
an
んの
IT
ですね
firm
自治
and
体
at the
様の資金調
securities,
達、ファイナンスをですね、ずっとやってきました。
fundraising of
その中で
corporations
暗号
and the
資産
public
に使わ
sector
れているですね、
bodies I
ブロックチェーン技術、
was
これをです
involved in.
ね、扱うと
And
この
blockchain
ファイナンスが非常
technology,
に
when
革新的
you
に変わるであろう
use
と
it, finance
いうふう
could
に
be
思って、
changed
その情熱を持って
dramatically.
ですね、ブー
And
ス
with
リ社
that
というのを
passion,
立ち上げて、
I've launched this
証券会
company,
社
Booth
野
Street,
村総研のですね、合弁会社のような
and
形
Nomura
ですけれども、
Securities and
そういう
Nomura
会社
Research
で情熱
Institute's
を持って
joint
取り組んでいる
venture is this
ものでござ
company.
います。本日よろしくお
So
願いいた
that
しま
is
す。
my passion. Thank you so much.
皆さんこんにちは。アンダーソン・モーリーともすね、法律
Good
事務所
morning.
の弁護士の河合と申します。
My name is Kawai from Anderson and Mori,
私はですね、専門が
Tomotsune.
金融規制
I'm an
と
attorney at law. Financial regulation and fintech is my expertise. Of fintech, blockchain is my focus. Crypto asset exchanges, stable coin, digital securities, and non-fungible tokens of late. Other blockchain-related companies are the clients that I assist. Thank you very much.
今日は皆さんこんにちは。金融庁
Good
で国際
morning.
政策管理官をやっています三浦と申します。
Assistant Commissioner at the Financial Services Agency in charge of sustainable finance, innovation, and sustainable finance in international affairs. So I'm in the international related department, but main focus is innovation and other sustainable finance. Climate change is also another thing that I'm involved in.
この国際部門に移る前はですね、
And before that,
金融庁の中でフィンテック室というのがあって、そこの
there was a fintech office in the FSA, and I was the director of that office. And in the interim period, this FINSUM event from 2017, I have had the opportunity to attend. And last year,
ブロックチェーンのイベントということで、
a blockchain event, FINSUM
ブロックチェーン&ビジネスと、
business,
いわゆる BG2C
blockchain and business, and BG2C, blockchain global governance conference
このイベントも
were organized.
やらせていただいております。今回はどちらかというとですね、い
And
ろ
this
んな
time,
日系さんとのですね、こういうコラボレーションのセッションに多く
in this collaboration session with Nikkei, I am involved in these sessions, and this afternoon there's going to be another session. So I look forward to a lot of discussion today. Thank you very much.
皆さんありがとうございます。
Thank you so much.
今日冒頭のセッションということなんですけども、
And this is
冒
the
頭テーマが
first
なんで暗号資
session.
産ビジネスが選ばれたのかなと
And why did we
ちょっ
choose
と考え
this
てみたんです
topic?
けど、やっぱりフィ
Crypto
ンテッ
asset
ク、
business.
様々いろんなテーマがあるんですけども、
Fintech.
こ
There
の
are
業
many
界
themes
かなり
in
変
fintech,
化が激しいん
but
ですね。
this
で
industry
やっぱりこの1
is
年
changing so
何が起きている
rapidly,
のかというのも
and over the
この
past 1 year, what
セッ
has
ションをお話し
happened?
つつ、この先どう
Those
な
are
って
things
い
that
くのか、
we would like
そ
to
の
review
未
in
来
this
像み
session,
たいな
and
も
also
のを
to look at the
今日は
future vision
このセッショ
as
ン
to
から
what would
お話し
happen
いただければ
in the
なという
future.
ふうに
This is something that we would like you to take
ま
away
ず
from
ちょ
this
っと
session.
初めこのチ
So
ャー
first
トを
off,
見ていただけれ
please
ば
take a
な
look
とい
at this
うふう
chart.
に思っているんですけども、このチャートですね。
This one.
ビットコインの価格です。
Bitcoin
暗号
price.
資産いろんな種類ありますけれ
Crypto
ども、
assets,
代
there
表
are
的
different
な
kinds.
通貨
Some leading
通貨
ones
としてビットコインという
include
のが
Bitcoin.
皆さんすぐ思いつくと思うんで
I'm
すけど
sure
も、
you all
2017
recognize
年
Bitcoin.
3年前ですね。
In 2017, that's 3 years
出してい
ago,
ただければと思うん
if
で
you
すけ
could
ど、
remember,
17
back
年
then,
この時ビットコインの価格が年初
the price of
1000ドルだった
Bitcoin
のが
was $1,000 at the beginning of the year, but in 1 year, it grew by 20 times to become $20,000. So people were talking about the bubble of crypto assets only at 20,000 level. And then after that, there was a collapse, and there was the winter period to come. But in 2020, you breached this 20,000 yen dollar level, and currently it's 60,000. We used to call it a bubble at $20,000, but now it's at 60,000. What kind of phenomenon is this? Is this a bubble or not? This is the first question that we would like to put to you. Mr. Fernando Cao, we'd like to ask you first, what do you think of the current situation? How should we assess this? First of all, individual investors' behaviors and developments. Let me talk about that first. This rising market
over the past few months, individual investors are really activated in this market. But in 2017, when there was that bubble, compared to that, relatively speaking, people are more or less calm. So I think it's more sound than compared to what it was back in 2017. Outflow risk through hacking and other knowledge has been acquired. And after 2017, futures and interest products and options, these financial products have been combined together for long-term holdings. So individual investors are more or less long-term oriented now. And as for institutional investors, in 2017, when there was that rising market, it was led by individual investors, but this time around, corporates included, institutional investors are stimulating the market in the current round.
PayPal and Pita and advanced tech companies, not only them, Fidelity and other traditional financial institutions have purchased crypto virtual currencies. That is what has been happening. So market has been on the rise, and this rise has been supported by these players. And aside from that, money transfer, custody, related infrastructures, on that side, major financial institutions have yet to enter in full-fledged manner. They're still weak. Once this can be developed, further increase in the number of players can be anticipated, and SBI are very much interested in capturing business opportunities there. Looking around the world, it seems that we hear a lot about institutional investors from the United States, including Tesla. But the question is whether this is a global phenomenon or not. Do you think it has become a global phenomenon? Honestly speaking, this has not been a global phenomenon. Many of the players have not yet confident enough to take on risks. And the shareholders tend to be conservative, and the shareholders are impeding the companies to make investment. And that is the current status, I think. What about the potential going forward? Could it grow? In other countries, many have been purchasing Bitcoin, and the authorities have said that the valuation is zero, and this has undermined the balance sheet, and many of them have given up. Evaluation of virtual currencies. If we can see standardization there, not only Americans, but European and Japanese could see a growth. We could see a growth in Europe and Japan as well. So we have been talking about institutional investors. So Mr. Chen, what about institutional investors and retail investors? What kind of market are we seeing right now? Right. What's different between now and 2017? There are a couple of differences. First, when we had the bubble towards the end of 2017, this was mostly retail investors who were the investors, but now abroad, in the United States, for example, Grayscale, PayPal, Square, large companies have made inroads into this market. and institutional investors and large companies are already a part of this market, and the Japanese market has evolved. Back in 2017, ventures such as CoinCheck, ventures were the main players, but now large companies in Japan are entering the market. Yahoo, Takuya, Line, Monex, Securities. So we have a new set of players in the Japanese market. And thirdly, there have been changes in development. 3 years ago, market plummeted and outflow, leakage. But now in Japan, we now have laws and legislations in place, and therefore fiat, Japanese yen, trust banks are handling them, and coins are kept in cold wallet. The safety and security have changed quite drastically. So the environment is more ripe and a lot of attention on this market. So in terms of the society, 3 years ago, honestly speaking, there were divergent views on Bitcoin, but now things have changed. Crypto asset is a must in the world of investment. So crypto asset has become essential. So it has been recognized as digital gold. So this shows how significant the change has been. Digital gold, you mentioned. When institutional investors are buying into these assets and they look at these assets as digital gold, and is this the widely held perception amongst the retail investors? I mean, retail investors have been affected by the market trend, and the recognition of the market has been increasing. Therefore, in terms of investment, they are diversifying into equity, fixed income, real estate. But as a part of diversification amongst my friends, for example, these retail investors are now using crypto assets as a way of diversification. Thank you. You've talked about crypto asset exchange operators for trading and asset formation purposes. But crypto asset is not just about trading, but based on the technology of blockchain, this have led to new businesses. And that is what the Boostry, led by Sasaki-san, is working on. Sasaki-san, what is the world that we are seeing in terms of utilization of crypto assets? Thank you. So now the name is changed from virtual currency to crypto asset. It used to be recognized as currencies, but you've talked about digital gold. But we are now looking at this as an asset, a transfer of asset from one person to the other. Without intermediary, you can easily transfer an asset from one person to the other person, and this can be used with the digital codes. So that is the trend we have seen. And crypto, being an asset, crypto asset could be used in many ways. Boostry, for example, is working on security token. So marketable securities. Therefore, this has characteristics of an asset, and the benefit of a blockchain is that transfer can be easily achieved from one person to the other, and this process of transfer can be automated quite easily. So digital asset bond, a form of corporate bond, and membership rights, not securities, and securitized products, where we have seen less participation by retail investors. And unlisted shares could be another area where we could use this. So starting with marketable securities, we could apply to NFT, digital rights, and to other rights. So that is the potential that we see at the moment. Standardization in the industry is one of the benefits that can be brought about by blockchain. Boostry, two security firms and an IT company have formed as a joint venture, Boostry, and blockchain We want to build a platform for transfer of assets. Digital gold is blockchain, and we want to unleash the potential of blockchain so that we can make transactions of digital rights easier for companies, financial institutions, and for retail investors. We are offering services, and we call it an ecosystem. By expanding our ecosystem, rights that have existed but not widely marketed, and new rights could be tapped. That is, I believe, a new potential. I have one question to Sasaki-san. Digital security. Digital securities are on the horizon. Already, securities brokerage firms or companies issue securities as an issuer, and brokerage firms play an intermediary role to distribute securities. And this world, do you think will change with digital securities? How many companies do you think will ultimately issue digital securities? For the time being, financial institutions will work with us. And one of the things that we have done is self-offering. Issuer raise fund from investors. It's almost like a crowdfunding, self-initiated crowdfunding. This can be easily done with the technology of blockchain. So financial institutions' roles will remain intact, but B2C players already have network with individuals. Therefore, they will be able to do business with individuals without financial institutions getting involved in the process. So we have been talking about channels on internet, but transactions and network with clients will be on the internet, and this will start with B2C companies. But I believe in further down the road that this will replace everything else. Kawai-san, not just the digital securities, but what are some of the businesses that we could envisage? Right. In my position, in my role, I have been asked by many companies back in 2017, 2018, crypto asset exchange operators, Bitcoin, Ether, XRB, companies handling those were the needs that we saw. But more recently, as you have all been talking about, with the development of blockchain technologies, blockchain can be widely applied in many areas. So obviously, digital security is one thing. But apart from digital securities, non-fungible token, NFT, there is no two identical things. A token is a unique, special number, and it is clearly distinguished from others. That is NFT. So this is the only thing. Linking art piece with NFT, you can transact. So those things with unique features can be digitalized for the purpose of trading, and this is taking place in the form of token. And the crypto asset business has been changing as well, not just selling and buying, but crypto assets can be used for lending, and there are borrowers of crypto assets. And in the case of Bitcoin mining, significant advanced technologies, and you have to have a lot of semiconductors, and you have to mine, otherwise you can't do it. But staking, you hold a certain amount of crypto asset, and by saving it somewhere, you can do the business. That is staking, a new trend.
Separate from those that has asset value, there is more business proceeding with the payment function, stable coin, and CBDCs. In terms of technology, the same blockchain is being used, but crypto assets are so volatile in value. It's difficult to use that for payment. Then something that is linked to fiat currency should be used, such as stable coin that has high level of linkage. This is mainly used for payment purposes and for trading virtual currencies. This is going to be the anchor. And bill of lading in international trade, in the past, paper was used, very cumbersome. That could be digitalized to be placed on the blockchain. That is something that is going on in the industry. So the broad base usage is observed in the industry right now. Thank you. What you have said, stable coin, non-fungible token, is there a case where there are many inquiries being made about that? Yes. Just the other day, non-fungible token for digital art. There was somebody who was interested in issuing that. So the artist, the creator, and the blockchain company that will tokenize it, there was a contract that was concluded about copyright. So we are getting more of such cases. And as for stablecoin, yes, there's a lot of studies underway in Japan, but still, in Japan, there is no stablecoin yet that is in huge circulation. But in the US, there is Circle with bit license based in New York. They have USDC, and other stable coins are being issued pegged to the dollar. There was Libra, and now it's changed DM in name, and this is also to be pegged with the US dollar. As for Japan, because of the legal positioning not having been made clear yet, everybody wants to do this, but still, they're not able to make the first step forward. That is the current state of affairs in Japan. Let me just supplement. Non-fungible token, a token that cannot be made fungible. Currently, from the beginning of 2021, a lot of attention has been paid to this. It's a hot topic. What is it to be used for? Well, a blockchain is to verify that it is the only one, the authentic one. That is the benefit of blockchain. So using that function, are you familiar with a game called Atsumori? In such a game, buying homes and buying plots of land, you can do that inside a game. And the plot of land in a game, by using this non-fungible token, you can buy a plot of land in a game. And actually, in overseas, in a game, a plot of land to be bought at 16 million yen. Such investment activity is actually taking place. Over the past 1 year, Bitcoin's value has gone up so much. And there's a lot of that money coming from those profited from Bitcoin coming into this. But would you consider buying a plot of land in a game? This has some bubble aspects to this. We can smell some bubble in this behavior, personally speaking. But Mr. Chen, the bubble-like aspect of non-fungible token, what's your assessment? NFT. It's a hot topic globally, too. And Japan is one of the leading contents company. Japan is very strong in games and manga. And with IP owners, NFT market in Japan has so much potential. But right now, NFT token related legislation is still being developed. It's not complete yet. So I would like to look at this from a broad perspective. And on NFT, we have been getting inquiries from a number of companies asking us to work with them together on this. So there are people who want to buy these tokens. Yes, that's right. Mr. Sasaki, what's your assessment? You might recall the so-called ICO, crypto assets or tokens, are to be issued newly to raise funds, initial coin offering. something similar to fundraising through securities, marketable securities. And now the trend is securities, token, making use of securities. NFT is very interesting also. Essentially, its essence has to do with the rights, ownership, title, and how can they be traded through technology. So if you just carve that out, I think there's so much potential for development. In game, you can show rights and trade in a game or in a real world, a collateral rights, security interest. There are possibilities for broader use of non-fungible coins. So not just looking at one application, if you look at the fundamental value of this, then you will be able to see so much potential to be used in a wider area. So that's why I'm looking very closely at NFT. Mr. Fernando, I'll go to you later, but Mr. Kawai, as a lawyer, do you think this is a bubble, this phenomenon? Honestly speaking, yes, I think it's a bubble. NFT prices, there was some that were traded at 7 billion or so. So in terms of price, it's at the level where it cannot be explained or justified. And when you talk about NFT, how is it different from Bitcoin? Let's say there is digital art, and that will be connected to a token. But Bitcoin, in the case of Bitcoin token itself has value, but in NFT, there's something outside of the blockchain and it's connected. So NFT itself is only a sign, symbol. So rights and title relationship must be very, very strong. Then digital art could be traded by trading NFT, but for those that connection is not strong enough, it may just simply a sign, a code. So for NFT that has been developed robustly, it has value, but if it is a sloppy development, then it may not have value. It doesn't have to be digital art. It could be real art, artwork, articles. You can have NFT. For example, for a bottle of wine, Romane Conti, you can develop an NFT for that. But is it really truly connected or not? That is going to be the key in differentiating different tokens. When these things become very popular, there's always fraud. So for those NFT with real value, there's the underlying asset to which it is very robustly connected, or the so-called NFT. It calls itself an NFT, but there is no underlying asset. Many ICO tokens came out in the past, but there's only a handful that survived. And those handful that survived are authentic ones. Similar phenomenon could happen this time around. I've talked about a lot of negative things, but looking at the positive side, what will survive will be the authentic ones. So after a number of bubbles, technology evolves, and various rights can be digitalized after going through a number of bubbles. Mr. Fernando, I agree with Mr. Kawai. I do think that this is a bubble, but at the same time, there is a sound way of using this. I'm convinced. Investors trust. In order to obtain the trust of the investors, you need to have that connection, the link. NFT and underlying assets must be connected robustly. That is very important. And that can be done by financial institutions. When you deposit your money at financial institutions, there is that trust. So an organization who will convert those things into NFT, it could be a financial institution or other entities, but financial institutions and banks there has to be a robust process on par with banks and financial institutions. Then the bubble will subside, and eventually you can have a more sound market. In SBI Group, we have SBI Auction Art and artists and their work. We're looking at the possibility of providing such a service of digitalization. And 2 weeks ago, we invested in a Swiss bank called Signum. They are trying to convert a bottle of wine into an NFT. And large audit firm can come in and check everything. It's very transparent. So with that, NFT could become a first-rate financial instrument.
Thank you. You've talked about stablecoin, NFT, non-fungible token. These are technological innovation, and technological innovation is very fast, taking place very fast. And business starts without regulatory framework. So for the regulator's perspective, this is bad, this is good, these things have to be sorted out. And that is what is happening in the market because of the speed of technological advancements. The balance between technological advancement and regulatory framework, we would like to discuss. Miwa-san, at JFSA, I'm sure you are dealing with these situations almost every day. Mr. Miwa, what is your take? I've been listening to your discussion, and it's true that we have seen emergence of many different things. And in the past, it is true that amongst all the initiatives that we have had, perhaps maybe I should share with you some of the initiatives that we have worked on. The relationship between technologies and regulations, I would like to discuss, and there are two angles from which I would like to discuss this issue. First, ideal relationship, and what have we discussed? I used to lead a fintech office at JFSA until last year, and blockchain roundtable, which was fully hosted by JFSA. This is an international conference body, and it was in March 2019. Was the latest round of discussion that we had at the blockchain roundtable. And blockchain roundtable is not only by regulatory authorities, but back then Middle East, Asia, European regulatory authorities participated, and MIT, Georgetown University, Cambridge University, and Japanese Keio University, University of Tokyo, the leading academia did join. And some of the developers joined in this blockchain roundtable. So this was a unique conference with stakeholders. And back in 2019, FSB, the Financial Stability Board, members of its secretariat joined as well. So this has been one of the largest events which have been hosted by JFSA. And what was the discussion that we had? MIT, Georgetown, and Professor Matsuo will join us tomorrow, so I'm sure he will discuss about this. But during the process of blockchain development, Internet, it is very similar to the early stage of Internet development, as some of you may know. ARPANET was the origin, and from within the origin, open community request for proposal, and this is also happening for blockchain as well. Within the blockchain development community, in the case of Bitcoin, for example, improvement proposals, BIP for Bitcoin, and in the case of Ethereum request for comment, ERC. And these initiatives have led to standards for NFT, ERC20 tokenization standards have emerged. So there is a similarity between the process of development of Internet and process of development of blockchain. And one of the things that we discussed during the round table is that in the process of developing internet, there have been failures. And there was this consensus amongst the members of the round table that the small innovations should lead to establishing appropriate regulatory framework. You talked about the potential bubble of non-fungible token, NFT. And certainty, legal certainty is missing. And this was also true for ICO, and that is a point raised by Mr. Kawai. But we see some wise releases as well. UXC made unconvenable and open up to professionals and increase UX as we go along. So there are different clever ways that are now appearing, emerging, and within the engineer community, of course, you have to do. Some may want to make profit, but some others are more interested in safety. The process of technology standardization, and within a technology, we, the regulatory authorities, need to engage in the process. And that is why we need to discuss with engineers and academia, and we have to be on the same table. And that is why we launched the blockchain roundtable a couple of years ago. And amongst the stakeholders, when we have a discussion amongst the stakeholders, we realize that there is a lack of communication. Why are we interested in regulating the market? I mean, the stakeholders do not necessarily understand why the regulators want to regulate. The purpose of regulation, we obviously know this, but stability of the financial markets, protection of consumers, protection of users, protection of investors, and preventing anti-money laundering, and conduct regulation. These are the objectives of our regulations. And while the technologies are developing, what is the right balance that we need to strike with the set of regulations? And ideally speaking, we need to have a good communication and share information with the stakeholders. And for this purpose, we need to have a mechanism in place. And I will come back to this the issue later on, but we have been working on establishing a mechanism to facilitate communication with different stakeholders, and JFSA have revised the acts and legislations in recent years, and we have different phases when it comes to crypto assets. When Bitcoin emerged, the Satoshi Nakamoto white paper caught a lot of attention as a payment tool, digital currency. Digital currency was a payment tool. And because of the payment nature, we started with Payment and Settlement Act, which Japan introduced, ICO, and these have become more asset in nature. And with the increase in volatility, you've talked about our experience in 2017 when we had this blockchain roundtable. Payment and Settlement Act was our starting point, but regulatory authorities around the world had different views. Maybe some of them were interested in utilizing derivative regulations for this purpose as well. Derivative coins, these are digital and trying to control volatility. This is something that we are seeing anew. STO more close to securities. 2 years ago, we revised the Act, and STO, security token offering, became a part of our law to ensure consistency between the Securities Business Act and FIEA. We now see a stablecoin, and Europeans introduce a new set of rules, MiCA, and they are more focused on payment and settlement in terms of design, and they're taking a different approach towards the stablecoin. In contrast, the United States, their rules are closer to traditional security rules, Harvey test. So that is where Americans are seeking affinity. So authorities around the world have different approaches, and we don't know what which is the right answer. None of these regulations might be the right answer, but none of these regulations might not be a wrong answer. So what is the purpose of introducing the regulations? And we should also be looking at the outcome of a regulation. When the pace of change is fast, I think the key for regulators is to facilitate coordination with regulators around the world. The target of regulation, the service providers and business activities, it might be easier to regulate if you are talking about the companies and firms, but in the case of crypto asset, DeFi, decentralized finance. And DeFi is not an institution. It is a service based solely on programs. So it's not in the form of entities. And DeFi has emerged. And DeFis are doing lending, trading of virtual currencies, and this is solely a program. This is just a program. How are you going to regulate DeFi? And that is exactly the point. Very important. So I'm not sure whether everybody knows about DeFi, but inclusive of that, let me try to explain.
In 2019, G20, Japan had the presidency, and based on distributed technology, the issues of distributed finance, we thought that this would be highlighted more or less sooner or later. So that issue was raised, and in the summit communique of G20, this was included. It's not just regulators, but all the stakeholders must be engaged. There was the consensus formed. Back then, in 2019, this DeFi, distributed finance, we really couldn't anticipate this taking the form it is now, but potentially we could understand that potential. In a narrow sense, DeFi is public type chain, Ethereum-based smart contracts, something like that being implemented. So this is autonomous distributed finance system. So intermediation, financial intermediation is to be broken down. And it's autonomous execution. So when you think about this process, as we follow this process, what we were looking at closely is we do have cryptocurrency exchanges being the intermediators, but eventually, if there's going to be less intermediating function, then the target of our regulation may become more vague. An autonomous distributed system, who is supporting that technically, and what's the issue of governance, those problems will emerge. So we need to think about what to do with those things. So we had that awareness, and at G20 we raised those issues to get a consensus, and we started BEGIN. Blockchain Governance Initiative Network was established. So on the issues of things like DeFi, it's not just through regulation, but those problems could be solved through technology. So we needed a forum to have that discussion, so we launched the BEGIN to gain mutual understanding amongst stakeholders. And when there's a problem, how does the community itself address that? There's no protocol yet in place. So how do we go about solving these problems is something that as DeFi develops, we will need to have that. Mr. Sasaki, as a business person, what would you say? 4 years ago, I started promoting this business, and I thought that DeFi is going to be everything, using blockchain, rights, including NFT, some rights and assets could be placed on a blockchain. 80% of that is for the purposes of DeFi. That is how important DeFi is. The more important it is now becoming important from a sense that is different from before. In the past, the legal system in the past with the rules, those do not suit the way things work today. So looked globally, this is still in development. How can we cleanly organize these things, including technology? I think that is going to be the determinant of success. Otherwise, you might realize that there was no point in using that in the first place. So we need to be cautious. It's not to develop complicated rules, but rule for the future must be ensured. That is going to be important. So in the area of blockchain, this is the crucial part, especially in finance. This would determine success or failure. This is a very, very big issue. Thank you. Just with DeFi, we can go on for another hour just on this topic, but we want to take up other issues as well in our discussion. So let me move on to the next topic. Crypto assets, value as assets. That is the focus of people today. That is why its price is at that level I showed you earlier in the chart. But something like Bitcoin, it's not just value as asset, but it does have a function as a currency. For example, in the United States, PayPal, a really well-known company in the US, PayPal in 2021, this year, when you buy goods or services, they are making it possible to use Bitcoin. That service is being looked at by PayPal, and this would elevate the function as a currency. So function as a currency, from that perspective, I would like you to talk about this by way of summary, starting with Mr. Fernando. What do you think about cryptocurrency as a function, as a currency? PayPal is the largest payment service provider in the world, and they have introduced cryptocurrencies payment. This is epoch-making, and in 2020, in the second half of 2020, there has been a rising market, and they have really catalyzed this. Cryptocurrency innovativeness lies in the fact that it has value as an asset, but at the same time, there's reliability as a function of payment and accelerating speed. And that hasn't been so much point of focus, and we have been frustrated for that. Payment companies and credit companies, if more of them make entries into this, it is going to be even easier to use, more convenient. That is my hope and expectation. Futures and options, these financial instruments, with the emergence of such instruments, price and risk hedging functions are also rising. So as a payment method, this would lead to further development as a payment method. If the market is so volatile, going up and down 20% in a day, then that may be thrilling as an investment, but for payment purposes, you don't want that thrill. So companies like PayPal making an entry into this market, other players will come in and things will normalize. That's my hope and expectation. Thank you. But still, prices go up and down, very volatile. Mr. Kawai, do you think this will spread while volatility remains? I think it will be difficult. Real economy is based on fiat currency. So when you really want to make a settlement and payment, you thought that price was at this level, and in the next instant, if the price had already changed, payment function would not function properly. And in terms of regulation framework, unstable currency would be difficult. For example, for tax purposes, crypto assets, Bitcoin, let's say you bought it at 1 million yen, and right now it's at 6 million yen. And if you buy certain things at that level, that means that you have locked in a profit. So you'd have to pay taxes for the profit you made. If that is going to be the case, realistically speaking, with the current system, it's not so usable. And for payment purposes, you have to have many transactions. You have to be able to transfer in an instant. But whether you have that capacity, most blockchains don't have that capacity. And in terms of regulation, custody regulation is in place. Bitcoin depositing companies would have to put it in cold wallet that is offline. Taking it out from there, timing-wise, that will not do. So the current Japanese legislation, as well as the world's legislation, is premised upon payments being managed by banks. It should be safe and quick. That is the premise of the legislative system, the legal system in place right now. But in a distributed finance payment, that's not the assumption being made. So it's not just financial regulation, but it doesn't match tax regulation as well. So in order to have higher function of payment of crypto assets, you need to really review the grand design as a whole. Of course, using stable coin may be one solution, but even if you use that stable coin, Banking Act doesn't suit that very well. So how do we think about this at the government level? Public and private sector together need to really consider this going forward.
Thank you. So in that sense, whether we will see enhanced payment and settlement functions, there are pros and cons. There are some who believe so and who do not believe so. Shin-san, Sasaki-san, and Miwa-san could be pros or cons. Could you share with us your final thoughts? Well, in reality, crypto assets has become a part of social infrastructure. When there was a fire of Shuri Castle in Okinawa, and crypto asset was used for donations, and those who love Okinawa, they were able to make donations using crypto asset. This was epoch-making. Please imagine. In order to pay 100 yen or 1,000 yen, you don't want to stand in a queue at the bank counter, and it's rather difficult to make a remittance from abroad. But if it's a crypto asset, it's almost like sending an email. It's just like that. You can make donations very easily. And I have lived in the net world. And 20 years ago, when we started the internet, there were pros and cons. On the internet, you see scams, and you have unwanted contents on internet. However, it's just a question of how you use internet. Without internet, we cannot do anything these days. And it's not about crypto assets are bad or good. Some of the things, some people are using crypto assets for unwanted purposes. But I'm sure crypto assets will become something essential in our daily lives. And things have changed quite drastically. And we do have borders, we have currencies, Japanese yen, RMB, US dollars, but in the virtual world, in the internet world, we have crypto assets. And you can use crypto assets to exchange values. And this will spread increasingly. Sasaki-san, right. For crypto assets as a means of settlement, the existing crypto assets will never be a settlement tool forever. Bitcoin, Ether, can be used for non-settlement purposes, and this has become a bottleneck. Blockchain network, Ether network. As long as you have this network, you can make transactions and commissions and fees. So That is why speculators can quickly jump on crypto assets. Therefore, it has become increasingly difficult for us to use crypto assets as a means of payment and settlement. Meanwhile, a blockchain, the crypto asset underpinned by blockchain, for many years so far, this has been a stable technology, stable piece of technology, and this piece of technology could be used in many ways in new areas as well. So you have to differentiate between the two. The benefits of crypto assets can be applied to different areas in crypto assets. As represented by digital gold, I mean, there still is a use for gold. So the positioning of a crypto asset as a digital asset, if this positioning of this crypto asset can be established, this could be also significant. Mr. Miwa, if you could summarize our discussion so far, we would appreciate it. It's hard to summarize our discussion so far, but custody, it has been getting a lot of attention for the past 2-3 years. Fidelity has joined, and that has been a trigger back in 2019 when I was in Berlin. The community was excited about this topic. White label, leading financial institutions joining the operation could be a major threat. But right now, in the area of custody, settlement and payments are linked to custody. However, it's not yet scalable. The custody is not yet scalable, and that I believe is the current situation. However, FATF, AML, Shift, CFT body is watching unhosted wallet. Unhosted wallet goes without exchanges. This is a B2B solution, and this B2B solution is emerging. And the fundamental issue is where to control the wallet, where to manage the wallet. That is a big question. How to make custody safer? How to make custody more convenient and accessible? Then we could see an explosive growth in the use by individuals. So, public key, using public key to ensure technological safety, begin blockchain governance initiative network has launched a working group on this specific topic. Custody involves personal information, and how to make this safer. Is there any solution? They are looking at this issue, and also they are looking at the scalability issue, blockchain scalability. Those two issues, when we see the discussion on these two topics more ripe, then a blockchain could be increasingly used by individuals. But the scalability, there is a blockchain trilemma: diversification, scalability, safety. It's extremely difficult to achieve all these three. That's the trilemma. If we can overcome this trilemma, we know that through our multi-stakeholder discussions that this has a strong, high potential to grow as a business. So the key is our discussion with the technology community, academia, and business players. And as regulatory authorities, we would like to proceed this process through communication. Thank you very much for a wonderful summary that you have given us. We have talked about the crypto asset business, its potential and future. And we we're very grateful to have these 5 panelists. 1 hour was too short for our discussion, but I hope you understood that there is a big potential for the future. And please join me in giving a big round of applause in appreciation to the 5 panelists. Thank you very much. With that, I would like to conclude the session. Thank you very much, Mr. Chen, Mr. Kao, Mr. Sasaki, Mr. Kawai, Mr. Miwa, and our moderator, Mr. Sekiguchi. Thank you very much. With that, we would like to conclude the panel discussion, Crypto Asset Business, Its Potential and Future. We would like to take a 30 minutes or so of break. After the break, we will resume at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And at 1 o'clock, we will have Haruhiko Kuroda, Governor Bank of Japan, on stage to deliver a special message. We will see you then. Thank you.
We would now like to resume the symposium. Let us welcome the Governor of Bank of Japan, Mr. Haruhiko Kuroda, to deliver a special message. I am Kuroda, Governor of Bank of Japan. I am delighted to be given this opportunity to speak to you at FINSUM2021 through a video message. The main theme of this year's FINSUM is Fintech as a Service in search for a platform for digitalized society. The term as a service is appearing more frequently nowadays, and it seems to indicate servitization of product functions, or, to put it simply, a business model for providing services on customer demand instead of sales to sell products out to customers. For example, a software service used to consist of a combination of purchase and usage. In the Internet society, however, we only have to call for necessary services when they are needed. When we make a restaurant reservation on a smartphone, we only receive a reservation service. As for business activities, various business applications are available for services such as accounting, ordering and invoicing, customer management and sales support, and human resource and labor management, as software as a service to be called on demand. These developments are not limited to software. Various types of as-a-service are appearing one after another, partly with shift toward a service economy. These include mobility as a service, where user purchases a mobility service instead of owning a car, and infrastructure as a service, where user purchases a service to use IT infrastructure, including servers, instead of owning the hardware. These are sometimes collectively referred to as everything as a service. As a service is also emerging in finance. The financial business of banking, securities, and insurance are industries that require large fixed costs and strict compliance with regulations. For this reason, instead of recreating financial business from scratch, it has become mainstream for fintech providers to utilize deposits and loan service of traditional financial institutions through an open application programming interface, Open API, to create new customer services and convenient and comfortable user experience. The bearers of these services are wide-ranging. They are not limited to startups, but include large firms with core business in telecommunication, media, transport, and electronic commerce, and internet business firms who are managing touchpoints with a large-scale customer base. Conversely, there are also financial institutions that actively adopt services of fintech providers. As for fintech as a service, the theme of this year's FINSUM, there are cases where financial institutions utilize the advanced electronic Know Your Customer (eKYC) and fraud detection services of fintech providers in their application. There is also a recent trend toward unbundling financial services that financial institutions used to provide as tightly coupled, therefore enabling componentized financial service to be combined with services of non-financial firms. This is referred to as banking as a service, also known as embedded finance. It allows, for example, consumer firms issuing discount coupons or providing loyalty points on their applications to enhance the usability of their coupons or points by plugging in cashless payment services provided as BaaS, banking as a service, to their applications. There are also non-financial firms that seek to improve customer convenience and customer marketing by providing banking services under their own brands, together with their business through BaaS. In this way, a broad range of enterprises and entrepreneurs are creating new businesses through new combination. The term new combination was originally introduced by Schumpeter in his book The Theory of Economic Development, and it was later interpreted as describing innovation. According to Schumpeter, innovation is not necessarily about invention, but is more about creating or changing combinations. Needless to say, it is digitalization in various fields that is currently accelerating the creation of new combination. New combination 2.0, brought about by digitalization, is reinforced by linking what were traditionally two separate systems: the information systems assisting people's livelihoods and business activities, and the system supporting financial services. For example, most economic activities involve payments as financial activities, while commercial data such as billing and payments have been leveraged to improve the business efficiency of supply chains. They have not been shared with financial services. This means that new combination or innovation could occur if the matching of commercial and payment data is enabled by linking commercial systems and payment services. For example, large volumes of invoice receipts could be automatically matched with payment records, thereby improving business efficiency and potentially enabling real-time visualization of business management. The developments could further enable a grasp of business conditions, cash flow management, the production of credit information, automated lending, and management consultation. The benefits of linking these two systems are not limited to improving the efficiency of economic activities. For example, data on deposit activities contain various kinds of information on the account holders' livelihoods. Elaborating on the information on the customers' lifestyles obtained from these business data could help identify where there is a hidden potential for financial and non-financial services. In this regard, online business and consumer business have taken the lead in adopting personalized marketing or strategy to increase customer satisfaction. It is likely that financial institutions will accelerate their efforts to utilize the information that they have as a business asset and find new combination with other business categories. Thus, linking the information systems assisting people's livelihoods and business activities and the systems supporting financial services, which were traditionally separated, could improve the convenience of both financial and non-financial services, thereby leading to the creation of new services. On this basis, it is important to understand as a service, which I introduced as a business model earlier, not merely as a methodology, but as a concept that provides the perspective of creating new services and expanding demand through continuous improvements to achieve economic growth and an affluent society. For example, some may think that banks are only playing a behind-the-scenes role to assist actors or their partner firms to provide financial services in banking as a service. There is also a potential, however, for banks to play a role as a director who manages the production of a digitalized new combination 2.0 by being actively involved in the creation of new services and maximizing the potential of the platforms. Integrating information and financial systems first require advances in the digitalization of each system. A system needs to be in place that supports end-to-end automatic processing from information input on a smartphone or business system screen to service completion, as well as data preparation for the analytics and high value-added conversion of information for subsequent information business. To this end, changes need to be made in the current way of work that remains bound to paper-based process or manual transcription of information. Moreover, the way we work is transformed at not only improving business efficiency, but also creating new business models by linking information. New Combination 2.0 is only possible if this digital transformation takes place. In banking as a service, the componentization and loose coupling of a bank's internal system have enabled the system to be linked in a costless, fast, and flexible manner. In other words, the loose coupling within a bank at the micro level has enabled service creation in coordination with other industries, which leads to redesign of the industrial structure at the macro level. Moreover, improvements in development costs and speed through technological innovation and development method innovation have enabled high-speed cycles of continuous integration and continuous delivery. The advantage of these IT systems that tolerate trial and error has also become the trigger for transforming the corporate culture of the financial industry. Originally, the financial industry was an information industry as well as an equipment industry. Financial institutions and the financial services industry have the potential to leverage the benefits of digitalization to their fullest. I believe that we are currently facing digital transformation challenges in a move toward New Combination 2.0. Finally, I would like to touch upon central bank digital currency, CBDC. Since the release of the Banks of Japan's approach to central bank digital currency in October of 2020, the Bank of Japan has been preparing to conduct experiments in accordance with this approach. We will finally schedule to begin these experiments in spring 2021. While there is no change in the bank's stance that it currently has no plans to issue CBDC, from the viewpoint of ensuring the stability and efficiency of the overall payment and settlement systems, we consider it important to prepare thoroughly to respond to changes in circumstance in an appropriate manner. Central banks share the view that it is not an appropriate policy response to start considering CBDC only when the need to issue CBDC arises in the future. According to a recent survey of 65 central banks conducted by the Bank for International Settlement, 86% were exploring the benefits and drawbacks of CBDC issuance for some forms of work, and about 60% were conducting experiments or proof of concept. The bank, amid significant changes that are occurring with the advent of the digital society, we will take this opportunity to carefully consider the way in which we should provide central bank money, or using the expression from today's theme, central banking as a service. We are delighted to see a rich variety of participants attending this year's FINSUM, including those from the financial and technology sectors, with the help of online technology, despite being in the midst of COVID-19 infections, as in FINSUM 2020. I would like to close my remarks by expressing my hope that interactions between the participants will lead to many new combinations. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Kuroda.
And now, from 1:30, Regional Finance and Local Economy Regenerated by DX is the panel discussion that we participated by Mr. Tomoharu Kusaka, Director of the Regional Financing Planning Office, Supervision Bureau, Financial Services Agency of Japan, Mr. Toshio Heya, President of the Hiroginko Holdings, President of the Hiroshima Bank, Mr. Tokushi Nakashima, President and CEO, Global Mobility Service, Mr. Noriyuki Yanagawa, Professor, University of Tokyo, and Mr. Yoichi Takita, Senior Staff Writer of Nikkei Inc. Please wait for a few more minutes before we begin the panel discussion. It is now time for us to resume the session. The panel discussion is titled Regional Finance and Local Economy Regenerated by DX. Let me introduce the panelists. Director of the Regional Financial Planning Office, Supervision Bureau, Financial Services Agency, Mr. Kusaka. Please join me in a big round of applause for Mr. Kusaka. President of the Hirogin Holdings and President of the Hiroshima Bank, Mr. Toshio Heya. President and CEO, Global Mobility Service, Mr. Tokushi Nakashima. Professor, University of Tokyo, Professor Noriyuki Yanagawa. Please join us on the stage. And lastly, the moderator for this panel discussion is Senior Staff Writer of Nikkei Inc., Mr. Yoichi Takita. Mr. Takita, please take the floor. So, I will pass the microphone over to Mr. Takita to moderate the session. Thank you very much for joining us. Today, the theme of this panel discussion is Regional Finance and Local Economy Regenerated by DX. And I'll be moderating the discussion. There are 4 panelists with us today, and there are key persons in this area. With regards to the significance of the issue and the points at issue, will, I think, be elucidated and shared with the audience in their presentations. So from the 3 panelists, I want to first of all call on Mr. Kusaka to give us his presentation. He is an expert on regional finance and works for JFSA. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. My name is Kusaka. This is the 5th FinTech Summit, and I was not expecting to be called to speak, but since the topic is on regional finance, I would like to do my part in sharing with you. 2020, the world had transformed itself with COVID-19. Looking back on the past year, we experienced unprecedented things in throughout last year. The timing of a COVID shock, if you place it in the history of financial institution, there is a path. The inspection manual that was been used for 20 years, in December 2019, the inspection manual was abolished, and immediately after that, it was that we experienced COVID-19 and COVID shock. It's, I guess, coincidence, but I think it will have a significant meaning in the history. Why? Because in 2019, we issued the progress report on activating financial intermediation functions. After the abolition of the inspection manual, we thought of what kind of role financial institutions will play. And that was represented in the progress report. In the inspection manual, it stipulated that banking institutions were compete over clients, and that was not in favor of the local communities. And what we wanted to say is that competing over loans and lending, that is not a good way in terms of business sustainability for regional banks. And from a central bank perspective, these are sales and marketing activities that will not be in harmony with the business principles and strategy. It is not conducive to the local community either. How to transform that? That is the perspective of regional economy and ecosystem, building a system that is in harmony with other stakeholders. In DX, there is one major topic, which is COVID shock last year. Huge numbers, large numbers of loans had to be processed. And the conventional institution was that banking institutions would go to the local municipal governments, the person responsible in the local municipal government, and recognize and approve that there has been a decrease in sales, and then go back and to offer the lending. That to be done in a manual way under COVID-19, that was impossible. And so Ishikawa Prefecture worked between the municipal government and the Credit Guarantee Association and the villages, and they've created digitalization of loan procedure. It was very simple. PDF file was shared. That was it. It was a very simple technology. But with that, the regional banks was able to increase their efficiency. And this is an example of Ishikawa Prefecture. Through digitalization, more than half of lending is taking place through digitalization. You can see the time, lead time that has been reduced. And it's the community people who benefited from this because they will be able to receive loans in a short period of time. A lot of administrative work, paperwork were taking place within the regional banks, but now with DX, they were able to shorten the cycle time. And that was about cash assistance, cash flow assistance. And now about the support for the actual business. After the cash flow support, now we are in a phase of how to improve the main business of the businesses. And then eventually financial support will need to be provided. And when it comes to supporting the business of the SMEs, how should it look like? The SMEs, the customers, have their customers. The SMEs have customers, and we need to offer added value. And that has to be done in an efficient manner. There are two routes, the one on the left-hand side and the right-hand side. Left-hand side, this is to improve operational efficiency within the company, and the right-hand side is the SMEs offering value to their customers. And so when we support the business improvement of SMEs is to enhance the value proposition of the SMEs and also to enhance the operational efficiency inside the SMEs. And the same can be said for the banks. For the banks, the SMEs are customers, and enhancing the value, added value of the SMEs, and also enhancing the operational efficiency within the banks. So DX could be used on both sides. In order to make this possible, what is needed is deregulation. And so JFSA, after 2016, have been gaining momentum in deregulating. Supporting companies that are supporting IT, and companies in investing in advanced banking service companies, consulting companies, staffing companies, and so forth. And the regional banks, I think there are many representatives here in the room, but there are many affiliate companies that have been launched by the regional banks. It's not just financial related. There are many companies that the regional banks have established that are outside of the financial industry. This is thanks to deregulation. One example of that is the Hokuku Bank example. This is the fifth round of fintech bank, and learning from our seniors, we've launched a DIN-SUM, Re-ING-SUM, or Regional Banking Summit, and the governor of Hokuku Bank used this in his presentation, which I borrowed from him, his presentation. And the key point is on the above left. Credit card is issued by Hokuku Bank, but it's not only that. The credit cards are used so that it is conducive to revitalizing the local community. And above left, you can see that the merchants and the merchandise and so forth are connected with the credit card system. EC Mall had a very important role to play in the non-face-to-face world that we are currently living in. This is very critical. Hokoku Bank is at the top, but they've launched the EC Mall from 2019, and EC Mall was very much utilized last year, where goods and services are to be offered in a non-face-to-face manner. Regional banks, especially, should be able to offer added value to their customers so that their customers will be able to offer more added value to their customers, and DX could play a key role in that. We have entered an era as such. Regional finance, how could that be revitalized through DX? That, as I understand, is the theme of today's discussion, and I'm looking forward to our discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kusaka. The environment surrounding regional finance is indeed changing. Also, initiatives using DX, how these two movements will interact going forward. You have given us very exciting examples. So with that perspective, I'd like to invite the next speaker who is carrying out these regional finance initiatives. Let me invite the president of the Hirogin Holdings, Mr. Heya, to talk about the Hirogin initiatives, as well as the introduction of the holding structure in the Hiroshima Bank Group. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Heya from Hiroshima Bank. So let me very briefly go through my presentation. As of October 1st, we have shifted to a holding structure. With the bank at the center, we have been in operation for over 140 years. But just the banking business that is stipulated under the banking law, the contribution we can make to society is severely limited. And that is why we have shifted to the Hirogin holding structure to have various group companies in the holding structure. And we have also established our vision, building a reliable Hiroshima Bank Group united through trusting relationships with the regional community. This is our corporate vision. So from financing to creating a comprehensive regional service, this is the transformation that we aim for. In the midterm plan that we also formulated at the same time, there are three main pillars: to enhance initiatives to resolve local issues, to enhance initiatives for the growth of our customers, and to strengthen our corporate basis. And to achieve this end, we have formed this group structure. On the left-hand side, as of October 1st, the 5 companies shown on the left, this was the starting of the holding organization. The 5 companies are all financial companies. However, January 2021 and April of this year, we will be establishing 2 more companies. So the holdings will comprise of these 8 companies. So starting from the 5 financial entities, we are expanding to non-financial entities. So the right-hand 3 non-financial entities will be added to the holding structure. Within the Hirogin Group, by having the non-financial arm in addition to the financial arm will allow us to make a better contribution to the society and the community. One of the themes for the symposium is IT and DX. On the 4th of January, Hirogin IT Solutions was established to support DX and IT solutions. This is to support local SMEs for the top line growth of these companies or to create new business models. Also, to improve productivity and efficiency of SMEs. This is the kind of support that we hope to extend through the Hirotin IT solutions. This includes DX promotion and support, introduction of various IT systems, and supporting the introduction of telework. As you know, local regions are lagging behind in terms of digital transformation. There are several reasons. One is that many of these companies are owned by the founders, and the top management level of awareness with regards to digital transformation is quite varied. Some of the owners are very conscious of the need for digitalization. Others feel that this is not relevant. Also, when we talk about IT and digitalization, there is always some initial cost that is incurred. But as you all know, the central government has various subsidies and programs to support digital transformation. So we would like to do our part to support the digitalization of local SMEs, improve the efficiency and productivity, as well as contribute to generating new business models. Also, the Hirogin holdings as a whole have the digital strategy. For example, expanding web-based channels. By using these online channels, we hope to digitize our operational work. So paper-based or manual-based lending could be digitized, or cashless, paperless promotion. That is one aspect. Also, by using these functions, we aim to provide new sets of services. However, this cannot be achieved on our own, and this requires alliance with external stakeholders, partnership with other industries, and this is what we are tackling today. And this last slide is not relevant to today's symposium, but we are in the process of building a new headquarters, which will be opened on in May of 2021. And all the group companies will be gathered in this new office building. We would like to exercise group synergy so that we can further expand to our community, which will in the end contribute to the growth of the Hirogin Group. We would like to support in financial and non-financial matters for the growth of the local community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Heya. As a regional financial institution, you shared with us your initiatives. And I think he has illustrated how DX could be used on various fronts. And next, we want to depart a little bit from financial institutions and hear about what kind of financial services could be offered. From Global Mobility Service, President and CEO, Mr. Nakashima is here with us to share his story. Auto loan will be covered, basically. How scoring could be done in an efficient manner. A very interesting world of finance will be demonstrated. Financial inclusive fintech is what we offer. I am Nakashima from Global Mobility Service, and I thank the organizers for inviting me to speak here today. Since we are a startup, I want to briefly start with an introduction. It's been 7 years, 4 months since the start of the company. In Japan, the Philippines, Indonesia, Cambodia, Korea, we have set up local subsidiaries in these countries, and SBI and many other 15 companies have invested in our company. And 1 year ago, METI have selected us as J Startup, and we received the METI Award 3 times in a row in 1 year. So we understand how much expectation is given to us. Amongst the startups, realizing SDGs is a must. And for us, there are 7 targets that we intend to achieve. Eliminating poverty is what we want to eliminate most of all. In the times of analog, what we were not able to achieve, we want to achieve through DX. There is a challenge. These are the 2 challenges. Number 1 is that there are banks that cannot lend. In the past, there were deposits that were building up, and in the meantime, the loan deposit ratio is declining, and so there's this gap that is widening. I think this is something that is quite familiar to you. And the other challenge is that banks cannot make a profit margin. The lending interest rate is declining more and more. So these are, I think, major challenges faced by the banking sector. And against this backdrop, we wanted to create a mechanism where hardworking, diligent workers will be given credit through mobility. And the definition of mobility could be quite diverse. And we wanted to focus on vehicles within mobility. And if you look at the world, 1.7 billion people worldwide are unable to purchase mobility to use for work. 1 car could cost 1 million yen. It could amount to a market size of 1,700 trillion yen. And in Japan, there are people who are unable to have access to loan or lease. 2 million people per year. They're working diligently, they're hard workers, so they can repay their debt, but they don't have the credit. And so even if you want to strengthen the local community, if there is no structure to underpin that, it will not be successful. And therefore, in order to address the situation, we have launched our services. 5 years ago, in the international market, we started this service. The distance has exceeded 210 million, which is 5,600 turns around the whole world. And even in Japan, there's a huge market potential. High needs. Also, it's only been 2 years since we've started our business in Japan. 1,000 cars in Japan, but now a total of 4,000 cars in the 2 years since we've launched our business in Japan have received credit under our scheme. Default rate, I think, is very much a focus of financial institutions, but the default rate is even less than 1%. And how is this achieved? We have a device that is remotely controlled and remotely deactivated. It will be attached to a vehicle, and the vehicle and the data will become visualized, and this data will be used for the benefit of the driver. This driver, as you see on the right-hand side, by attaching this remotely deactivated device, will be able to receive lease from the regional banks. We will visualize this credit data and offer that data to the regional banks. And using this remotely deactivated device, in case the driver is unable to repay, the driver will not be able to use the vehicle, but when the driver starts to repay, the driver will be able to reuse the vehicle once again. And this has been quite successful in Japan and also in other markets outside of Japan. Our target is by 2030, 100 million people to have access, and we want to work together with the many financial institutions in Japan so that we can support the hard-working class people. Thank you very much. That's all for me.
Thank you very much. Actually, Nakashima-san's project was introduced in the World Business Satellite, where I am a commentator. And when this was aired on TV, there was significant reaction from the audience. So there is a clear lack, and by tackling this, the new frontier of financing is unveiled. So based on these three presentations, let me now invite Professor Yanagawa to talk about how to digitize the local information and what is DX to generate added value. As you know, Professor Yanagawa is a member of the Economic and Finance Advisory Council for the central government. So perhaps you could touch upon the macro factors as well. Thank you. My name is Yanagawa. I do not have any slides prepared, but as Takita-san said, based on the wonderful presentations from the three speakers, let me share with you my take and my thoughts on the matter. In terms of the macroeconomy under COVID, of course, the economy is in a dire strength. However, in order for the future of Japanese economy, revitalization of the regional economy and addressing the over or excessive concentration to Tokyo must be remedied. And perhaps we are entering a new stage for revitalizing the local communities, and this is indeed a great opportunity ahead of us. So with that in mind, how to revitalize local communities and grow the local companies, there is a lot of expectations for the regional financial institutions to play a leading role to promote local economies. And this is very important for the macroeconomy as well. And to realize that DX must be promoted. This is the summary of the issue. And as mentioned, there are two aspects to DX. One is the DX within each company, and that could be supported by the local financing institutions. At the same time, the local banks, the regional financial institutions also must promote DX internally. So there needs to be digital transformation on the part of the financial institutions so that strategies that are aligned to this new era could be promoted. As Nakajima-san said, these days, financial institutions are facing very low margin from lending. So a new strategy is being required of regional banks. And as Mr. President Heya has discussed in his wonderful presentation, and also touched upon by Mr. Kusaka, DX is, in one aspect, promoting efficiency and cost reduction, but another aspect is to add value, to heighten the value addition of the service. And when we talk about regional economy and the macroeconomy, of course, a cost reduction is important, but there is a limit to how much that can achieve. So corporate management or economy that has higher added value, this is going to hold the key. And in terms of the contribution from the regional financial institutions, I think there are two important points to note. As Nakajima-san said, one is data utilization, to utilize the data in business. That's number one. And for number two, business consultation role needs to be performed by the regional finance, hopefully utilizing the data. In the past, this kind of a business consultation and lending, these were packaged and this was combined. However, to some extent, unbundling has occurred. And now there are financial as well as non-financial services being provided. And how to earn profits from both is going to be crucial. And from that aspect, I believe that there are four important factors. One is in order to earn profit, risks need to be taken. Of course, the soundness of the financial balance sheet needs to be maintained, but at the same time, to some extent, risk needs to be taken. So there are deregulations that are being discussed. What is the appropriate amount of risks that regional finance should take? That is one factor. And then number two, to be able to carry out these activities, you need to develop the necessary talents who are able to assess these risks. And the third, of course, developing talents is important, but there is also a limit to that. So working with external partners, external talents, that is another important factor, how to coordinate, collaborate with external stakeholders. And people, at the end of the day, is key in having the information and knowledge to generate the value addition. Of course, utilizing data is important, but how to build up that data, how to analyze that data, we need to have the expertise of people like Nakajima-san, as well as the expertise of the financial institutions. Otherwise, DX is not so meaningful. And the fourth point that I would like to address, this may sound a bit contrary, but because you are promoting digitization, there are also information that is difficult to digitize. For example, non-digital person-to-person relationship. Such assets that are difficult to digitize also becomes more important. These are like the rare service, rare products. So where these non-digital information or non-digital utilization of talents could be achieved. For example, this kind of conference, when do we start face-to-face? Or where do we continue online symposiums, even after COVID pandemic is over? So financial institutions also need to consider where face-to-face should be kept and where online interactions should be promoted. With that, let me conclude my comments. Thank you very much.
Professor Yanagawa, thank you very much for sorting out the points of issue in this panel discussion. We've heard from 4 panelists, and in the remaining time for this panel discussion, I want to do a deep dive on this topic. In terms of theme, I think there are a couple of things that emerged. How will the regional banks make use of DX, utilize DX? I'm hoping to have a more in-depth discussion on that, especially when it comes to the benefits for the customers, to the clients. And also, what I thought was a common thread across all 4 panelists was on how the regional banks should transform itself. And in order to have a deeper discussion on this topic, specific examples will be very helpful. The Ishikawa Prefecture's case and the Hirogin's case. I'm hoping that we could have a more in-depth explanation on those specific examples. So in the same order as we heard the presentations, maybe I should invite Kusaka-san to start first, followed by other speakers. I'm hoping to go into the substantial aspects of this matter. What is finance in the first place? Deposit, foreign exchange, and loan, lending. Lending is credit. And the credit offering requires information. And JFSA looks at that as business evaluation. Advantages, the strengths of the businesses, go to the plants and factories and look at the productivity to do the assessment of the business. And that, I think, was a function of the banks. And according to Nakashima-san, those information is accessible using device, which means that the function of a bank is unbundled, subdivided. And how does DX play into that? DX, I think, has a high affinity to that. And when something is occurring, and when you see a phenomenon, and if you subdivide, unbundle the functions that are associated to that, I think it will become more visible. Take the example of Ishikawa Prefecture that I talked about earlier. This was all about enhanced productivity. According to the data that I have, people before had to go to the municipal government and get approvals and so forth. It took 120 minutes, but that was reduced to 5 minutes. That's how much productivity has been enhanced through digitalization. But to think of it, information that is being exchanged will produce credit information. And in order to produce credit information, this procedure that was required has been largely improved as a result of digitalization. And so that's a big impact. And if you therefore subdivide banks into different functions, I think you will be able to have a better view of how DX will contribute.
I was very surprised. 120 minutes being shortened to 5 minutes. There's no words to describe this impact. Can you elaborate on what was done actually to shorten this? The scheme is not, it's so simple that it's not even technology. So there are documents that you have to go to the local government to and provide that information, and you need to get the stamp from the local government. But all of these documents are simply digitized so that this information is available from the financial institution, from the local government, and from the Credit Guarantee Association. It was just taking 120 minutes because people were bringing around these paper to different locations. I think Minister Kono and Minister Hirai would be quite shocked and very appreciative of this effort because it's such a large impact. So let me turn to President Heya, who is actually involved in these kinds of activities. The conventional bank function, deposit, currency, lending. When we talk about this, it's a downstream business. So customers want to do something and they need money. So they go to the financial institution for a loan. But when I think about this, I believe that the role that we have to perform is going to be different. We need to start from upstream and to be involved every step of the way. As mentioned, we want to provide a comprehensive service to the local community. And what we mean by that is to address the needs and the wants of the local community and the local customers, to share those wants and needs, and to visualize and to create a business model to serve these needs. In order to realize these functions, we need to first of all include such functions internally or to work with external partners so that we can provide these functions. And data utilization is a major part of that. And when we talk about data, what do we really want to do? What do we want to realize? This should be the starting point. By trial and error, creating new value, and to enter the upstream business to fulfill the needs and wants of the customer. This should be the main business of our bank. So we need to really change the mindset of our people. And one major bottleneck, as I mentioned earlier, is the people. The conventional banker mindset will not work. We need to develop young people or incorporate external talents so that we can develop the human capital to address the new era in banking. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. As was mentioned in his presentation and also was mentioned now, what I thought was very interesting was that a comprehensive financial service is a terminology that we've been hearing over the years, but comprehensive service, removing the word finance and trying to capture a broader service, I thought that was very interesting. And another point, which was raised toward the end, which was about utilizing outside talent, creating an interface with the outside. Nakashima-san, as a matter of fact, Nakashima-san has some contact with Hirogin, as I understand, and so I appreciate if Nakashima-san could contribute his view on this. Thank you. Well, President Heya is sitting next to me, and this we have been quite active on digital transformation. We have only begun, but it's been quite successful. And so I am hoping to be aligned with Hirogin, and I'm expecting that this will only accelerate. Lending for financial business. This is core and center, and this is something that banks cannot ignore. And as I mentioned earlier in my presentation, September 2020 interim reports, 108 banks have been studied, and 318 trillion yen in loan deposit gap is found in Japan. This is a point that the banks should focus on, making the local community people happy. And I'm sure banks are willing to contribute to the local community. But in the analog times, people were just depending on past experience, past cases, and so forth. It made banks difficult to invest. But there are drivers that have to change jobs and are unable to borrow money from banks. The drivers who have been working very hard had to find a different job because of COVID-19 and have to. But in the world of EC, the drivers are very serious. They're diligent workers, hard workers, and if banks can lend a hand, that would contribute to creating a new business. But asking the banks alone to work on that will not work. I think they have their own paradigms, and therefore it's difficult for them to change that paradigm. But companies like ourselves, startups, we have been able to work together with the banks to come to a point where lending of these money to the drivers does not involve risk. And by collaborating with companies like Hirogin and other regional banks, the users are very happy with the service. And these are the initiatives that we are offering in collaboration with regional banks to revitalize the local economies around the world. And that's what I want to continue to be engaged in.
Thank you. What you said at the onset was quite shocking to me. Even in Japan, 2 million people are left out of the financial inclusiveness in terms of auto loan, but utilizing data, they are able to access the funding to purchase cars. So that was a very interesting as well as meaningful initiative. So based on these 2 rounds of discussions, I would like to invite Professor Yanagawa for your thoughts. Thank you. As Mr. Kusaka said, the role of finance is producing information, collecting information and data. This is actually a strong point of the financial industry. However, collecting local information has not been sufficient. One is that we have been simply doing formal assessment of businesses. And second is that these days, finance in a narrow definition is not enough. You need a broader or wider set of information. So perhaps we should take out the word finance and try to provide a broader array of services that are also non-financial, as Mr. Heya said. And then, as Nakashima-san said, we need data. Just a vague understanding is not enough. You need data in order to conduct in-depth analysis. So this is, again, where we need to secure information. And in Mr. Kusaka's example, it is possible to improve efficiency by digitization, shorten the amount of time for processing, and you will be able to do that with less number of headcount. So that's improving productivity. But how to utilize these people, for example, for gathering better information? So better usage of internal talent is required, which in turn means organizational reform that is needed. So that's my first point. And second, in order to grasp the needs of the local community, listening to people who are in financial trouble and visiting the banks, this has been the case. But more of a push type strategy, proactively approaching companies as well as individuals to obtain such information that has not been gathered. So that kind of a push type approach is something else that we need to consider. And the third point, in terms of gathering information, new business trends need to be considered. For example, local companies have a great opportunity to expand overseas. In this age of digital economy, local, regional companies have opportunities to expand globally. So what kind of advice local financial institutions can provide in global expansion is another important role to be played. Thank you very much.
We can, I think, go on forever having discussions on this. DX and local economy, DX and regional finance. There is this connection, specifically what is possible today, that I think emerged out of the discussions from the four panelists. And to think about it, FinSum, should I say thanks to COVID-19? That might not be the right way to say it, but this is a great opportunity for digitalization. There are audiences physically in this venue, and there's also more people who are joining us online. And I think this is broadening the horizon. What we heard from the four panelists today, I am sure, offered some food for thought for you to continue your business. And with that, I want to conclude this session. And I want to give a big round of applause to the panelists. Thank you very much. And with that, we will conclude the panel discussion, Regional Finance and Local Economy Regenerated by DX. Next, from 2:30, Jin Ning, Executive Director and CEO of China Youzan, who will be giving a lecture.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time for us to get started with the solo lecture, Youzan, an EC platform used by 5.43 million stores in China, the key to fintech success. Our speaker is Xu Ning, Mr. Xu Ning, Executive Director and CEO, China Youzan. Please watch the video clip.
WeChat、Weibo など SNS は盛んになり 4G 革新が起こり7億もの人が早く手軽にネットを利用し始めました。ネットマーケティングに新しい風が吹いたのです。鷹山はその潮流に乗り発展してきました。2012年11月末、バイドゥを得てアリペイのチーフプロダクトデザイナーとなったシュはタオバオの祭司、タオバオ大手店舗の講師と鷹山を立ち上げました。鷹山は広州市西湖のそばにあるビートコーヒーというカフェの一角から始まりました。12人の創業チームが SaaS 商品を作り市場にリリースするといくつかの店舗が参加してくれたのです。 WeChat のお年玉は中国で大人気です。 Weibo でのインフルエンサーの呼びかけは効果的で多くの人が WeChat や Weibo で買い物をしました。短い間に多くの店舗が開店し始め独自のマイクロモールを開店しました。鷹山マイクロモールは顧客、店舗、マーケティングがコア機能です。店舗が長年の顧客との取引をサポートし店舗とソーシャルネットワークをつなぎより良いサービスを提供するためにソーシャル EC として鷹山は多くのマーケティングツールを開発しました。支払い方法、ギフト機能、共同購入による割引クーポンなど従来の e コマースとは違うサービスです。個人メディアは新たな開拓者となり e コマースを行うために皆鷹山を利用します。コンテンツプラス e コマースをビジネス化しました。私は昨年から新たに大きなビジネスを始め売上は6000万元を達成。今年は2億元以上の売上となるでしょう。これも鷹山のおかげです。個人メディアから始まったビジネスは拡大しています。共同購入、デリバリー市場は急進し事業者はオンラインでビジネスを行い O2O ビジネス浸透し始めました。鷹山は EC を強化するだけでなく店頭で商品を受け取れる機能も開発しました。市内配送、店舗用クーポン、店舗での支払い、集客、チェーン店の管理、すると実店舗の数は増加しました。鷹山はワンフーチンでの新しい販売システム構築をサポートしました。ユーザーとマーケティングのデジタル化、存在顧客向けのオンラインサービス、そのシナリオはクーポンをオンラインで販売し実店舗で利用することです。ソーシャルネットワークのページビューは山と谷があります。店舗の工夫次第で大量の注文が得られます。それにより鷹山は注文の処理能力を改良し1秒に数万件を処理できるようにしました。目覚ましい進歩でした。鷹山の店舗はどこでも見られるようになりました。店舗を運営する企業はネット運用を進めています。鷹山は製品とサービスを通じインターネット時代を支えています。ビジネスをより簡単に、これが私たちの使命です。さらなるビジネスの進化は鷹山と共に。
こんにちは。はじめまして。Xu です。
Hello everybody.
Hello everyone. 下午好。
I'm Xu.
非常抱歉，我的日文好像
Good afternoon.
只会这么几句，所以接下来我要用中文跟
Since
大
I'm
家
not
分
that
享。
fluent in Japanese, I only speak a little bit of
首先，我想
Japanese. Therefore,
跟
please
大
allow me
家
to
介
speak
绍
in
一下
Chinese.
关于有赞。
First of all,
有赞是一家
I
定
would
位
like you
非
to
常
know
明确的
who we
商家
are,
服务公
Youzan.
司。我们致力于帮助
We
每
have a
一
very
位重视
clear
产品和服务
positioning.
的商家。
We are a SaaS
到目
company
前为
for
止，我们服
store
务了
services,
超过了
and we are here to
5430
support
万个
successful
商家。
stores which places importance on
2020
products
年
and
过去的一
services.
年，我们为这些商家
We are providing at the
成交
moment
了
services to
1037亿人民币的交
5,430,000
易。
stores,
目前为止，我们
and
是中国最
we
大
have
的交易
achieved a
类
transaction
SaaS 公司。
value of 1.6 trillion yen. So we are one of the largest SaaS platform in China. And we were listed on Hong Kong Exchange in May of 2018, and at the moment the market capitalization is $10 billion. So by a way of self-introduction, I would like you to understand who we are, and I'm very honored to be able to share with you who we are. I am Ju Ning. Since early days, I have been deeply involved in internet. It's been almost 20 years since I've got engaged with internet. In 2005, we launched UCD China, which is an UX, user experience social group design, the first of its kind in China. And this is a user experience social group at an early stage. Before that, I was a chief product designer at Alipay. I was involved in personal payment, utility bills payment, and social network payment operations at Alipay. Alipay emerged out of Taobao, which is one of the largest, the largest Asian EC site. And they were connected with all banking network in China, and they offer online payment and settlement services. Payment settlement at the stores, consumer finance, security are just some of the services that we handled. And it was in November 2012 that we launched Youzan. So that was my self-introduction. So what is Youzan? What is the business of Youzan? What makes Youzan innovative? Therefore, first, through products, stores can establish independent DC malls and can build online sales capabilities. And we are there to support that. Secondly, we have a WeChat at the center of SocialNet, and by connecting a sales capability with a social network, marketing can be done on different channels. We can utilize word of mouth to get more orders. And that's what we support. Thirdly, we connect physical and online stores seamlessly, and we leverage digital technologies for business to enhance efficiency. And cloud computing, online settlement, and consumer protection services are just some of the things that we offer. These services that we offer, these are the services that we offer to stores. China mainland internet platforms, there are many. WeChat, QQ, Baidu, Weibo, Alipay are just some of the platforms available in Chinese mainland. In mainland China, Chinese people have access to these platforms, and we offer products and services on these platforms so that we can enhance the volume of traffic. So that is the services we offer are for that purpose. Furthermore, stores and basic platforms are connected, and we work with stores to expand their business. Developers and stores can receive customized services from us. For example, in Japan, Ito-Yokado is a well-known company. In China, they have a very successful business. Many transactions of Ito-Yokado are online, particularly on WeChat. So that's what we support. Developers and basic research platform are leveraged to offer basic services, and that's how we customize our services and products. So we work closely with developers, not just development on softwares, but we are building an open ecosystem. So third-party services can be incorporated. How to utilize social media. We offer consultation services for solutions, and we design online shops, and we enhance marketing, and we support operations of online marketing at the same time. We have stores that have yet to tap e-commerce, so we can operate systems on behalf of stores. For stores, what are the benefits? As long as they have unique and attractive services and products, we can build an open ecosystem on their behalf. In addition, developers and third-party services can be incorporated so that the ecosystem can be complete, and within the complete ecosystem, stores can offer convenient services. Looking back over the past couple of years, it's been 8-9 years since the establishment of the company, and the volume of transaction volume has increased quite significantly. More than 100 billion yuan is the current transaction volume. In 2019, it was 64.5 billion yuan. So transaction volume has been growing at a pace of 80%, 90% every year. So that was a brief overview of our business. Moving on, let me discuss what are the keys for us being successful in increasing transaction volume in China. The transaction volume at the moment is huge, and this is a major success that we have accomplished. Social e-commerce in China is one of the most rapidly growing market. However, our share is only 5%, so there is a significant potential for us to further grow. And there was a market size of 2 trillion yuan, WeChat social EC business market size that was, and there still is room to grow. And there are other players in the market, and a market size of 2 trillion yuan last year, and this year this could further grow to 4 trillion yuan. So there still is a significant potential for the market to grow. Social network has brought about drastic changes to consumption behaviors. One of the major changes in consumption is that when people talked about shopping in the past, they were purchasing daily necessities, they tried to find daily necessities, and shoppers used to have a very clear target for shopping. But this has changed. Right now, it's not that we start with a product that we want to find. Instead, we communicate with friends, we watch celebrities, and we try to find what they are using, what they like. And consumers want to buy things that the celebrities have, and they want to have the same experience as the celebrities and friends. So consumption is no longer based on personal targets, but consumption now is based on sharing experience. Another change that has been taking place is on the part of stores. Stores want to gather more purchases, and TVs and newspapers have been the mass media outlet for advertisement to increase orders. But now this has changed. Many stores in China have been successful in utilizing social media. Private members in social media network have been growing, and the stores have been targeting these people, and stores are offering services and products that could go viral on the social network. So in summary, one of the major changes that have been taking place is that purchasing is not necessarily based on personal preference, but it's based on others' preference as well. And by expanding members in the private space, you are to win over new customers. That is the change.
Those are the changes happening in China right now. Stores in China and shops on platforms, how have they been adapting to this change? To better manage their business, what should be done? To provide better services, there are 2 points that we have to look at. I think this is of some useful information to you. So in this process, the very important portion is display of contents and marketing. We have found them to be the most important. For example, a manufacturer, what kind of products can they offer to customers is at the core. And those products, how they are presented to consumers at the right timing, that will be the branches. So you have the core, the trunk, and the branches. And then the next step is to disseminate that to all consumers. Your business philosophy and the value of the products must be known to the consumers. There are various dissemination channels that will be needed. It is as if that's serving the function of a wind. So the value of the merchandise is at the core, and you have the branches, which is display of contents, and dissemination channels is like the wind. The value of products, we cannot determine the value of the products made by manufacturers, but we can do something about the two others, that is display of contents and dissemination of that information. We can offer our help through channels and forms. Let's take a look at display of contents. You need to pique the interest of customers. You need the content to attract the interest of the customers. Then you need to build a relationship of trust, and then to promote consumption. So these are the three steps. And there are 6 keywords here. For example, when you are to pique people's interest, we need to offer a topic that customers will be interested in. For example, the show business, celebrities, politics, may be the topics that pique the interest of customers. So we offer such topics in the first place, and then thereafter, we let customers imagine the scenes where the merchandise will be used to get sympathy and empathy. And then we tell the story of that merchandise. For example, what are the raw ingredients? With what kind of intent in mind that product was made? We try to tell that story. By doing so, we can convey the value of that product. And at the same time, after customers have used the product, we try to disseminate the feedback. And then in the final stage, that would promote more sales. First, there's a topic to pique the interest of customers, get their empathy, resonance, and then we promote the value of the product, and then through feedback, we try to expand the size of the market, piquing interest, building trust, and then promote consumption. This is the flow of the process. This is the mature methodology, just for your reference. Now the content, dissemination channel, and formats. Let us take a look at them. First, the method of promotion and the format. Normally, people with influence, influential people, celebrities, or key opinion leaders, we would place ads related to that to try to capture new customers, and those new customers will be added as new friends, and they will be turned into our fans, and then they will share our information with others. For example, in a line group, they will share about information pertaining to good products, and then we can attract new customers, and those new customers will then become fans of ours. So this is the virtuous cycle that we're trying to form. And at the same time, we help the manufacturers. We try to match the manufacturer with many KOLs, key opinion leaders. And through WeChat and Weibo, through such channels, manufacturers merchandise could be disseminated to more customers to try to draw in more new customers. Through this process, we will be able to, and we have been able to reach a high number of gross merchandise value. Let me share with you one example. Youzan Front Global. There is such a company by that name, and they have established a global shop. Products around the world will be introduced to consumers in China, and those merchandise will be incorporated, and content information will be disseminated and then sell them. Currently, more than 1,000 brands from 24 countries are being introduced. They have been introducing more than 20,000 product items. By developing content and disseminating information, that's the way that we market the products. And many consumers, by paying attention to this, one product item has sold more than 500,000 pieces. And one product, through word of mouth, the benefit of incremental sales was said to be 330 million yen. So that information about the product has been shared, and more than 310,000 KOLs do exist. Professional KOL productions are being linked, and there's linkage with more than 12,000 productions. Let me show you another example. In the past 6 to 7 years, upon the call of the Chinese government, by 2021, there's the plan to emerge out of poverty. And in response to this call, in Yunnan province, Yuanyang district was linked up in this program by 2021. Of course, China poverty emergence project has been completed, but back then it was still in progress. So with this county, there has been collaboration so that fish, eggs, and rice, various, or ducks even, various specialty products from that region were taken up. For example, mini video films and various contents were disseminated, and KOLs would test those products by tasting them. And through these events, products advertising was conducted. So with no advertisement expense, in 4 months, sales of 6 million was achieved. So far, more than 30 million yuan of sales has been achieved, and about 4,880 farm households have emerged out of poverty. Now, I'd like to talk about Youzan Japan from here on. All value is the brand that we have put out this time around. For more manufacturers, we want to help them create value. All value in Japan. To realize the EC of the brand, we want to facilitate that. And social EC is to be accomplished in a successful way so that we can develop experts in the community. First, brand's EC site is to be developed quickly, and through social EC, sales growth will be realized, and that will be turned into mobile, and social cross-border EC will be realized. And by managing community traffic, more sales will be achieved. That is what we do to support them. So this is the kind of technical support we provide in Japan. And we can also provide various after-sales service in Japan. For example, let's say a Japanese manufacturer doesn't know about EC marketing, how to do it. Then what we do is that for the benefit of the manufacturer, we would develop the marketing plan for them, and we would assist them in developing content to disseminate that. We provide our consultation service, and furthermore, we can be the agent to manage this on their behalf. In addition, in Japan, there are many great brands. There are many companies with histories of 100 years, and quality products are being manufactured by Japanese companies. Those products will probably be very popular in China. So in various regions in Japan, there are quality products. So if we are entrusted with such products, we can develop the content, and through cross-border EC, we can get that information across to many consumers in China. And upon recommendation of KOLs in China, people in China may decide to buy, and the goods will be delivered directly from Japan. That is how connection and linkage with Japanese manufacturers can be realized. Together with Japanese partner companies, we will be rolling out this business. And as of now, our partner companies in Japan, pioneering companies providing technology service in insurance and finance, this company has a history of 21 years. This is a partner in Japan. So I've been talking about Youzan and the business that we do at Youzan, and how Youzan works with manufacturers to develop the content of the product, to advertise those products. As of now, Youzan would like to take hold in Japan, to be rooted in Japan. So we would like to work with Japanese manufacturers to realize electronic commerce so that Japanese products could be sold in China. We want to assist that. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Once we are ready, we would like to start the next session, Digitalization of Finance to Create New Businesses, with Mr. Katsunori Tanizaki, CDIO, Senior Managing Executive Officer, Group CDIO, Sumitomo Mitsui Financial Group, Mr. Katsuya Kawashima, Representative Director, Senior Executive Vice President and COO SBI Holdings, Mr. Hideki Murai, Member of the House of Representatives, Liberal Democratic Party, Mr. Soto Yamauchi, CEO WED Inc., and this session will be moderated by Ms. Fumika Sato, Staff Writer, Economic and Business News Department, Nikkei. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. This session is titled Digitalization of Finance to Create New Businesses, and this is going to take the form of panel discussion. Let me have a pleasure of introducing to you our panelists. Mr. Katsunori Tanizaki, CDIO, Senior Managing Executive Officer, Group CDIO, Sumitomo Mitsui Financial Group, Senior Managing Executive Officer, Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation, Representative Director, President and CEO, the Japan Research Institute.
続きましては SBI ホールディングス代表取締役
Mr.
副社長 川島克也様です。
Kawashima, Representative Director, Senior Executive Vice President and COO, SBI Holdings Inc. Please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause.
続きまして衆議院議員村井秀樹様です。
And Mr. Hideki Murai, member of the House of Representatives. Please come and join us.
続きましては WED 代表取締
And
役山内聡太様
CEO
です。
WED,
山内様よろしくお願いい
Mr.
たします。
Soto Yamauchi.
大きな拍手をお願いいたします。
Please give him a big round of applause.
最後にモデレーターを務めま
Last
す
but
のは
not least, the session will be moderated by Ms. Humika Sato, staff writer, Economic and Business News Department, Nikkei
お願
Inc.
いします。
Ms. Sato, please take it away.
はい、ではここからの進行は佐藤さんにお願いしたい
So,
と思い
Ms.
ます。
Sato, the floor is
よろしくお願い
yours.
します。
はい、皆さんこんにちは。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And during this session, we would like to focus on the topic of digitalization of finance to create new businesses. We would like to discuss the process, prospect, and challenges in digitalizing finance. And I'll be serving as the moderator. I'm Sato, staff writer, Economic and Business News Department, Nikkei. And we are joined by financial institutions, Sumitomo Mitsui Financial Group, Mr. Tanizaki, and Mr. Kawashima of SBI Holdings. At the cutting edge of digitalization of financial services, and Mr. Murai, member of the House of Representatives, and Mr. Yamauchi, who's just turned 20 years old the other day. So we have a wonderful panel. Thank you very much, our panelists, for joining us.
ではまず皆様に
So,
自己紹介と一緒にですね、
let
今取
me
り組まれ
ask
ていらっ
you
しゃることや、
to
ご関心
do
のあ
a
ることを
self introduction and what are some of
お話しいただ
the
ければと思います。
initiatives that you have and what are some of the challenges
では
that you
まず
face.
谷崎
So
様
why
か
don't
ら
we
順番
start
にお願いい
with
たします。
Mr. Tanizaki.
皆さんこんにちは。
Good afternoon, ladies and
三井信託フ
gentlemen.
ィナンシャルグループの
I'm
グループ CDI をやっております。
Tanizaki. I'm the Group CDIO, Sumitomo Mitsui Financial
このよう
Group.
な素晴らしい機会を
Thank you very much for giving me this
誠にあり
wonderful
がとうございます
opportunity.
私なりにこの金融機関の CDIO として今やっているようなこと
As
を
a CDIO of a financial institution, I would like to share my experience as a CDIO, but by way of introducing myself, what are some of the initiatives in the digital domain at Sumitomo Mitsui Financial Group? I would like to share with you a slide and hope you would understand what activities we are engaged in. As you know, Sumitomo Mitsui Financial Group are in banking, lease, securities, and card businesses. We are a comprehensive financial services group.
現在私どものところでもう主に取り扱っているというのは
And
この CDIO というのはグループ
CDIO, I am a group CDIO, a Chief Digital Innovation Officer, so I'm not just involved in banking, but credit card, securities, leasing arms of our group. In addition to SMBC, we have SMBC Trust and Banking.
それからグローバルでは
And globally, we have in Indonesia,
デジタルバンクみたいなものを
digital
運用
bank
させてもらっています
called BTPN.
このような中でですね、全体
So
の
that's being the
デジ
case.
タルの推進役というこういう役目を
Group CDIO is to promote digitalization on a group-wide
デジタルの
basis.
力を使って
And
新しい事業を
by
そうではないかという
harnessing the power of
私ども
digital,
でございますんで
CDIO is
スライド
to
の中にある
cultivate
下
new
の方に
business domains. And
デジタル
if you
子
could
会
look
社
at
と
the
いう
bottom
言い方を
half of
私たちは
this
しておりますけど
page,
いろ
we
んな
have
パー
digital
トナー
subsidiaries.
様と
We have been
組んだり
partnering
それから
with
資本提
partners,
携をしたり
and we
いろん
have
な形でこの
equity
会社を作ってですね
partnerships So we have formed these entities so that we are to make advancement into non-financial services area, and we want to sow seeds for new business opportunities in financial services and beyond financial services. And this is a 60-hour session, and I hope you will enjoy. Thank you. Mr. Kawashima, it's your turn. I'm Kawashima. Thank you very much for having me. Kawashima of SBI Holdings. In 1985, when the era was still deeply analog, I joined Nomura Securities, and I had an experience there for 10 years. And with a positive turn of fortune, I joined SoftBank, and I spent a year as a secretary, corporate secretary to Mr. Son. And I was exposed to digital and internet. I was taken aback by the huge potential, the combination of internet and financial services and digital and financial services. There are strong affinity. Back then, the financial and treasury section of SoftBank, 55 members of the section spun out to form SBI Group. With the birth of SBI Group, SBI Securities and Sumishin, SBI Net Banking, I was lucky enough to establish these entities, and I was very lucky to be involved in the process of putting these businesses on track. And asset management business I am in charge of at the moment. In particular, since 2015, with Internet at the center, AI, blockchain, IoT, and other venture companies, we have invested close to 200 billion yen within and outside the group. We have invested in funds, we have made direct investments. So these are the ventures to which we have invested, in which we have invested a huge number of ventures. We have been a firm believer of these new technologies, and we have been a firm believer that these technologies are the technologies that will change the world. So I have experienced the generation of analog and digital, and I have experienced both banking and securities businesses, and I hope my input in the discussion could be of some use to our audience. Thank you. Mr. Murai. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Hideki Murai, member of the House of Representatives. This is my fourth appearance on FinTech Summit, FinSum. Let me introduce myself. I spent 9 years at the Ministry of Finance, and I turned to a political career, and it's been also 9 years since I've become a politician, lawmaker. So I have been on the ground. I have been deeply involved in policy making over these years, and self-assertive, a very politician kind of slide. But I would like you to look at is the bottom half of this slide. So the first message I would like to deliver to you is that this is what has happened for the past 5-6 years in the political and administrative arena. We were in a tremendous process of change, and we have been reforming regulations in this country quite significantly, and that is what I would like you to understand. At the last FinSum, I discussed that in a case, for example, Amazon could have a banking arm, but a bank cannot have a business entity within its group. So it is very important, I said, to secure a level playing field from the competition perspective. But with the revision of the Banking Business Act this year, which will soon be submitted to the Diet this year, relaxation of business regulations by existing financial institutions, and that is 2021, and at the financial services and finance committees of the Diet, the deregulation will be debated. And as a result of their discussion, a subsidiary of a bank, as a matter of reality, will be allowed to conduct non-financial services, and the banks will be able to have non-financial service entities within their group. So these are some of the reforms we have seen. And financial big bang in the Reiwa era is just around the corner. And I personally believe that we now have a regulatory environment in place, more or less. And financial and non-financial actors who will be leading the new era will be the next question we will all ask ourselves. And I'm sure that there are a lot of practitioners on the panel, and I'm here to learn from you.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Yamauchi, please. My name is Toto Yamauchi of WED. I think I'm the youngest amongst the panelists. One is the application, a service to purchase receipts. And when you're hearing this, please go to the App Store and search for receipt purchase a service, and you'll be able to find our service. Please make use of it. So let us go into some concrete discussion. Digitalization of financial service. I think it's been making progress from the financial institution side. Digitalization inside the company, digitalization, paperless, remote working has progressed, and contact with customers is becoming more digital, self-service, and more services offered through smartphones. That's the trend. And this year, in non-financial area, financial service has spread, and embedded finance has already started to expand in Japan. So what kind of services are likely to grow? Can you talk about your prospects? Mr. Tanizaki, you're already working on many things, but what do you think is likely to progress most in Japan? At SMBC Group, over the past 1 year, it's not that digitalization has made progress just in the last 1 year. In the financial service community, we are moving to IT from 50 years back. But the past 1 year, because of COVID-19, now that we have to work in this environment, digital transformation has progressed even in areas where it wasn't making a lot of headway in the past. How do you make use of IT? In the case of a bank, internal processes, what used to be done manually can be shifted to digital area. How do you digitize them to convert them into digital numbers information? And how can you be more efficient to reduce the number of headcount you have to keep? That has been the direction that we have been moving. But most recently, customer touchpoints like UI and UX, you have to make it more convenient from the perspective of customers. So that has been the focus. There has been a lot of progress there. And when we talk about our customers, as a financial institutions, we're not just looking at the individual customers. There are corporate customers. So from the domain of individuals to wholesale corporations, our digital target has shifted. And Ms. Sato, you talked about embedded finance just now. As we move to the next stage, B2B2C, how in the back of corporations, our functions could be embedded so that it is as if we don't have to be on the front side. Corporate customers will be able to use those services. I think there is going to be more and more of such domains to be expanding. Last year, Toyota Wallet was managed by us from behind, and Uniqlo Pay that was released this year. Again, we are in the back office doing bank pay and other functions. So where we will not be visible, we will be embedded in offering various solutions to our corporate customers. I think there's going to be a lot of progress in that area. That's my prospect. Thank you very much. Mr. Kawashima at SBI Holdings, it's not just securities, but you're involved in a variety of financial business. Most recently, you are working very actively in having alliances with regional banks. Depending on the size of an institution, progress of digitalization may differ, but this year, how are you projecting to see progress in this area? Well, differences. Well, of course, differences do exist between industry sectors, but there is also differences between urban cities and regions. Digital transformation has started to be discussed in a very large way, and that was triggered by COVID-19 and its spread. But in the regions, digital transformation, in order for it to make progress, the hub will be regional banks. But regional banks, in the past, they have developed various know-how, and with the technology that they currently have, can they really accommodate digital transformation of local businesses? That's not necessarily so. It's not one size fits all to promote digital transformation. Depends on the region, depends on the industry sector, features of a company, and the size of a company. There should be a variety of options on the menu. So ever since we were launched, we have been investing in startups. Most recently, over the past 5 years, more than 200 billion was invested in startups. So startups do have know-how and technology. And that is going to play a more important role in digital transformation. That could be key services and key technologies. So in the past 3-4 years, we have been able to form into various alliance relationships with regional banks. So for them, we would like to come up with a menu of options A, B, and C. For example, EC providers, we offer them this. And for small businesses running restaurants, let us go and take up this one. We are coming up with a number of options on the menu or in discussion with regional banks. Of course, very limited in terms of opportunity to speak face-to-face, but over the web, we can talk to them. And we would like to turn this to our advantage so that locally, those regional banks, salespeople are in contact with local people. So we are telling them to recommend this, or if they get this question, we can give them that feedback so that we can offer this type of support. By doing so with startups and regions, and startups and regional financial institutions, we are starting to be the bridge. And that, I believe, is a very important role for us right now. Thank you very much. Regional financial institutions, they may not have the capacity to invest in digital technology, and human resources may be limited. So if they are having difficulty doing this on their own, they can have an alliance with the startups as well as with SBI to incorporate the capabilities of entities outside. From last year, SMBC Group and SBI Group have entered into an alliance working on various projects. Since both of you are here, this may be something that people are interested. So I'd like to ask you, Mr. Tanizaki, in SMBC Group, you do have a securities firm inside the group, but still, you decided to tie up with this SBI Holdings. What is the intent behind this? As you say, SMBC Group does have SMBC Nikko Securities. We do have a securities arm. It's not that we have discarded them to enter into a relationship with SBI. That's not the external message that we have sent. SMBC Nikko has its strength. And for SBI, that is being recognized. And we do recognize the great competitive edge of SBI Holdings. What we're actually doing is, as was discussed by Mr. Kawashima, investing in startups. We have made additional investments together, and we realize that they are dealing with so many startups. We are able to see that for ourselves. A new mobile securities investment was made, the way that business is done over the net securities companies and how customers move, that is something that we didn't realize. They're moving at a very fast pace. So in terms of relationship with SMBC Nikko Securities, there's maybe a bit of coordination and adjustments to be made. But right now, in working with SBI, I think we have a lot to gain from this relationship. So this relationship we would like to treasure. Of course, the president of SBI, and we have a personal relationship with our president. So alliance relationship and actual business that we do. Sometimes there is capital alliance, putting in money, but that may not lead to concrete business. But there are many such cases. But in the case of SBI and SMBC Group, that's not the relationship. We want to take this to actual, real business. We're confident of that. So we want to strengthen this relationship, alliance relationship with SBI. Mr. SBI, what is your intent behind going into this alliance relationship? The intent and objective, as Mr. Tanizaki said, we share that totally. And our group has been talking about open alliance. We cannot just rely on our own capabilities. We have to work with others.
In particular, in the digital domain, the strength in digital domain and strength in face-to-face domain, both will have to complement each other, leverage strength so that we can benefit our customers. Customer first is the notion there. During this process, there could be good chemistry or less than good chemistry, but small differences should be ignored so that we can benefit the users or customers, putting aside small differences so that the users will enjoy better services. And so that we can earn trust, confidence of our clients. Customers can enjoy advanced benefits of advanced technologies, and that is a kind of combination that we hope to grow in the future. Alliances, speaking of alliances, establishing a PTS is one of the alliances, and this relates to the topic of digitalization and handling of the security token. I'm sure you are looking into as a potential for the future. What is the time horizon schedule, and what is the plan that you have in place?
この PTS の設立にあたっては、私どももそういった意味ではこれからまさにこのセキュリティトークンオファー STO のこのマーケットが大きくなっていく、そういう要するに分岐点になってきてるんじゃないかなというふうに思っています。それでもちろん最初はそのプライマリーの世界から始まってくるんだと思うんですけど、プライマリーの世界だけだとやっぱり限界はあると思いまして、やっぱりセカンダリーのマーケットをきちんとあるようなマーケットでないと伸びていかないんだと思うんです。そこで我々 SMBC グループはそういった意味ではブロックチェーンの取り扱いっていうのは
Group. In terms of blockchain, we may have been a latecomer, but we will be very serious. We will have all hands on the deck to build SDO market, and we feel strong empathy to the vision of establishing Osaka Digital Exchange, which is a concept by SBI. This is a digital concept. We are location agnostic. SBI, I mean, this is going to be the second exchange, and they are serious to grow this second exchange. And the potential of SDO, we are a firm believer, and we will be closely working with SBI. Exchange market, this is public in nature. Exchanges and markets are public in nature, so this should not be done by SBI alone. Obviously, we need many participants to join our initiative. SMBC Group had to be an equity partner so that this will attract other competent players join this initiative. And Osaka Kansai region is the region we are talking about, and regional revitalization, economic revitalization is where we hope to make a significant contribution.
続いて山内さんにお伺いしたいんですけれども、
Let me ask the following question to Mr. Yamauchi.
金融と金融をつなぐような
Linking financial and non-financial services you are working on, and you are young, one of the Z generation Z, and people of older generation may hesitate to complete all the financial services on a mobile phone, but your generation, I believe, is different.
受けられているのではないかと思います。そうした中で今後サービス
So, talking about the future services, what are the prospects? What are the new services that you see on the horizon? The other day, an American Jack Dorsey's settlement company, Square, acquired Tidal, which is a music streaming company. And this was a deal symbolic of fintech as a service. I was watching this. Twitter and Square could perhaps be combined as one. Tidal is like a Spotify kind of service provider. And their Square, by acquiring the Tidal, Square can have a reach to artists by fintech. That's what Square wants to achieve by this acquisition. Music industry has not been tied to internet, but financial related services on internet, all of them are fintech. So internet and non-internet domains will be combined, and fintech could be a bridge to connect the two. That is what we see, what I see happening out there. So this has become barrier-less, and services are going beyond traditional barriers. Mr. Murai, as you mentioned earlier on, Payment Services Act and Financial Intermediary Operators Law and Banking Business Law and payment of salaries in a digital way. In the past couple of years, we have seen much progress in terms of regulatory environment. Do you think all the necessary pieces are already there? I believe the basic framework is already there. Basic regulatory framework is already there. But SEO, I believe, has a significant potential going forward, and many will start utilizing SEOs. The companies will issue SEOs, and not just primary, but this will change hands. Quality control of SEO will be an issue. I mean, maybe not necessarily in terms in the form of regulations, but people need a set of rules.
これから新しいビジネスが生まれる、テクノロジーによって生まれてくる
with the emergence of new businesses on the back of new technologies, and we will have to always update our regulations.
はい。おっしゃるように、
This will have to be an ongoing
新しい
process.
技術や新しいサービスも出てきますので、
We
これで終わ
will
りということ
see
では
new
なくて、
services and new technologies, so there will be no end to this process. Both the technologies and regulations will have to change at the same time. And let me add,
B2B2C だっていう話もですね、
B2B2C
そういったようなことにも
you
言うと
mentioned.
やっぱりこれまでハブ&スポーク型で金融
We
機関
have
中
had
心
hub
で
and
ってやってたも
spoke,
のがす
and
で
at the
に
center of the
お
hub
二
and
人から
spoke
もお
has
話が出
always
たよ
been
うに
financial
ですね、
institutions, and
おそ
as
らく
my
もう金
two
融と非金融の分野が
fellow
かなり
panelists
融
have
合する
said,
形で
there is
イン
no
ターフェ
clear
ース
distinction
企
between
業がどちらのサ
financial
ービス
services
も
and
提供して
non-financial
いる
services,
と、
and
そして裏側
internet-based
で
based
金融
companies
サー
are
ビス、金融サー
providing
ビス
both
が
the services,
このイン
and
ターフェース企業
behind
に
the scenes,
B2B2C の
financial
形で
and
サービスを提
non-financial
供していくって
services are
形にな
providing
ってく
services
る
in the
と
form of
いうことで
B2B2C,
言う
and
と、や
that
っぱ
is
り
going
こ
to be
の
the future
イン
direction.
ターフェ
Having
ー
said
スを
that,
どこが取るの
interface
かっていうのがこれ
will
からの
be
一
a
つの
critical
見どころだ
question.
な
Who
と
will
思っていますし、そこの動きによって
capture the
は規制の
interface,
方も
and
規制とい
depending
う
on
か
who
ル
will
ール
be
作り
acting
も
as
で
an
すね、
interface,
見
rulemaking
直しが
and
必要になってくるかも
regulatory
しれないとい
revisions
ったように思っています。
will
最近で
could
も
become necessary depending on who will be acting as the interface. Rakuten and Japan Post Group
have
have announced
これも
their partnership just a couple of days ago. It's not just financial services, they're talking about online malls as well. So it's not that simple, but Japan Post has real customer base. Mitsubishi UFJ and Docomo are now partnering with each other, and you guys, SBI and SMBC Group are joining hands, and financial services intermediaries are there, but who will be acting as an interface is going to be the key in this area. There was a war on turf in the field of payment and settlement, but non-finance and financial services, the interface will be the center of competition and activities going forward. That is what I feel. Digital Money Promotion PT project team. Let me ask you this question. Honestly speaking, a discussion on CBDC, the government and ruling party, to extent, is the discussion ripe? To be honest with you, I am the chair of the LDP's Digital Money Promotion project team, and we have spent the last 18 months to have a discussion, and phase 1 proof of concept will start in April by BOJ, and I know that Tanizaki-san will also comment on this. Why do we have a CBDC? Textbook answer will be to enhance settlement and payment and settlement. But we need to do a better job in identifying the purpose for launching CBDC. The discussion on CBDC ultimately will be an economic discussion. But when we have this discussion within the LDP, ruling party, digital RMB, a global stablecoin, Libra by Facebook, if they were to become widely available, then we will see them in Japan. And depending on how these get used, currency sovereignty of Japan could be threatened. And we are now operating under the dollar key currency regime, but digital RMB, digital yuan, although we do not have an idea as to how this will emerge, but if it is a truly global currency, then this could be a major threat for dollar key currency regime. So this have international political implications as well. So there are different ways to look at this debate. And currency sovereignty and key currency regime could potentially be undermined. As long as there is such a possibility, we have to be fully prepared, and that is why the Bank of Japan has been asked to conduct a proof of concept. If CBDC, whether the CBDC are to be issued or not, no decision has been made, and the design of CBDC could be widely different. So during the process for designing CBDC, we want CDBCs to contribute to the enhancement of payment and settlement in Japan, and we also have to overcome the concerns of negative implications on monetary policies and protection of personal information. And some of these, all of these challenges will have to be overcome before CBDCs can be issued.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Mr. Tanizaki about this too. CBDC, once it is to be issued, this may have an impact on business of financial institutions, and digital money in the private sector may also be impacted. What do you say? As Mr. Murai has discussed, and having listened to that, I was thinking that it is true that in what way this CBDC will be issued in Japan, depending on that format, financial institutions as well as consumers may be impacted in different ways. If it is a direct issuance, if BOJ is to issue CBDC directly, then this could be a major social experiment. And if it is going to be an indirect way of issuance, the central bank, only between the central bank and private sector financial institutions that this CBDC is to be dealt with, that impact may not be very big. But how is that going to be handled by private sector financial institutions? The impact could be different depending on how it is to be treated. So as Mr. Murai said, what is the purpose of introduction of CBDC? I think you need to follow the process of getting the understanding of the general public. Given the geopolitics, digital Chinese yuan, and US developments, if there is a major move to be made, Japan will have to have a major discussion about what to do. So as a person who's in a private sector financial institution, CBDC is something for the government and the BOJ, and we would like to watch closely what they are doing to do what we can do on our part. Mr. Murai, any comment about CBDC? We would like everyone to engage in discussion. I'm just trying to spur that discussion. Just to give you an image, in China, there is the demonstration project underway for CBDC. So let's assume that this is the basis. And if we are to introduce that into Japan, what would happen? Direct issuance or indirect issuance? BOJ is thinking about indirect issuance. So it's not direct from BOJ. For example, if I wanted to get hold of CBDC, then I need to go to a deposit-taking institution to open up a CBDC account, most likely. And Mitsui Sumitomo, I will use that bank to open up an account for CBDC. And I will transfer 100,000 CBDC to make payments in various places. I think that will be the way. But if this is going to really widely spread, what would happen is that fund transfer operators have cultivated various payment services. They have those domains of business, but if CBDC can wipe out all those service providers and deposit-taking financial institutions with such CBDC accounts, that's payment information they will be able to get hold of. This is something that they didn't expect initially. So what I'm trying to get at is that this image is just an example. CBDC can be designed in various different ways. But depending on how you design this CBDC, the actors that exist today, some actors may end up getting a lot of benefit, and some actors may be disadvantaged greatly, depending on the design of the CBDC. So people who are in the financial services industry, think about CBDC, pay attention to CBDC. Offer your ideas as to what kind of design you would like to see and what would create a problem for you. And when we make recommendations, it's not that BOJ would conduct the demonstration project. Private sector entities should be included. BOJ, Ministry of Finance, and FSA, plus private sector entities. There has to be close coordination with the private sector entities to conduct such demonstration projects. That is what we are saying, and that is how it is progressing. Thank you. Geopolitics, not just geopolitics, but the private sector entities and users' perspectives should be reflected. Now, turning to Mr. Yamauchi, not just limited to CBDC, when money is becoming digitized, you don't know whether it's money or point or cash rewards. Various things are happening on your smartphone. There are no clear boundaries. And when it is digitized, who is using that money will be known. So you could make use of that information as an information bank. So digital money, what are the potential services that it can offer? Can you talk about the potential? One app called One, which purchases receipts, is that manufacturers something like a colored coin can be developed. We buy receipts. In those receipts, certain purchases, if they are included, we would reward with a cashback. And what has been created as a result of that is something like sales promotion. Financial capabilities are being used to promote sales, to introduce new concept in the market. UI, UX, when we talk about those things, what I say is that when we talk about UX, UI, what it brings to UX is only 30%. What is the remaining 70% is usage. So people who are in financial services business and people who are thinking about UI and UX use and its impact on UX is something that they may need to pay more attention to because it could allow you to create new businesses. Thank you very much. So various sectors and financial service are intertwined in the days ahead. Next discussion. In promoting digitalization of financial service, who are the players? I'd like to talk about that now. Starting with Mr. Tanizaki. At SMBC Group, are you going to be collaborating with fintech companies? Or are you going to do it on your own? And in promoting digital strategy, we know that you're involved in various programs. In the case of SMBC Group, my sense is that payments and cards, rather than allying with platformers, you are competing against them. But cloud sign and electronic contracts or making investments into medical startups. So in areas where there's new technology, you are allying and tying up with startups. That's the impression I have. But can you talk about what you're actually doing? It's not that we have a concrete policy. SMCC, the card area, we're in competition head-on, but in providing services, we tie up with the Internet and Visa and Jack Dorsey's company Square, we tie up with them. So in various ways, our basic stance is we should be customer-centric, customer-first. What is best for our customers? We start from there. Just relying on our resources, is that going to be fastest and best for our customers? If that's so, then we will make it on our own. But if it is an area where we don't have sufficient capabilities, we need to partner with various people. Tying up with SBI, this is because this is a counterparty that has capabilities that we don't have, be it startups or fintech companies. If they have capabilities that we don't, then it could be a business relationship alliance to get services provided, or we may want to take an equity stake to take the initiative of managing that business. Sometimes we do that, or more recently, sometimes we go right out to acquire a startup. This is all because we are thinking of the best way, the quickest way to provide our service to our customers. That's the criteria, the only criteria. Mr. Kawashima, at SBI, as you showed in the earlier slide, you have invested in so many startups. Sometimes they are pure investments or like Wealth Navi. It's collaboration in the business area. So can you talk about your posture in investing in startups, fintechs? It's just a matter of how we build our alliance relationships. Investment, incorporation, and diffusion. We always make sure that we follow this step. By making an investment, we create a relationship with that startup, and we use that, we incorporate that inside the group and to improve it, and then disseminate it. It could be with regional financial institutions or external partners.
So whether you look at the startups as your threats or partners, I mean, it's just a matter of how you form partnerships. In particular, in financial services sector, many financial services have been translated into APIs, and these are now parts and components. So we no longer have to spend a huge cost for connection. With API connection, you can build connections with other financial players, but other non-financial players as well. So the partnership is going to be the key. Unfortunately, within financial services market, it's still expensive to build an API foundation, and the situation is still there, which can be characterized as vendor lock-in. Banking, core banking system vendor are in a driver's seat, and this could mean an expensive cost for financial institutions. But if we were to satisfy the needs of our users, that is the direction that we need to pursue. So the key is whether we can cultivate a culture where we can all be open in building partnerships, and this is going to be a major challenge. And from that point of view, we are making investments. Thank you. Yamauchi-san, from the perspective of a startup, Marui, a retailer, you have been working with them. Partnerships with large companies, do you find it important? This has become much easier more recently. We were started in 2016. In the early days, large companies, not many large companies partnered with startups, but it's much easier to partner with large companies. When working closely with large companies, whether we have a good affinity in terms of philosophy is very important for me. What do we mean by philosophy? Philosophy is a question of prioritization, where the customer is at the top of the priority list. I mean, users and clients are subdivisions of subcategories of clients. And we tend to work with large companies which share similar philosophy. And the philosophy is priority. Who are we to prioritize? I know that we are running out of time. Mr. Murai, as the government of Japan is concerned, regulatory framework the government is trying to develop, which will be conducive for fintech. And banking business law is being revised so that it will become easier for banks to do non-financial businesses as well. Large companies should be capable of doing open innovation, and political leadership and bureaucrats will have to lead this initiative to make this easier for large companies, right? Right. In comparison to 3-4 years ago, the progress has been unthinkable. We have seen much progress in terms of partnerships and API connection, which was mentioned by Kawashima-san. I feel that there has been much progress over the past couple of years. And we have to be there to facilitate this between large companies and venture companies. To say that more, information in the hands of the public sector should also be connected with API, and that is going to be key. And this is what I would like to do. Public pension plans, information on public pension plans should be shared with financial institutions. API connection on individual basis. 20 million yen problem, which was a scandal a couple of years ago, could have been prevented. A 20 million scandal was a discussion based on the average number, which was a source of anxiety for many. And how much public pension you'll be able to receive? What is the level of livelihood, the living standard that you are going to enjoy? If private financial institutions can present to individuals what the individual's expectation should be, it would be wonderful. And for this purpose, of course, we need to make sure that we do not undermine confidence and leakage of information. But if financial institutions can the public sector can share this information with private sector financial institutions, then we will be able to build a digitally driven society, and that is why we need a digital agency in this country. With much regret, because of time, I would like to bring this session to a close. The topic for this session has been digitalization of finance to create new businesses. Thank you very much for giving us your input, and I think this session has been thought-provoking in projecting what will happen in the next couple of years. Thank you very much. Please join me in giving them a big round of applause. Mr. Tanizaki, Mr. Kawashima, Mr. Murai, Mr. Yamauchi, and Ms. Sato, thank you very much. So with that, panel discussion on digitalization of finance to create new business will end. And from 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we will have a panel discussion on payment infrastructure key to develop a digital asset business. Mr. Fujimoto, Executive Officer, Head of Blockchain Promotion Department, SBI Holdings Inc., Representative Director and CEO, SBI R3 Japan Company, and Mr. Takashi Sano, Chief Investment Officer, MUFG Innovation Partners, Mr. Hiromi Yamaoka, Board Member, Future Corporation, Chair of Digital Currency Forum, will join the panel, and the panel will be moderated by Ryo Suzuki, Senior Staff Writer, and Caster Nikkei Inc. Please give us a few minutes before we start the next session. Thank you.
それではお時間となりましたので、
Let us begin the next
デジタル
session.
アセット発展の鍵握る
Payment infrastructure, key to develop digital asset
は
business.
じめにパネリストの皆様をご紹介
Let
したい
me
と思いま
first
す。
introduce the
ま
panelists.
ずは SBI ホールディングス執行役員、ブロックチェーン推進室
Mr.
長、
Mamoru
SBI
Fujimoto,
R3
Executive Officer, Head of Blockchain Promotion Department at SBI
藤本様、
Holdings,
よろしくお願いいたします。
Representative
大きな
Director,
拍手でお
CEO
迎え
of
ください。
SBI R3
よろしくお願
Japan
いいた
Co.
します。
Please join us in welcoming him with a round of applause.
続きまして三菱 UFJ イノベーションパートナーズ
Mr. Takashi Sano, Chief Investment Officer of MUFG Innovation Partners. Welcome, Mr. Sano.
お願いいたします。続きましてはフューチャー取締役デジタル通貨フォーラム座長
Mr. Hiromi
山岡
Yamaoka,
様です。
Board
山岡様、
Member
よろし
of
くお願いいた
Future
します。
Corporation and Chair of the Digital Currency Forum.
そして最後にモデレーターを務めますのは日本経
Let
済
me
新
also
聞社
introduce
編
the
集部
moderator,
編集委員
Senior Staff Writer and
鈴木亮
Caster
です。
at
鈴木さん、
Nikkei
よろしくお
Inc.
願いします。
Ryo Suzuki.
それではここからの進行は鈴木さんに
So
お任
let me
せしたい
hand
と
over
思
the
います。
microphone to
よろしくお
Mr.
願いします。
Suzuki from here.
皆さんこんにちは。
Good afternoon,
こ
everybody.
のセッションではですね、デジ
In
タル
this
アセッ
session,
トの発展の鍵
we'll
とな
be
るであろう
discussing
決済インフラ
the
について
payment
ですね、お話ししたい
infrastructure,
と思います。
which is likely to be the key to develop digital asset business. As of May of 2020, the Financial Instruments and Exchange Act was revised in order to treat digital assets as securities.
今後ですね、例えばデジタル社債、
Going forward, digital bonds, digital real estate, various digital assets will be expanding. But in order for investors to feel secure, the payment infrastructure needs to be prepared in advance. So this is the focus of today's session. Let me introduce the speakers. Starting from Mr. Fujimoto to the right. He had been a consultant at Accenture, and then he joined SBI. He has been the head of the Blockchain Promotion Department, as well as head of the joint venture between US and SBI. Mr. Fujimoto, please. Hello, my name is Fujimoto from SBI Holdings and Resident Director of SBI R3. Let me use some slides.
Instead of introducing myself, I want to talk about digital asset infrastructure and how to think about it. Some topics from overseas. I think there are two things that I would like to cover. As with regards to trends overseas, digital asset had a connotation that it's a crypto asset, but with SD, financial institutions, not only in Japan, but in other parts of the world, banks are on a full-fledged have made entries into digital assets. And for digital assets, regulations with regards to custody service is being established. These are some topics that we are seeing recently. BaFin in Germany is the top example. Crypto assets is not separated from digital assets in Germany, and so BaFin put together a guideline that includes crypto assets as financial assets, and they've also introduced a custody license for crypto assets, which is quite commonly seen in Europe. And this kind of custody license is to be issued for crypto assets in Germany, and in the United States, OCC published a guideline authorizing banks to custody digital assets. So this is a trend that we're seeing in the United States, and in Switzerland, they are more advanced, should I say. FINMA of Switzerland has announced the legislation of blockchain, and the second phase is going to be enacted in summer this year. So in the field of regulation, crypto assets, digital assets, there are a lot of movements in that area. Now, when it comes to digital payment, as a matter of fact, we are not seeing much of a development in digital payment. CBDC is being discussed in many parts of the world, but there are two things that we can highlight for digital payment. One is from JP Morgan, JPM Coin. You might be familiar, you might have heard of it, but Lee Inc. came in combination as combined with as a set with JPM Coin, using the currency network, the payment network, or establishing a payment network amongst the commercial banks, and Wells Fargo, another U.S. bank. For the time being, this is for interbank payment. Between Wells Fargo branches, connect them with a network so that customers' accounts will be digitalized and paid or settled cross-border. We net it out on a daily basis and will be returned to fiat currency. And this kind of initiative has already begun. There are a lot of initiatives going on, but it hasn't come to a point where we see a commercialization of a network of these different digital payments. And I apologize, this is a very busy chart, but from last year to this year, what we are focusing on in terms of development outside of Japan, I want to talk about two topics. One is BIS and SMB in Switzerland, and SIX Digital Exchange have worked together on POC, which is a project called Project Helvetia, using two ways, digital assets or security tokens, I would say we call it in Japan, and a POC for payment is underway. Above right, this is the wholesale CBDC is being used for digital security payment, and the bottom, this is not using CBDC, RTS system of Swiss Central Bank, and SDX digital asset is directly connected for DVP payment. This kind of POC is underway. It's not a question of which is better or worse, but the POC 1 at the top above right is using CBDC. It allows for better or enhanced flexibility as a scheme, whereas POC 2, which uses the existing RTGS, facilitates introduction. Switzerland, as I said, is well advanced in terms of initiatives, but that does not necessarily lead to immediate commercialization. And in the meantime, this is DTCC, which is the settlement organization in the United States, and they made an announcement of what is called Project EON in the United States. There is a sister project called Project Whitney, and this was announced in May of last year. And Project EON is more on the public market for listed companies, securities and shares, digitalized to be offered and circulated at low cost. And what I wanted to focus on was the settlement cycle. It's a T+2 cycle today, but by moving to a digital foundation, it can easily be moved or migrated T+1 or even T+0. Existing securities and securities infrastructure to be reduced to T+0 or 1 is very difficult, but by using digital means, an immediate breakthrough could be possible. That's how it's described. But the assumption is that digital asset and digital currency to be used for payment. And the most recent system, the netting system and the settlement system, will be developed towards digitalization, and the POC is to be conducted. The first phase of the POC, I think, has been completed, but they will continue this process. The settlement reform started from around 20 years ago, and there was a global discussion on aiming for T+1, but with Lehman shock, the global financial crisis, the whole effort was suspended. But with digitalization, I have a feeling that they've revamped their effort. So those were some topics that I wanted to cover from overseas. Our president, Mr. Kitao, made a presentation this morning, and I think he briefly mentioned this, but basically digital asset is global, it's a cross-border thing, and SBI Group will collaborate with partners and investors around the world. For example, Bourse de Stuttgart and the SDX6 company. This is a partner of ours, and also Securitize in the United States. And in Singapore, Asian Digital Exchange is being launched, and in Japan, Osaka Digital Exchange is being launched. So in terms of our outlook, we want to connect these dots globally and ensure interoperability for payment to build a digital asset ecosystem. That will be ideal. And this is what we are working on as a group. And that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. From Fujimoto-san, he has introduced the overseas situation with regards to digital assets. And then next, let me invite Mr. Sano. He has been working at Sony for a long time in the field of finance. And from 2021, he has become the Chief Investment Officer at MUFG Innovation Partners. He is really at the cutting edge of finance. Mr. Sano, please.
Thank you for the kind introduction, and thank you very much for inviting me today. I am Sano. I don't have any slides with me, but I want to give a short introduction. As was mentioned, I used to work for Sony, working on acquisitions, investment, related to technology and finance. And then that led me to think about and work on how technology can be linked to business. And 10 or 15 years ago, I was in a position to launch projects related to that, but it wasn't very successul. And I had to stop working on that, but then I moved to venture capital, and the last 6 years I've been working from the investor's perspective on fintech, collaborating with fintech and how we can build a new economy, new finance. That's what I've been working for the past 6 years. And in January this year, I assumed the position of the Chief Investment Officer and the corporate VC arm of Mitsubishi UFG. I am responsible for this area. And Mitsubishi UFJ as a group is involved in various initiatives on the fintech front, but as a banking group, there's limited things that we can address on our own. How can we collaborate with fintech startups, and how do we want to build relationship? Those are some things that I want to share with you today. VC, from investment perspective, particularly when it comes to fintech in Japan, in the domestic market, how things are developing in Japan. Well, digital asset or digital currency, this isn't a part of fintech, but if you broaden the scope a little bit and look at the fintech as a whole, fintech investment in the past 3 years has been in the order of around 10 billion yen or so every year. There are a couple of data sources. Is it equity? Is it debt? There are some variations in the number, but roughly speaking, startup investment in finance area is around 10 billion yen every year. So how would we interpret this 10 billion yen? Globally speaking, for example, last year in 2020, under the influence of COVID-19, first quarter, second quarter, especially the developed countries, advanced nations, there were lockups and there was a slowdown in VC or startup investments. But last year it ended in exceeding 4 trillion yen in investment to fintech. This 4 trillion yen comes from the United States, Asia, Europe, all combined. But this 4 trillion yen was invested in fintech, and yet in Japan it's only 10 billion yen. That's the situation. This is indeed a challenge for us, but if you see it a different way, it's not just fintech, but we as a banking group, and SBI is also a banking group, the existing financial players will need to play their roles. From the United States, if we compare ourselves with the situation in the United States, I think we can say that there is a role for financial institutions to play. And I also want to briefly talk about our group activity in the area of digital assets. And those of you who are watching this session, you're probably familiar with this, but it's a project called Programa. Within our group, we are working on digital assets and joint venture with Akamai, GoNet, using blockchain payment network is being built. Those are some areas in which we are challenging. And there are a couple of things that I cannot disclose today, cannot share with you today, but there are a lot of initiatives that are ongoing within the company. And on top of that, Mitsubishi UFG Innovation Partners, where I'm the CIO, from corporate VC, we also invest in digital assets. Figure, which is a company in the United States, which I hope to come back and talk about, give a case study on later on. In the real estate area, it's a startup that's doing securities and also securitized, which is a security token platform. Startup in the United States. We've invested in that company as well. So those are some examples in which we are working together, collaborating and partnering with startups. And so if I may sum up my point here, in digital currency business to grow healthy in a healthy manner in Japan, we need to study other cases and also redefine the role that we need to play as a banking institution. We will collaborate with startups and get support from the startups to promote and facilitate the development of digital assets. That's all for me.
Thank you very much. So Mr. Sano shared with us that Japan is lagging behind in various fields, but as a financial institution, there will be more efforts. And we will not mind you sharing with us some of the projects that are underway in Mitsubishi. And so let me now turn to Mr. Yamaoka. He had been Director General of Payment and Settlement Systems Department of the Bank of Japan, as well as Executive Director of the member of the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, and Alternative Executive Director of the IMF. So he is an expert on international banking rules, and he's currently a board member of the Future Corporation. And he has been a speaker at FINSUM since it's the first time. It's a delight for me to be here. My name is Yamaoka. I'm currently a board member of the Future Corporation, but I have been at the Bank of Japan for many years. And since 2016, when the FINSUM was first launched, I have been a speaker. At that time, I was Director General of Payment and Settlement Systems at the Bank of Japan. We built a fintech center in Bank of Japan, and we also started the fintech forum. Also, we started to consider a joint study called Project Stella on the central bank issued digital currency. It was a time when the world was undergoing significant changes, especially in the realm of fintech. It was a very rapid change. So we felt that Japan must hurry and make rapid progress. Since then, FINSUM has been kind of a partner for me. It is a place to gather the interest of the Japanese people and move the fintech movement forward. So I have a very good feeling and attachment toward FINSUM. So today, on this topic of the digital asset business, indeed, digital asset is spreading globally. And art that was bid on was 7.5 billion digital art for 7.5 billion. Also, NBA, U.S. basketball converted their trading cards to digital and so that it can be traded on the blockchain. So this has also drawn a lot of attention. Of course, traditional financial products, real estate, and other financial assets is easy to understand. But art, entertainment, games on game characters, these are all also being digitized. So when you think about manga, comics, you used to put pen to paper, but now many authors start on the digital media. And also for creating music works, there are softwares for composers. So as you write the music down, you are able to hear the sound from the computer. So doing everything from digital first, that is a great trend. So the more the creation is digitized, the more you have the capability to trade that, whether it's a trading card or music works, etc. So how to make the payment for that? So assets are being digitized, but if you pay by cash, then it's meaningless. It is not at all efficient. If the products are traded on the blockchain, of course, the settlement should be digitized. Hopefully, using the blockchain platform, being able to make the payment simultaneously. So there is a CBDC discussions, but first, digital currency is probably going to be first from the private sector. So, one very interesting trend is in Europe. Here, I have introduced some examples from Europe. Last fall, Europe made this a very interesting policy proposal. It is called MICA. This is relating to the regulation on defining digital currency and including the distributed ledger technology. This is also treated as a digital financial assets. And on the payment side, in Europe, what is equivalent to stable coin is newly defined as token. It is e-money token or asset reference token. So it is linked to some sort of assets. This is separately defined. And that Europe allows this to be legally traded. Of course, this is still in the proposal stage, but the digital token, depending on the technological characteristics, it is being defined in a legal document. So it's a very interesting trial. And also, let me share with you what we are doing recently. There is a digital currency forum made up of the large Japanese companies. I am the head of this forum, and we have multiple initiatives. The challenges are as explained, but in order to promote Japanese DX, payment infrastructure digitalization is a must. However, this alone is not enough, because the core of this digital payment infrastructure, you need a more efficient business and an ecosystem that is capable of digitization. In this forum, we talk about many kinds of use cases. So how can we build and innovate the digital payment infrastructure, and that can be used for the overall digital transformation and productivity of the Japanese economy? Thank you very much. Thank you. So trading cards, jewelry, anything that creates the flow of money, it could be digitized assets. So that's a very interesting. So let me first turn to Mr. Fujimoto. When we talk about digital assets, such as digital bonds, the payment is currently done by, for example, transferring money to a bank account. So do you think that digital payment is necessary?
There's not much digital currency that is circulated in the market, so it's not a problem yet. But what we are aiming for is there will be more digital tokens that are issued. There's only a primary market today, but what we're envisioning is a secondary market, like Osaka Digital Exchange. Once there will be more and frequent trading, payment infrastructure will be indispensable. Today, digital cash for payment settlement is not available, and so ordinary payment through the bank, or if it's huge amount, Nichikin Net will be utilized. But once the security token market expands and grows, I don't think the infrastructure has caught up yet. And the Digital Currency Forum that was just explained by Yamaoka-san, we are a member of it, and STO payment is included as part of the workshops, but we are still at the phase of having discussions. To be very honest with you, that's where we are. Yamaoka-san, in terms of payment means as a possibility, the digital currency to be issued by the central government, what opportunities are there?
Technically, it's very interesting. We started the study in 2016, but for a small amount of payment that is used by the general public, there are many hurdles and challenges. I think the biggest challenge is especially for developed countries with a well-advanced banking system. The CBDC may infringe upon the deposits of the private banks. And deposits are a source of lending for banks. So in terms of the allocation of finance, this should be distributed by the private sector rather than the central bank. Central bank, even if all the money is deposited in the central bank, it is not able to distribute that fund to the general public. So we have to have another look at this total ecosystem. So perhaps the situation is a bit different in China. In case of China, there's the Alipay, Tencent, huge IT companies that are dominating the payment networks. Basically, WeChat Pay and Alipay have the market. So against this backdrop, specific private companies occupying the entire payment network is not ideal. So for the digital currency, Alipay and Tencent users will probably shift to that digital currency. And perhaps this is something that the Chinese government is looking at for that purpose. And also, to stop tax evasion is another purpose for China's issuing digital currency, to gather information. So that's a different aspect that is not possible with cash. And of course, having the renminbi as the core currency, global currency, is another aim of China. This may not be possible in the short term, but if it is expanded to the neighborhood countries, this is another plus for China.
Thank you for that. Sano-san, for the digital currency to be introduced by China, you're also a skeptic. But from your perspective as a private sector person, how do you view it? Well, with regards to CBDC, I think there is a hurdle that we need to overcome. If it becomes an aim, there's no point in it. And if we think of what CBDC is for, we shouldn't be introducing for the sake of having it. It should be more of a question of how it's going to be used. And particularly when it comes to digital asset, that's better in terms of cost and DVP and so forth. And so what we are assuming is that people will be in need of digital currency. And in order to move to that step, that level, private sector, business institutions, and banks like ourselves, bank-led initiative, I don't know if it's going to be stable coin or digital coin, but to build an infrastructure where digital payment is enabled. That's how we see it. Thank you. Yamaoka-san was also talking about the opportunities of a stable coin, but Fujimoto-san, there's cryptocurrency and virtual currency that's so well known, but how do you see it as a payment means?
And this was discussed in the morning session as well. For example, Bitcoin to be used as a payment currency. Of course, when the PSA was first drafted, at that time we called it the virtual currency, and in the Payment Services Act this is still included, but when we realistically consider whether Bitcoin can be used for actual realistic payment, then nobody is using it. It is a matter of investment or speculation, but not for payment. So as an alternative, there is a stable coin, and US OCC also has said that stable coin merits consideration. If the value is linked or pegged to the fiat currency, it goes for the Facebook as well. So then, if it is stable, then it can be used for payment. But at least for Ethereum and Bitcoin, it is not realistic to use that for payment. On the other hand, Ethereum type payment, type currency within the Ethereum ecosystem is used for payment. So, considering the Ethereum basis having multiple tokens, they have a platform to issue multiple currencies, and Ethereum is used within that Ethereum world. So the fact that the ecosystem exists merits the fact that the payment Ethereum is used for payment. It is not used outside. On the other hand, for CBDC, I think CBDC is very effective in the transaction between banks. So that is different from the CBDC that may be used for the private people and interbank usage. So wholesale is different from other usage. How about you, Sano-san?
Well, somebody also mentioned about the cryptocurrency. Ethereum was aiming for that, and Ethereum-based securitized that we invest in uses that function. Digital asset is tokenized, and payment is done on the Ethereum platform. This is done and established, especially in the United States. That's a fact. But to what extent will this ecosystem grow and expand, and how will it function across borders, and the ecosystem on Ethereum. Other players will be using different blockchains and different platforms. How will interoperability be ensured? Those are challenges and I guess high hurdles to overcome. And having said that, CBDC or stable coin or any form of payment platform, if there is a common underlying, I don't know if it's going to be fed in or if it's going to be created or built, but in the short term, I don't think that will be realized. We are involved in various initiatives, directly and indirectly, but at first there will be strengths in each ecosystem. In the case of Figure, home line of credit to be securitized, to be used as collateral of real estate in the United States, and so they are focusing and prioritizing in real estate with more than 100 billion yen that has been securitized. So they are focused on this particular domain. And if I may talk about securitized stocks, securities, and real estate, they're engaged in different things on a particular Ethereum platform. They securitize it and create this circulation, distribution ecosystem. But these ecosystems are different, are separate. They're generating a new and different alternative asset within their ecosystems. Each of these ecosystems will grow to a certain scale, or when they reach a certain scale, they might exchange something in between. There could be a payment layer, for example, that would ensure interoperability. I won't say that it will become a standard, but there could be areas in which private sector companies will collaborate or partner up with in the short or medium term. I think those kind of movement or developments will be seen. So there will be wisdom, ideas from the private sector. I think that's what you're referring to. Yamaoka-san, you are heading the Digital Currency Forum. What is being discussed? The digital currency, what kind of opportunities are there for Japan?
If you could pull up the slides, in the Digital Currency Forum, the idea, as Fujimoto-san and Sano-san said, is first, for payments, you need the value to be stable. And secondly, you have to have the programmable money. So when Fujimoto-san talked about securitization of security, so when you trade securities, you have to pay money. Or when you pay pots, you have to pay money on top of the pots. So you pay the bulk money, but then of course the recipient was able to match the money to the payment to each of these pots. But you are able to program the payment, and the DVP can be achieved automatically. I think this is the biggest change. CBDC as well. That is one of the strengths of CBDC. For large-scale digital currency, the CBDC deposit is already digitalized, but the difference is whether it is programmable or not. What the Digital Currency Forum is trying to achieve is especially that. In terms of the stable value, of course, the back deposit itself is quite stable due to the business efforts of banks and insurance and regulation and so on. But with that, if the money is programmable, this makes a great amount of difference. For example, there is the regulation in the power companies, and power is electricity is purchased from different players, but paying in accordance with the amount of electricity. Or for games as well, paying based on the purchase of the game characters or the delivery chain. As the parts are being delivered, the payment is made automatic depending on which parts are being delivered. This is the kind of scheme we are studying. That's a very interesting point. How about you, Fujimoto-san? Within the SBI Group, do you have a similar discussion?
Well, what Yamaoka-san just mentioned, since I am a member of the Digital Currency Forum, I am engaged in similar discussions that was shared by Yamaoka-san. And as was mentioned, supply chain, there's a lot of opportunities there. It's always been said that supply chain, distribution data, and finance data, how to tie up the two. There's Jengin EDI, JBA EDI is up and running. And connecting these two required quite a high hurdle to overcome from a technological perspective. So not much progress has been seen. And DLT, I believe, has a great opportunity for disruptive change. And as Yamaoka-san mentioned, if you deliver something, usually you have to pay for that, the payment liabilities, but this is automatically generated. And using this AR, account receivable, there will be a color attached to the money of who this payment is for. That's supply chain finance, which we are currently proposing. And in the area of digital asset, the program initiative that was shared, Programma initiative that was talked by Sano-san earlier, and the issuing of a security token is also already being worked on. But how to work on payment, we haven't reached a conclusion yet, but we are working on it. At the end of the day, the wholesale CBDC, if that is available, payment could be made based on the credit of the central bank. That might require less risk, but there's lots of risk, lots of assets, and not all assets can be settled through central bank. Tokens for dealing with art work that will not be settled through the central bank, depending on the asset class or depending on the financial assets. I think different methods will be utilized, which means that the private sector banking money could become digital currency. There are lots of opportunities out there. That's how I think. Sano-san, Mitsubishi UFJ Group is also willing to make some comments. You're sending me the eye.
I'm not really a representative of the entire Mitsubishi Group, but let me just comment briefly. The theme is the expansion of digital assets. So I think this is the topic that we should be discussing. Of course, the payment infrastructure is critical to developing digital asset business. We have been investing in figure, securitize, and so on. And payment infrastructure is the key really in developing our business. But whether this should be now or 5 years later, I think there are different points of view. When we talk about digital assets, so we talked about art or real estate, or these assets are going to be digitized and distributed or traded, whether it's wholesale or retail. The process for trading these digital assets is probably the most important. And whether it's wholesale or retail, having attractive assets for investors, then the digital asset ecosystem will develop. Then as the digital assets market expands, the bottleneck will probably be in the payment infrastructure, and that is why many institutions are working on this. But there are challenges that cannot be predicted without this digital asset being more large scale. So small art payment challenge is very different from a larger digital asset challenge. So we need to clarify what are the challenges and tackle them one by one. Thank you. So Yamaoka-san, Fujimoto-san talked about CBDC, wholesale, everything cannot cover everything. So because there are different products and assets. So what about the distributed transactions?
Digital exchange. This, I think, is quite a distributed exchange. I think this is quite promising. The program coins, it allows where that money is going. In a distributed market, smaller players, like, I want to borrow money, but I don't have anything as a collateral, to offer as collateral, but it can write it into the blockchain as a program. And it would function as a matching function. There will be investors who would be connected with this individual on the platform, who will be willing to offer money. And that would change the shape of finance. Big companies in the past would write this application for funding and financing, but in this new framework, many companies will be able to participate, and there will be a matching of the user and the provider. This is a distributed framework that could be made use for in the finance industry. Thank you. Fujimoto-san, is SMEs could also finance through digital assets?
That is a very important point. Currently, SMEs. So 99% of Japanese companies are SMEs actually, and they can only access bank loans for financing. But there are excellent, well-performing companies with strong suppliers, but unfortunately, it is very difficult to borrow money with the credit of SMEs. The interest rate will be quite high, so they have difficulty borrowing, and then they have to pay an even higher interest rate with factoring and so on. There are many cases like this. However, from the supplier's perspective or the purchaser's perspective, if you know the excellent technology or the quality of the company, then there may be many players who are actually willing to lend money on a 3% interest rate. So that kind of a loan could be made not by financial institutions alone, but it could be by other entities, and this is a DeFi world. But what will happen to financial institutions? Of course, we need entities that are able to screen the quality of the cash flow and the strength of the company. With that screening in place, then there are more lenders. So rather than growing the balance sheet, that is not the only way for financial institutions to grow. There may be new ways, digital finance or distributed finance. There could be new business lines for financial institutions. But there are regulations. For example, CP is possible for large companies. But there is now a 100 million yen CP limit. So the Japanese regulations need to be changed to allow for smaller scale CP issuance. But technically, it is possible. Thank you very much. We have very exciting discussions, but unfortunately, the time is running out, so I have to summarize the discussions. So basically, the potential of digital asset is great. Many assets could be digitized. It could be used in small-sized transactions, then there will be more participants. But what is essential is a safe payment infrastructure and a secondary market. And this requires the wisdom of all actors. Am I correct? I think also for the potential of digital technology, digital assets could basically be duplicated. But if it is duplicated endlessly, there is no revenue for the profit from the creator. So we need to find a way to incentivize the creator at the same time change the society as a whole. Sano-san, any last words from you?
Investor protection to ensure build a system where investors could feel reassured. Well, in terms of development, it's a question of who the user is, including investor. What kind of product are we going to create, and also how to ensure a safe access. The roles and responsibilities that banks should play is diverse, but there's a lot that we cannot do on our own. That's why we need to collaborate with various service providers, including those in the fintech space. We need to collaborate to build this ecosystem. And the president of our bank, Mr. Miike, who gave a keynote speech today, spoke in the same light. So at the end of the day, we want to offer and deliver good service to the customers. Thank you all very much. So today we talked about the opportunities and possibilities of digital assets, and on payment infrastructure. The most versed people in Japan today have come to speak with us. This is definitely an area that I would like to keep an eye watch on. So please join me in a big round of applause for the three speakers. Thank you very much. Mr. Fujimoto, Mr. Sano, Mr. Yamaoka, and the moderator, Mr. Suzuki, thank you very much. Please join me once again in a big round of applause. And with this, we will conclude this panel discussion, Payment Infrastructure, Key to Develop Digital Asset Businesses. After this, from 5 o'clock Japan time, revival of SME finance, what we learned from COVID-19. CEO and co-founder Okno's Mr. Rishi Kosa, and from Nikkei Inc., commentator editorial bureau, Mr. Sunao Uesugi will engage in a fireside chat. Thank you.
Now it is time. So the next session is an online fireside chat on revival of SME finance, what we learned from COVID-19. Let me introduce the speakers. First, CEO and co-founder of Oak North, Mr. Rishi Khosla. He's joining us from a remote location, and commentator editorial bureau of Nikkei, Mr. Sunao Uesugi. So handing it over to you, Mr. Uesugi. So from here on, Mr. Uesugi is going to moderate the session. Thank you. Until now, for those of you who are staying until now, as well as those who are joining us online, thank you very much. My name is Uesugi. I'm commentator at Nikkei of the editorial bureau. In this session, we would like to take up the topic of revival of SME finance, what we learned from COVID-19. From the UK, we have the CEO and co-founder of Oak North, Mr. Rishi Khosla is with us. So this is going to be a 30-minute fireside chat session. The objective of this session is, let me just give you an outline. Today, in our society, be it Japan or in the UK, as well as around the world, SMEs, sole proprietors, their position in the economy, the importance that they have in the economy is very large. The dynamics of economy is borne by these people, these SMEs. But over the past 1 year, what has become very clear is that SMEs always have difficulty in raising funds, getting financing. So what Oak North has done is that ever since its founding, startup companies who are underserved by banks, that is the focus of their business in providing lending. Their own platform is made available to foreign financial institutions through licensing so that SME financing around the world can be innovated. So they are a challenger bank. Challenger bank is a UK system. It's not a full-line bank. They focus on certain functions where they're strong. This is a new type of a bank. With COVID-19, in this pandemic, SME financing needs, how are they? How has he been accommodating those needs? And how he intends to improve SME financing going forward? Those are the things that I would like to ask Mr. Khosla in this session. So, London, it's very early in the morning. Thank you very much for joining us from such early morning. Now, my first question to you is, this Oak North, what triggered you to set up Oak North? If you could talk about your background as well. If you could let us know how Oak North got established.
Thank you. So I set up Oak North really as a function of an experience I had with my business partner whilst we were building our previous company. Our previous company, we started with very little money and we were growing at a very fast rate and we wanted to get bank financing. So we went to a commercial bank to be able to get a line of credit and we were refused. We went to another commercial bank to get a line of credit and we were refused. A few months later, through one of our investment banking clients, we actually went to their special situations group, i.e. the institutional lending desk within an investment bank, and they lent us 100 times the amount of money that the commercial banks weren't willing to lend us. This was in 2005. We built that business up to 3,000 employees and we sold that to Moody's. But through that journey, when we were coming to selling the business, we said to ourselves, the experience we had in 2005 is one which many people who are building companies must be having in many parts of the world. And what we identified is there's this whole element of the economy, which we call the missing middle, which are SMEs which are growing. Because if you're an SME which isn't growing, I would say that the commercial lending sector actually can provide you some lending. As soon as you have growth, your financial numbers always are moving at a very big rate, and the commercial banking models often don't account for the needs of those businesses. And that's why we set up Oak North. We set up Oak North to fundamentally solve the problem for borrowing for the missing middle.
ありがとうございます。非常に経験に基づいて。
Thank you very much. So you started your business based on your own experience. That was very clear. Thank you. Next question. What would be a typical lending process? This is a new type of financial service that you're trying to expand. So what kind of typical customers do you have, and how is that lending decision taken? There will be inquiries, and you make a decision, and disbursements are made. What is the process that is followed, and what kind of time is required to do that compared to existing financial institutions? How long does it take? From the perspective of your customers, how advantageous is your service to them?
So when you look at, so first of all, the types of clients that we're targeting within this missing middle are businesses with revenue, i.e. turnover, anywhere between $1 million and all the way up to, I mean, at the largest end, 100 million, but typically $1 million to $50 million turnover. And they're typically looking to borrow anywhere between $500,000 to $20 to $30 million. That's the type of amount that they want to borrow. So a typical customer for us will be a business with 20 million in turnover who's looking to borrow $3, $4, $5 million. That's a typical customer. Now, if you look at the experience they have with, let's say, the traditional banks, they typically start a process, and from the point they start to the point where they have money in their bank account is anywhere between 120 to 180 days, typically, okay? The experience with Oak North is actually where they get credit approval within 5 days, and then they have money in their bank in anywhere from 10 to 15 days after that. So the experience, you take something which is typically takes 120 to 180 days, down to 15 to 20 days. Now, there are multiple reasons why it still takes 15 to 20 days and it's not instantaneous. If we were lending thousands of dollars, 10, 20, 50,000, etc., you could have an AI algorithm make the decision and have instantaneous lending and actually provide money within seconds. Given that we're lending on typically in the millions, our view is actually, number one, having human contact is important. So what we do is that we work in a way where we still have relationship managers, but our relationship managers typically are doing anywhere from 8 to 10 times the number of transactions they would normally do because they've got the technology empowering them. And through that, they become much more efficient. The process becomes much more efficient. But still, you're doing a lot of analysis on these businesses, both on their historic and critically on their forward as well. And that's really the big difference with Oak North. In terms of when we look at lending to these businesses, we're not just looking at their past, but we're also looking at what their forecasts look like. We're running different scenarios, and we'll talk about this hopefully in a bit, but during the COVID-19 period, that has been very critical, because just looking at a company's past during COVID-19 doesn't give you any sense of actually what the future performance is going to look like. So effectively, the experience of the customer is one where they engage with Oak North on the future of their business, and it's significantly shorter overall time period, and that's what leads to immense client satisfaction. So if you look at our whole business in the UK today, 80% of the business we do is because of referrals from people who are already clients of ours and their advisors. And for us, that shows that actually you're doing something right for your customers when your biggest source of new business is referrals from your existing customers.
なるほど。過去に注目するのか、未来に注目するのかっていうあたり、非常にこう
Whether you look at the past or look at the future, be technology, I think your idea is very interesting how you look at these things. As you pointed out in your remarks, in this COVID-19 pandemic, right in the middle of the pandemic, about your business at Oak North, what was it like during this pandemic? Compared to usual times, how was it different? What kind of changes did you experience in this new normal, new style of doing business? How did you build it? Can you talk about this, please?
So absolutely. And for me, this was, I mean, to be honest, the COVID period is the period when we really proved to ourselves and also to our bank customers outside of the UK, the value of being able to look forward. So like I mentioned, if you think about going into COVID, if you were looking to lend to a business and you were purely looking at the historical information, you would have no sense of actually what matters for that business during the COVID period. And also, like you said, what the new normal looks like, right? Because for many industries, going back to where we were in 2019 may not happen, right? And the new normal may be very different. So what we did within our whole framework and the way that we look at the world, we split up an economy into 260 different subsectors. So let me give you an example. If you think about hotels, hospitality isn't a sector for us. Isn't a single sector. Within hospitality, you would have hotels. Within hotels, you'll have hotels which are business hotels, conference hotels, tourist hotels, resort hotels. Each of those is a different subsector, okay? Now, breaking up the economy into these 262 subsectors, we then create a forward-looking curve for revenue, operating expenditure, capital expenditure, working capital, for each of these subsectors, identifying actually how these subsectors would perform during the COVID period, during different waves of the COVID period, how they would be influenced by government stimulus, and then what the new normal looks like. Based on that, that was the framework which we used for our own lending, and also we gave to our clients for them. And they use that to be able to complement their historic-looking risk models, which are purely backward-looking, purely based on historic information, with this forward-looking view. And the forward-looking view is actually what enabled us to continue lending, continue supporting these SMEs. It enabled our clients to do exactly the same. In our own bank in the UK, we lent gross $1.4 billion worth of new loans last year during the COVID period. And that just shows for an institution our size that we had the confidence to continue lending, continue supporting these businesses because we had this forward-looking view, which was very, very specific to different subsectors. So for us, the COVID period had a very big accelerant to proving that our methodology and approach is something which is actually, very helpful.
非常に興味深いお話でですね。
Very interesting, very exciting.
細かく業種の分類をして、
You have 260 or so subsectors. And for each of these subsectors, you have analyzed the impact of pandemic and the impact of government stimulus. It seems that you have done a granular analysis so that you have been able to demonstrate the things that you do is the right approach. Nevertheless, the pandemic, the spread of infection, look from Japan, the infection situation in the United Kingdom is very dire, and it has had a dire impact on the UK economy. 10 days from now, 1 month from now, 6 months from now, it must be very difficult to foretell and predict. Because of all these uncertainties, what are the keys for making your analysis so successful and effective? It seems it is still difficult, even if you have these subsectors. What made a difference in making your model a success?
Sure. So exactly like you say, there's number one, also always looking in the future is hard. Looking in the future at a time during this COVID time has been incredibly hard, because one doesn't have a sense of actually the proliferation of the viruses, the different mutations of the virus. You look at all of that, like you say, it's an incredibly hard thing to do. If you look at actually, we started running scenarios related to COVID in January last year, so January 2020. And we started running those COVID scenarios related to initially supply chain disruption out of China, okay? And then by March, we were running scenarios about different European country lockdowns, okay? So the evolution in the scenarios is continuous. So we continually update these scenarios. When we look back and we actually, on a month-on-month or quarter-on-quarter basis, look at where our scenarios were versus actually what the outcomes were, where we're typically conservative. So we're typically, our scenarios are typically more conservative than the actuals, but actually we're very much on trend. And we do that by a very complex framework that we use, where we have almost 6 layers to our methodology to actually put together the scenarios. And you start with macroeconomic forecasting, but from there, then you go from historic correlations to then break-in correlations. Then you go to actually looking at actually what's happening on elasticity between your revenue curve and the other cash line items, cash flow, operating expenditure, etc. And then what we use is that we use alternative data to do what we call nowcasting. And the alternative data is where we're bringing in credit card data, credit card spend data, footfall data, search data, etc. Over 100 million line items, data items every month. And that's what shows us, if we're assuming that the trend is minus 60%, but the nowcasting is showing us that the trend is actually only minus 20%, that becomes a trigger for us to go back and relook at the scenario even within a month. So we're triangulating from so many different sources, and some of those sources are purely forward-looking. Some of those sources, like I say, are real-time through alternative data. And by bringing all these methodologies together, right? So what we're not doing is saying we're only AI or ML. We're using AI. We're also using traditional. We're also using fundamental, right? Economic, sector, and we're putting this all together within the framework. And that's why when you look at the results we've had, the results have actually been very correlated to actual performance, but like I say, with a conservative bias.
ありがとうございます。あとこういうですね、
Thank you so much.
今回のコロナの危機みたいな大変な状況の
Due to
中で
COVID, I mean, COVID is a very difficult situation.
どういう
Everybody is faced with challenges, and I'm sure you have seen many companies and entrepreneurs. What kind of companies do you think will be able to weather the crisis? Is there a common shared factors for companies that could survive a crisis of this magnitude?
So again, a very, very good question. So there are two very strong things which we've seen are important for a company to be able to survive. Number one is actually the acceptance of the management that things are going to be different, and things are different. And number two actually making changes in their own businesses. So what we did with our own clients and our own borrowers in the UK in March is that we actually sat with them and went through what we think and our suggested actions that the business should take. And the fundamental one is to conserve cash, right? And we actually started rating management teams. We created this rating scale for management teams on the management actions which they were taking to survive the COVID period. Because a lot of what's going to determine what happens is actually, number one, did you have enough cash to survive? Number two, when you come out of the COVID period, do you have enough money to restart the business, right? And clearly there are some sectors which are going to be structurally impacted, okay? And those sectors, it's again a decision, do you change your business, right? Or do you in effect make a harsh decision to actually sell the business or do something else much earlier on, or not, to actually avoid the position where you just lose all your value. Now, that's the hardest decision because the structural change is something that people won't see until we really come at the other end. But again, those are some of the hard decisions that some businesses have had to do. And even within our own loan book, there are probably one or two positions where we're saying, you know what, you may come out okay, you may not, but if you can actually sell the business today, that actually is probably not a bad thing to do, right? So again, I think it really comes down to the management's acceptance that things are going to be different and changing the way they do things, and clearly for the banks to actually support them on a view which the banks believe in.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. And
こういうSME 中小企業向けの新しい融資に取り組むフィンテックというのは
new lending business to SMEs, fintechs who do this. Around the world, there's quite a number of them, and there are promising models. Can be found in Hong Kong and Singapore and Indonesia. So in Asia also, there's a number of them emerging. But in London, London has gone through this major event of Brexit. Being based in London, what is the advantage of being based in London? How do you see it?
So look, London has a number of advantages. Number one, the time zone enables you to actually, when you're supporting many markets, it's a very strong time zone to be able to obviously work with Japan, Southeast Asia, Asia, and then all the way to obviously the Americas. Number two, when you look at the fact that London has the regulator, the center of sort of venture capital, the academic institutions, and technology activity all within 2-3 miles of each other, that's an incredible advantage in actually ensuring that there's fluidity of exchange of information and viewpoints. And I think that's one reason why specifically fintech has been more successful and has actually grown at a faster rate, and there's been more innovation out of the UK than some other markets, because otherwise the separation of the regulator especially is a big factor for fintech to be successful. So I think that's why, you know, the UK has done well.
確かにタイムゾーンの優位性というのは
It's true.
なかなか
The advantage of the time zone
得難いというか
is something that is not easy to acquire. It's not something that you can do something about. So yes, you have your eyes on the right spot.
じゃあ私から大きな意味で最後の質問なんですけれども、
let me ask you my final question.
日本でも
In Japan, Oak North is being watched closely because SoftBank Group and SMBC have entered into partnership with Oak North. So there's a lot of attention paid to Oak North here in Japan. Just like the UK and like other countries, in Japan we have many numbers of SMEs And there could even be more room for further development of SMEs here in Japan. So your solutions at Oak North, how do you think it can be applied to Japan? What is the potential? What are your prospects? Please.
So thank you, and obviously we're very, very grateful for both the partnerships with both SMBC and with SoftBank. Both institutions have been incredibly strong partners for us, and we feel like the long-term potential is very, very strong between us. We're obviously already supporting SMBC in their business in the Americas, and the initial focus clearly for our own lending is in the UK. For building up the technology, our main focus today is in the US, because that's where we have just a lot of momentum at the moment. Japan is an incredibly important market, especially given the relationships we have. And given those relationships, our hope would be over the next 1 or 2 years that we find a way to work together with our partners to be able to actually do something meaningful in Japan to actually help solve the problem of funding for these SMEs. Because ultimately, we are very strong believers that actually the SMEs are the ones which drive employment growth. They drive GDP growth in a country. In the UK, our lending alone over our 5-year history has resulted in 23,000 new jobs being created. And that's the effect we want to have on many economies, and clearly Japan is very much in that group. So I think it hopefully is a matter of when, not if.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was very interesting. We had a discussion for 30 minutes, and especially in this COVID-19 pandemic, right in the midst of this pandemic, looking at the future of company, the importance of looking at future forecasts, and you're classifying industry sectors into smaller groups and updating that information very frequently so that you'll be able to look at the situation that companies are in right now. You attach importance to be able to look at that. That kind of perspective, even before the pandemic, SME financing and financial business as a whole, that is a viewpoint that was needed even before COVID-19. So it could be that with COVID-19 and its pandemic, maybe we are going back to the fundamental basics of finance. It probably was an opportunity for us to take notice of what is fundamentally important in finance. Mr. Kosla, thank you very much for joining us so early in the morning from the UK. Mr. Kosla, Mr. Uesugi, thank you very much. Let us thank them with a big round of applause. Then, next, from 1740, how to create a bank that is 10 times better, the challenge by 10 times Future Technologies Group. Mr. Anthony Jenkins, founder and executive chair of 10X Future Technologies Group, and Mr. Sunao Uesugi, commentator, editorial bureau of Nikkei Inc., will engage in a dialogue. Please wait for a few more moments. Thank you.
皆様にご案内申し上げます。セッション開始のお時間となっておりますが、出演者準備のため今しばらくお待ちください。
It is time for us to start this session, but we are still preparing for this session. Please bear with us for a few more minutes. Thank you. Testing, testing, testing. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for waiting. We are now going to start the next session, How to Create a Bank That is 10 Times Better, the challenge by 10X Future Technologies Group. Let me introduce the two who will be engaging in fireside chat. First is Founder and Executive Chair, 10X Future Technologies Group, Mr. Anthony Jenkins. He will be joining us remotely. And next, the commentator, Editorial Bureau, Nikkei Inc., Mr. Uesugi. Please join us on the stage. So let me pass the microphone over to Mr. Uesugi to moderate the session. Thank you very much, and thank you for the kind introduction. I am commentator, Editorial Bureau at Nikkei Inc., and my name is Uesugi. And thank you for staying until late today. And I also want to appreciate those who are joining us online. In this session, we will be talking about how to create a bank that is 10 times better, the challenge by 10X Future Technologies Group. We have with us the founder and executive chair of the company, Mr. Anthony Jenkins. So we will be spending the next 30 minutes in discussing about this topic. Actually, I have spent some time in London, and that was when Mr. Jenkins was the CEO of Barclays, a large bank. And I have been looking forward to this opportunity today. And in this session, fintech, challenger banks, we have new competition facing the incumbent banks, and breaking free from legacy has been a major theme for banking institutions. And as the CEO of Barclays, the structural challenges that banks face Mr. Jenkins is well versed in that area, and with that experience, he has launched a startup. And from Mr. Jenkins' perspective, I'm wondering how he will view the current situation, what he would define an outstanding bank, and what are the technologies that are required for such a bank. And for banks to leverage technology, what are some challenges to overcome by the banks? Those are some questions that I want to ask Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, good morning, I think is for you. Let me ask the first question. Barclays is a major bank, and you served as the group CEO. And you have been quite active in the banking industry over many years. You've left the industry and entered into a completely different industry. You started up a completely different company. What was your motivation? I'm afraid you're on mute. I'm afraid you're on mute.
No. No, I don't think so.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Great. So good evening, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be talking to you all today on this important topic. As you observe, I spent a long time working in large financial institutions in many different parts of the world. But in all that time, my passion really was to make sure that the banking system worked better for its customers, the people who are the end users of the system, if you like. And it was clear to me really as far back as the mid-90s that we were going to see a huge amount of transformation in the industry from technology. We could see the first wave of that with internet banking in the early part of 2000s, and then mobile banking in the early part of 2010. And so when I left Barclays, I was very keen to continue to pursue my passion for making banking better for customers. And so I decided to set up 10x Future Technologies, which is really about using modern technology to create a platform for banks that is 10 times better than the traditional way of doing things. And our customers are very large banks. We target tier 1 and tier 2 banks because we believe that's where we can make the most difference as a technology company.
So the company's name is 10x Future Technologies. That's very communicates a lot of a strong message. Can you explain why you chose this name for your company? And also, 10 times better. It's a bit difficult to grasp that image, but what exactly do you mean by 10 times better? What would you like to make 10 times better?
So my belief is that we only adopt new things, whether they're technology-driven things or other things in our lives, where it is many times better than doing it the old-fashioned way. So why do we communicate on social media? Because it's a lot quicker than it is to write a letter, the old-fashioned way of doing things. Buying things online, why do we do that? Because we can have access to a huge amount of inventory and it avoids the need to actually go to a physical store. So one of my big beliefs is that change only happens when the solution to the problem is multiple times better than the old-fashioned way of doing things. In the context of banking, I really thought about all the problems that I had when I was running large-scale banks and parts of banks. What were my problems? Well, my technology was very old, very expensive to operate. So it meant that to get a new product into the hands of customers took a very long time. Building great user experiences was difficult to do because we were trying to use modern technology like mobile and connect it to old-fashioned technology like mainframe. And then also the cost of operation was very high, both the direct cost of running the technology and operations, but also the indirect cost of defect and rework because of the large amount of errors that were made because the data wasn't handled correctly. And then finally, all banks sit on large amounts of data. That's one of their greatest assets. If you think about financial products, they're really just data. But it's today very hard for banks to get at that data and to do something useful with it. And so when I think about what is 10x trying to do, how is it trying to make things 10 times better? It's trying to make the user experience 10 times better, lower cost by 10 times, improve speed to market, and assist in handling data 10 times better. So that's what it's about in the banking context. And one of the things I would observe is that over the years, we've seen many aspects of our lives transformed by technology, but not yet really financial services. But now we're at a point where that is going to happen. And my hypothesis is if banks want to compete and stay relevant, then they need to adapt how they do things, and they need to use technologies like 10 times to be able to do that.
About
cost, about data. This is, I guess, common across the world. Traditional companies or organizations, wherever you are, will face the challenge of how those things are utilized. And if I may, these views of challenges, I guess, shared by the executives and also the bank staff. I think they all share, but we are unable to speed up the process of improvement. How do you perceive the challenges that are faced by these major companies, and what kind of solutions does your company offer?
So the traditional approach of banks around the world has been to leave their old technology or their legacy technology in place and then put a wrapper around it of new technology. I talked about internet banking, mobile banking, and so on. And I think that has been effective up to a point. But because the data is still very fragmented inside the bank, it is not the solution for the future. It doesn't deliver those 10 times benefits that I was describing before. And so banks around the world now are faced with a set of choices to be made about whether they continue with that approach, the old way of doing things, or whether they are bold and do something different. Traditionally, the reason why banks have stayed away from addressing the issues at the heart of their technology is because it has been a very long process, very time-consuming, very expensive, and high risk. But now, two things have happened. Firstly, the nature of the challenges have increased, particularly as we see the rise of fintech on the one hand and the rise of the big tech companies on the other. And you can see now with some of the valuations that the fintech companies are getting around the world, they are building huge user bases and starting to challenge some of the dominance of the banks. On the other hand, the fintech companies have moved into financial services, admittedly very much on the periphery, but they're still, for example, offering Apple Pay in close to 60 countries. So the challenge on the one hand is ever greater for the banks. But the second thing that's different today is that technology exists that allows this transformation to happen much more quickly, much more cheaply, and at lower risk. And what we've done in 10x is we've taken a set of technologies that have been built by big tech companies, largely for their own businesses, and applied them to solving the problems of banking. And that is different to what's happened in the past, because in the past, bank software has largely been run on-premise It's largely been licensed software. Some firms have containerized their code and put that code in the cloud, but that really just gives you the ability to scale your hardware requirements. What we've done is actually used the cloud native tooling that the big tech companies have built that allows us to develop code much more quickly, much more cheaply, deploy it much more quickly and much more cheaply. And so that's how we can now deliver those 10x benefits. And for a bank that's looking at how to change, because we can deploy a new version of the bank in less than 12 months, it brings down the risk and brings down the cost. But I would say in all of this, the hardest component is not the technology itself, it's the internal organizational commitment to going on the journey of change. And we all know that big organizations anywhere in the world are quite resistant to things that are unfamiliar and quite resistant to change. And so it's very important for leaders of these organizations who want to do this transformation that they bring their organizations with them.
今回のですね、このFINSUMのテーマは FinTech
Thank you. So the theme of FINSUM2021 is FinTech as a Service this year. So there are challenger banks as well as companies from different industries that are embedding finance in their service. And you also mentioned some of those other industries that are entering the fray. But when you look at the big picture, perhaps consumers need financial service or banking service, not necessarily banks or traditional banks. So some people would make that argument. Then my question to you is, how do banks stay relevant and what is the raison d'etre of banks?
Yes, it goes back to the points I was making earlier that we see, on the one hand, the rise of the fintechs, on the other hand, the rise of the big techs, many of whom are starting to offer aspects of financial services. And customers don't care. I mean, they don't care whether it comes from a bank or from somebody else, as long as they get what they need. And as I said to you before, we tend to change our behavior only when things are multiple times better. So if I, as a customer, believe that working with a neobank is going to be much better than working with a traditional bank, then I will shift my business. So I think there are increasingly we're going to see two models emerge. And for banks to stay relevant, they have to decide which model they want to operate. So the first model is a customer-facing, relationship-driven model, where the bank owns the user experience end-to-end and delivers everything to the customer. That has in some ways been the traditional model and has been the model in which banks have competed with each other and increasingly competed with the new entrants into the market. The second and emergent model, which I think is very much the theme of your conference, which is, can banks essentially provide the balance sheet activities to support customers' activities, with those activities being driven through third parties? So third parties who have very engaged customer bases, they might wish to offer financial services, but they don't want to be a bank themselves because they don't want to have the high capital requirements and the high regulatory costs. So can they partner with a bank to use the bank's balance sheet to offer services to their customer base? And so these two models are starting to emerge where you've got people who are very good at managing the customer relationship on the one hand and people who are good at managing the balance sheet on the other. In either case, you need to have very strong technology to be able to service either of those needs. But my view is that over the next 5 to 10 years, we'll see some banks wanting to go down the client-facing route, but others increasingly going down the balance sheet route. Either choice can work for the banks.
非常に興味深いお話をありがとうございます。
Thank you. That was very inspiring and interesting.
ですね。ジェンキンスさんは
Mr. Jenkins,
ブロックチェーン分散台帳技術DLT
blockchain, DLT,
活動にも深く
you
携わ
are
っていらっしゃるかと思いま
deeply
す。
involved in
今日始
those
まった
areas.
フィンサムでも
In FINSUM,
DLT
that started today,
まあ大きな話
DLT
題なんですけれども、
is a big topic.
この技術がですね、
This technology
およびこの金融界にこう
for
及ぼす
10x or more broadly for financial industry, what kind of short-term, mid-term, and long-term impact do you think blockchain and DLT will have?
I think there are two very important technologies that all of us in the industry need to track because I think they are going to shape the industry over the coming decades. The first is the application of machine learning and artificial intelligence. And the second is the application of DLT and associated technologies. Both are, in my view, equally important because at the heart of what banks do, banks deal in data. All customer relationships are manifested by data. All products are manifested by data. The bank's balance sheet is manifested by data. Its regulatory obligations are served and fulfilled through data. So any way that you can have of handling data much more efficiently, hopefully 10x efficiently, is going to be beneficial to the banking industry. And I see in many ways these two things as connected. So if you go back to my earlier comments on artificial intelligence and machine learning, that only works where you have very large data sets. And one of the problems for the banks today is that their data is fragmented across many different databases inside their own organizations. The solution to which has been to take the data out of those systems and put it in a data lake and then clean up that data in the data lake so you can then run algorithms on it. That's quite an inefficient process, and data scientists can spend up to 80% of their time just cleaning the data up before you can do something useful with it, and it's not real time. So my view is that over time, as banks use technologies like 10x more, they will be able to use data better. When we come to the question of distributed ledger technology, in a very simple world where there were just two of us, and I wanted to make a payment to you, I would just give you the money and you would, give me whatever I was going to get in return. Because we have billions of people in the world, we've created these systems where there is intermediation. So there's a bank that intermediates the customer. There's usually some sort of central banking system, central clearing system, and then another bank on the other side of it, and another customer on the other side of that. Now, those services, at least conceptually, you can imagine being replaced by distributed ledger technology for any asset, whether that's a financial asset like a security, whether it's some kind of cash or value, real estate, fine art, diamonds, all of those types of things, international trade. So you could imagine using distributed ledger technology to basically create instant transfer of ownership of goods on the one hand and of value on the other hand, removing all of the steps in between, which add cost, add complexity, and create centralized risk. Because when you've got these central clearing systems, you have operational risk there and you have to hold capital against it. Now, this is a very conceptual view of the world. It is not the world today, but it is, I think, where we might see the world go in not 5 years, but maybe 15 years, 20 years, something like that. Because the ability to create friction, take friction, cost, risk out of the system would be very beneficial for society. Imagine international trade without any letters of credit. Imagine a universal international currency which took out exchange risk and so on. these things would be very beneficial for the world. The reason why I don't think we have this today is because I think the technology is still evolving. It's still quite complicated to run big distributed ledger platforms. It takes a lot of computing power and a lot of energy alongside it. You did not mention in your question cryptocurrencies. In many ways, I think cryptocurrencies is just but one use case of distributed ledger technology. It is very hard to say what the ultimate value of cryptocurrencies is going to be, but the most interesting thing to me about them is they've shown that distributed ledger technology can be used for the exchange of value. Now the question becomes, how quickly does the technology evolve to be able to allow that transformation of the financial system so that value, whether it's financial value or assets, can be transferred instantly.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
改めて10X のテクノロジーのですね、今の実装の状況とですね、今後の展望について
May I ask how it is currently being implemented and how you see the future of 10X services?
日本をマーケットとして販売先としてどういうふうにご覧になっているか。
How you see Japan as a market as you roll out the 10X services. Thank you.
So our strategy to date has been to work with a small number of banks. Currently, we're working with 4 banks to deploy the technology into various use cases so that we can demonstrate the technology works, have great reference clients, and then move the technology internationally. We're at the moment working in the United Kingdom and in Australia. We are very interested in moving to other parts of the world, including Japan. Japan is a country that I've spent a lot of time in over the years. It's a country that I have great admiration for. And I know how large and complex your banking system is. And I am convinced that there would be many opportunities for the 10X technology to be valuable in the Japanese market. The thing that we have proved in Australia is that we can deploy the platform into another geography and deal with all of the local requirements around payment systems, regulation, and so on. So we are very confident that the technology will work in multiple different markets. Turns out that there is a lot of commonality between financial systems around the world. And our objective over the next 5 years is to add somewhere between 20 to 30 banks to the platform. And over the next decade, we want to have 1 billion users on the platform, so 1 billion customers of the banks on our platform. And that's really what we're striving to create. And we would be very honored to be able to do business in Japan.
ありがとうございます。私からは大きな意味で言うと最後の質問とさせていただきます。
I think this is going to be the last question for me.
ロンドンの金融街シティというのは今は
The city, the financial center in London. It's one of the top financial areas in the world and financial hub. How do you think it will develop going from here? Large banks and startup, from both of those perspectives, if you could share with us how you view the future of the city. Brexit, that choice, was that the right step? If you could share us your views, please.
Well, I think on Brexit specifically, Brexit was a political decision made off the back of a referendum that we had in this country. And that decision has been taken and the UK has left the EU. I would say on the broader question of the future of the city has been a financial center for 1,000 years. And over many decades and centuries, it has continued to evolve. And one of its great strengths actually is its ability to adapt and evolve to changing circumstances. There are some natural advantages for the city, of course, its time zone location, the regulatory environment, the rule of law, all of those things are very important. And of course, it is one of the leading, if not the leading center for fintech globally, because we have this great combination in London of fantastic academic institutions, but also, of course, this huge financial center and all of the services that support the city. So my sense is that this is yet another opportunity for evolution within the city. There are, of course, all sorts of different questions about how the nature of work changes post-COVID. So, will people be in the office less and so on? But the city has always been more of a concept than a physical. It's a physical place, of course, but it's also a concept. And my expectation is the city will continue to prosper in the post-Brexit world and will continue to adapt and lead the way in things like fintech globally. So, if you look at a lot of the great fintech businesses in the world, whether it's, TransferWise or Revolut or, or the neobanks, some of the work that companies like ours are doing, these are all things that are coming out of London, and I would expect the city to continue to prosper.
Thank you very much for those comments. So during these half an hour of discussions, I felt that the finance industry is still amidst the time of great change and that there is indeed a need and potential for such transformation. You talked about the cost reduction in financial institutions and that there is a massive amount of data that is currently underutilized. This is often echoed amongst the Japanese financial industries as one of the greatest challenges. And so I was able to reconfirm the importance of tackling these challenges. So, Mr. Jenkins, thank you very much for joining us in spite of being very early in the morning. It was very fruitful for us. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Mr. Jenkins and Mr. Uesugi, thank you very much. Please join me in a great round of applause. Thank you. This concludes the session on the creation of a bank that is 10 times better. With this, we conclude Day 1, Hall A, FINSUM 2021. Tomorrow, we will be beginning at 9 a.m. We will have a special message from the State Minister of Cabinet Office, Mr. Ryusei Akazawa. We look forward to your participation physically and online. Thank you very much once again. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.